Yo, what's up, my cultured brothers? Today we're jumping into a straight-up masterpiece of a story. Bam. Right as the final battle kicks off and a massive explosion erupts, so intense it'd make even Michael Bay break down in tears. Our MC isn't some cookie-cutter hero. He's a full-on ghost, and he's clutching the Demon Lord's heart right there in his own hand. Check out that icy stare. He's got that unspoken riz, and the big bad's basically already cooked. The Demon Lord is bent over, coughing up blood, fully realizing his final hour is here, because a true predator just ambushed him and left him for dead. Even the villain has to swallow his pride and admit it. Our boy is a straight-up gigachat, way beyond this world's real hero. With one last breath, the Demon Lord cuts loose and leaves the hero hiding in the shadows, because he knows only him could pull this off. Mission complete, heart crushed, and our MC is already doom-scrolling his messages like he just clocked out of a McDonald's shift. His handlers slap him with the order, "Stay hidden," because if the world learns the hero didn't play along, the kingdom's PR team is finished. Bro backed out of the smoke, stunned, like, how in the world is he supposed to live a normal life after they raised him as a literal weapon of war? While he's lost in thoughts about his own existence, the war finally stops for good, and he strides off into the sunset like he's the one who just won. Back in the capital, everybody's throwing a huge celebration and snapping up sale deals, convinced the hero saved them, while the truth is, they're all busy worshipping a fraud. Our boy slips into the royal castle through the back door, since he's too low profile to even think about the front entrance. Then Chris shows up, and Lord have mercy, check out this secretary's vibe, the glasses, the uniform, and that step-on-me energy we all secretly crave. If she's sprawled out here like royalty, gloating about how the hero's victory news is about to explode like wildfire. Our MC is just standing there, stone-cold and apathetic, again, while he's the one who hauled the entire raid on his back. Chris slams a huge stack of documents onto the desk, and it's a brutal reminder. Yeah, he's a god-tier assassin, but he's still just 15 years old. She can't stop yapping. She lays out the whole history of the hero versus the Demon Lord War, and how this same vicious cycle keeps coming back for the last 30 years. Sure, humanity won, but it's just a rigged stage show, built to trick the NPCs in the streets. Yeah, every 10 years a brand new hero bursts onto the scene, and this fourth-generation one showed up inside their very own kingdom. If the hero wins, the whole country gets loaded, so the government basically treats him like a living ATM. But the leaders feared the hero might be useless trash, so they secretly built a whole organization to yank him out of the shadows and into the spotlight. Step into the Special Mission Army Organization, the squad that swallows the ugly work whole while the hero grabs selfies like it's the main event. They're the Shadows, an underground crew that shrugs off legality as long as the job gets finished. Here's the truth: 4 years ago, the hero turned out to be a total beta who couldn't even take down a mid-tier demon. The hero kept getting slammed with L after L, even while the mightiest knights in the whole land stood at his back. He was seconds away from meeting his maker, ready to abandon humanity to its doom because his stats were trash. Just then, our MC burst in at the very last second, like a shadowy knight falling out of nowhere. Chris snaps at him, telling him to quit all the humble talk and just own it. He's the one who carried the whole weight. She says it right to his face, because it was him who truly stomped the Demon Lord into the dirt. MC just stands there, hair hanging in his eyes, like he's stuck in a serious thought, probably what to eat for lunch. Chris finally admits she was the one who ordered the organization to quit support and start running the main carries. Our boy starts bawling about how they do all the work and the hero steals all the fame, but Chris hits him with the truth: our salary is actually stacked. Look at Chris in this frame. She's radiating full boss lady confidence, stepping right up and telling him, "You've been a member for 10 years. Then she slams a bombshell. Her organization is getting shut down because the war is finally over. MC's heart is in his throat because he can't shake the fear that this might be the last time he's allowed to breathe, permanently, to lock those secrets away. Chris steps in and offers to be his career counselor, helping him sort out his whole life, like the ultimate overprotective mom move. She flashes him a thumbs up and swears he'll get treated better than anyone else, so he stays in line and doesn't go rogue. When she asked what he wanted to do, the poor guy froze, totally clueless, because he has zero hobbies. He suggests they pick up another job just like this one, because that workaholic just can't stop. Chris killed that idea on the spot. No way, because she wants him to actually have a soul. She hits him with the brutal truth. He was drafted at 5, and he's been locked in nonstop for 10 straight years. Honestly, that's messed up. She's pushing him to finally see the truth. He didn't even know what he'd been protecting this whole time. MC stares at his own hands, replaying the comrades he's lost, and the terrifying fact that when he finally killed the demon lord, he felt nothing at all. He stares out at the commoners, wondering what kind of hope powers their smiles and keeps their lives so calm and peaceful. At last, he makes the call. He wants a normal life, to feel everyday days, and to finally breathe free. Chris shoots him a look so pure it hits straight in the soul. Like, I'm talking asterisk, I'm so proud of you, my boy, energy asterisk levels. She leans in and tells him, you're covered, no worries, I've got your back. Her genius plan was simple. Throw this 15-year-old killing machine into an academy so he'd have to live among kids his own age. Because they've been calling him a number his whole life, they're finally forced to give him a real name that sounds like a normal NPC. She finally lands on Tweet, because it's basically a cheeky pun on his old number, 28. Chris barrels out the door, determined to lay out his whole life story and educational background like it's the most important chapter ever. And right before she walks out, MC actually stops to thank her for everything. Like, for once, raw emotion hits him, and it's something you almost never see from this kid. Chris starts bawling like a proud big sister, because underneath that damey mommy tough act, she's totally a softie. She tells him, call me if anything goes wrong, and just like that, Tweet's brand new life kicks off for real. He crashes the Royal Academy Builders opening ceremony, and for a second, he looks totally out of place. But within 5 minutes, the legendary assassin is already totally hopeless, because he's got zero sense of direction. He's standing before this massive mansion, convinced he took a wrong turn, but the truth hits fast. He's just completely overwhelmed by how huge it is. Turns out the academy is absolutely massive, and our overpowered MC is about to kick off his normal school life, surrounded by nothing but NPCs. Suarez, yo homies, we're back with another banger. Our MC, S trying to act like a normie, but bro is built different. Just look at that blonde wife on the cover. She's already giving top-tier vibes. We're at Builders Royal Academy, the legendary hero's training ground, so the bar is sky-high, and it's definitely not surviving on hopium. This is the greatest academy in the whole kingdom, and trust me, the architecture is so massive it feels like it's trying to hold up the massive plot we're about to dive into. Our boy Tweet is getting the full scoop on the new courses, because the hero saved the world, and now everybody's scrambling to become a commoner for that calm, peaceful life. This four-eyed girl is breaking down the gap between the hero course and the common course, and the moment she talks, you can feel that best girl energy blasting through the room. Basically, the hero course is for the absolute chads, while the common course is for the NPCs who just want to coast, passing a simple document screening and calling it a day. A huge gap is widening between those two courses, but our boy doesn't chase clout at all. He's locked in on one thing, getting sleep. That Tweet is basically, sign me up for the NPC life. He's sick of the soldier grind and just wants to chill in peace, maybe with a wifey or two. And yeah, the school's massive, so our boy is already swallowed by the halls, like even top-tier soldiers can't track down a bathroom without a map. He gets in line thinking he's finally hit the normiedom road, but nah, turns out the universe has way crazier plans for our boy. Suddenly, a wild redhead mom barges in Farnaz Evans, an instructor who looks like she'd step on people just for laughs. She's scanning the crowd like it's all just average, then her eyes lock onto something she likes, and you just know her dummy mommy mode, Riz included, is turned up to 11. Tweet just stands there, papers clutched to his chest like a full-on nerd, convinced his quiet academy life is finally about to take off. He's literally trembling, fighting tooth and nail to shove down the how to kill everyone in this room instincts. Yeah, weirdly, I get it. But Farnaz has it, look at that face. I'm about to blow her chance and wreck this man's entire career. Then boom, she yells that the hero course entrance exam starts right this second, and Tweet is totally done for. His face says everything. He just clocked he's in the wrong line, and now he's about to have to put in the work. The rules are dead simple. It's a 1-hour battle royale in that old building, and nobody's pulling their punches, and trust me, it's pure absolute cinema. She's screaming that they don't want some commoners just gawking at the hero. They want people who are actually ready to throw down and catch hands. The whole crowd is going wild, screaming, yes ma'am, while our MC just stands there, totally clueless, like a lost puppy in a shark tank. He tries to defend his case to the official, but that NPC-level energy is unreal, so he gets tossed into the chaos and swept away with the crowd. The official tells him to quit in a blaze of glory, but everyone knows that's just code for, go on, get your ass beat, kid. Tweet realizes he's trapped, so he shrugs and chooses chaos, take the exam, bomb it on purpose, then slide into the common course like some beta legend. Farnaz lets slip a terrifying secret. They're tracking everything through magic mirrors, so you can't hide your power levels from them. Our boy is drenched in sweat, because showcasing his skills is the last thing he wants, but he still has the audacity to try to stay hidden. The exam kicks off and the whole building erupts with magic right away, so yeah, these students are absolute menaces. Tweet's hiding like a damn pro, silently freaking out that if he retires too early it'll look suspicious, so he forces himself to play it cool. 1,000 people show up, only 100 make it through, so yeah, the odds scream that he has to survive the slaughter. He decides to knock out 5 people half-heartedly and make a quick exit, starting by instantly teleporting behind some helpless NPC. With one chop to the neck, the guy's done, gone straight into a dream about his grandma, while Tweet is already hunting his next victim. He's slipping around like a living shadow, and the NPCs can't even react before they're dropping to the floor. He spots a shadow out of nowhere, but before his brain can even catch up, he's already shrieking for his life. He's scanning the room like he's the hero in a horror movie, totally clueless as a gigachat in a hoodie stalks him. He tries to bolt for freedom, but Tweet is basically toying with him like he's dinner. That poor guy charges right into a bomb trap, and it proves Tweet isn't just fast, he's got that high IQ riz. He towers over the beaten fodder, barking, "Are you finished?" because he's got a schedule to hit. He just needs 2 more people to hit his quota, and he's getting it with 0 effort, straight up pure Chad energy. Suddenly Farnes shows up out of nowhere, lights up, and starts smoking the students herself. Like, why should the kids have all the fun? Tweet snickers like, that instructor can't be serious, but Farnes just roars with laughter, because kiddo, life doesn't play by the rules. Right then our blonde wife Alicia storms forward, yanks her sword free so fast it makes your head spin. She slams into Farnes with razor-fast swordplay, so rapid even normal eyes can't keep up. Alicia's hanging in there, but Farnes is just a total beast, and that blonde beauty is starting to buckle under the pressure. Tweet strolls right up and casually drops that her skirt's rolled up, straight up the ultimate man of culture move in the middle of a war zone. She blushes, snaps that he's a pervert, and swings to slice him up, yet he just stands there, totally unbothered, like he's waiting for a bus. He fires off a fixation spell and traps her against the wall, and she stares at him like he's the final boss. He's about to knock her out and seal his 5-person plan, but she screams, "Wait," because she's got something big up her sleeve. She suggests they team up to take down the instructor and promises him the full 1 million gold prize, big enough to buy a ton of gotcha pulls. She straight up admits she just wants to deck that smug instructor right in the face, and honestly, I respect the hustle. Tweet clocks the deal instantly. He's getting paid, and he can breeze through the exam without looking like he's sweating bullets. He takes the deal and lets her go, but she instantly clocks it. He was only stalling to get her guard down, pure tactical genius. She swings right in, introduces herself as Alicia, and dude, that sweater. That's an instant top-tier waifu pick. Tweet blurts out his name, and she fires back that she's a close-quarters specialist. She blasts her own body with magic to jack up her physical stats. He says he can reach targets with long-range magic, so they decide she'll be the tank, while he rains sniper support from afar. They're basically throwing a party together already, and the chemistry is so insane it puts most rom-coms to shame. They close in on Farnes, then Alicia storms out alone, rocking full-on "I'm the main character" energy. Farnes is wowed by her own code of conduct, but she still slams it as a minus, because when the fight turns real, you use everything you've got. Alicia doesn't chase points at all. She's here to test her limits and try to smash a pro. She flashes Farnes that smug grin like, "Yeah, you're about to catch these hands." Farnes vows she'll never fall short against anyone who can beat her. Then Alicia snaps, rage surges, and she charges in like a feral beast. The swordplay is wild, sparks are exploding everywhere, and Alicia is going all in. But Farnes just keeps roaring with laughter, telling her she can't afford to rest, while she whips that massive blade around like it weighs nothing. Alicia slams up a magic shield to stop the hit dead in its tracks, proving she's not just mashing buttons, she's got real skill. She finally clocks it. Farnes is brandishing a magic sword, and that's why her punches are slamming people like a truck. Farnes straight up admits it's a magic sword, but insists she's not just winning because of her gear, she's simply that much better. She tears into Alicia for blowing off the student documents, pure teacher behavior, even while the battle's literally down to life and death. Farnes sprints to the finish, taunting Alicia with that "you're lost" line, and it looks like our waifu is about to get cooked. Then bam, Tweet yanks out a staff and readies a deadly snipe, aiming the instructor from the shadows. Farnes freezes in panic. She never saw the sniper coming, and that deadly snipe spell is charging straight at her. Tweet repositions like a pro, and with Alicia as the decoy, she keeps Farnes distracted while he hunts for the perfect angle. He squeezes the trigger, and Farnes slams in to block it, then her reaction hits at an absolutely insane, inhuman speed. She's a total gigachad. Tweet realizes his cheap staff can't pump out enough power to crack her defense, but he shrugs it off like it's no big deal. He flashes that smug grin, like he's finally clicked with the magic and started understanding it. Alicia barrels back in to keep the pressure cranked up, and Tweet launches his third shot straight into the middle of the chaos. Farnes is getting buried trying to keep pace with the duo, and Tweet starts barking out the fourth shot like he's calling beats in a rhythm game. The strike lands dead on with her sword, carving the perfect opening they need to land the final blow. And just like that, it's done. She's trapped in a corner. The victory's practically theirs already. Absolute cinema, boys. Yo, what is up, my cultured brothers? Today we're diving into a wild story where the MC is so cracked, he deliberately tanks his own game just to keep the wafus off his back, and that edgy gigachat Twite is out here pretending he's not the strongest man alive. My boy Twite is out here cracking high-grade swords with a literal wooden stick. Absolute cinema. The audacity of it disrespecting a knight's weapon is straight up insane. Look at Farnes Sensei's face. She looks completely wrecked, and her sword is just sitting there in total silence. Meanwhile, Mommy's freaking out, because if a student smashed my pricey equipment with some toy, I'd be losing it too. The MC just stands there, totally chill, while the teacher spirals into a full midlife crisis. Like, dude, I'm not here to fight, I'm just here so they don't find me. Alicia clocks it instantly. MC's been lining up the exact same spot on the blade again and again, with godlike precision, grinding it down for a perfect hit. That's pure high-level Riz, using math to crack a lady's defense. She clocks her opening, and with that main character stare blazing in her eyes, she's charging straight for it. So tell me, do you think she actually lands the hit? I'll give you $10 if you can guess. Sensei realizes she got yanked into a teen-made trap, and the MC sets it all up so perfectly that Alicia takes the W. What a wingman. And just like that, the teacher gets knocked down a peg in front of the entire class, while Alicia looks absolutely stunning as she seals the battle. But let's be real, we all know who the real MVP is. Sensei straight up admits she lost, and that defeat face. Oh my god, it's pure top-tier culture. I'd absolutely let her take down my ass any day of the week, no joke. Wait, how did he even get that magic staff? My guy straight up snatched it from some random NPC examinee he already beat earlier, pure menace energy, like he's out here playing GTA in a fantasy world. He's casually laying out his plan like it's no big deal, but that girl just keeps staring at him like he's some kind of freak. Bro's so insanely smart it's actually intimidating. Look at this poor guy in the back, sobbing like his heart just got ripped out, his staff got jacked, his lunch money vanished, and his magic stick got stolen by the MC. Yeah, he's absolutely down bad. Alicia's over here staring like, who is this mysterious boy? But I already know what you guys are really locked onto. Those assets are absolutely top tier, and yeah, the artist clearly knew exactly what they were doing with that uniform. He intentionally tanks the hero exam just to chase that quiet NPC life, and boom, mission complete. Now he's marching straight into the loser course like a walking, talking god. He's rocking the black commoner uniform while Alicia's tearing through the white hero course, and the contrast is so loud it's basically screaming plot armor. Yeah, you know they're about to accidentally bump into each other every 5 minutes. Hold up, who's this new character? Sylphia Makina just barged in, and boom, another certified mommy with that glasses energy. Seriously, this school is stacked with high-tier wafus. She's telling them the two courses are teaming up for classes anyway. So much for the MC's plan to stay hidden. He's basically walked straight into a trap like it's a welcoming homecoming. Alicia isn't about to let him slip away. She snatches him like he's already hers, and you gotta see the guy in the back, absolutely seething like a total beta. She's ready to storm in and file an official complaint, because she's convinced he belongs in the hero course. At this point, she's basically worshipping him, and honestly, can you blame her? Farnes Sensei bursts out of nowhere to crash the conversation, right between two mommies down the same hallway. Yeah, today is a good day, boys. Sensei finally spills the real reason. There wasn't a single shred of footage of him on the magic surveillance mirrors. Bro's basically a haunting, like the cameras couldn't even lock onto him. The official record claims he beat nobody throughout the whole exam, but the audacity of this guy, he's out here hiding his true power like it's a damn game of prop hunt. He claims it's just an old habit from his past organization, staying off cameras, but everyone knows he's a retired assassin, and the way he looks at people says he's already taken out his share, like he's wearing God's stare. Alicia is out here throwing down to defend his honor like a loyal waifu, fully knowing he's a Chad, even if the whole school is calling him a scrub. She's pushing him into the hero course so they can level up side by side, but she's pretending it's totally not for him. Pure tsundere energy, and honestly, it's adorable. MC finally stumbles into the dorms, ready to kick back and relax. Then a wild bro crashes the scene, and that peaceful life instantly feels like a myth. Meet Glenn, the gym bro with so much energy, he's basically been sprinting on the treadmill for hours, and now he's straight up collapsing from the grind. And they decide to strip down for a chat, and damn, take a look at the map on my boy's chest. Scars everywhere, and you can tell he survived some straight-up nightmare-level horror. He tells Glenn, "I'm just a town janitor," and tries to call these workplace injuries, "Yeah, right, I'm a rocket scientist." He's capping so hard it's hilarious. Glenn actually thinks the cleaning job is legit that deadly, and this guy's such a walking NPC that if you told him to buy a bridge, he'd probably do it. Back in class, the teacher starts spilling juicy lore about the great hero to war, and our MC just sits there, desperately trying to disappear into the background like he's invisible. This Sieg guy struts around like he's the hero of the story, all because he knows a few scraps of history. Look at that smug face. He's absolutely on track to become a certified mid-tier villain. The teacher fires off a follow-up question, and bam, Tweet drops the whole military encyclopedia like it's nothing, leaving everyone in the room stunned by that commoner's insane brain. Sensei is genuinely impressed, and those noble students are getting molded fast because the truth hits hard. They can't stand that a janitor is smarter than them. Egg starts getting wrecked the second he realizes he's been outshined, like some total beta loser, because all you are is a regular commoner, so go ahead, keep bawling while the MC swoops in and takes your girl. He begs Alicia to back him up, but she won't even spare him a glance. Bro's totally finished, zero riz detected. Alicia yanks the MC aside and grills him. "Are you really hiding your true power?" She clocked his cover story instantly, because the secret is already slipping out. She straight up begged him to be her special training partner. "Yeah, I hear you thinking it, so quit with the gutter thoughts unless you want to, because I'm definitely not your dad." But Tweed isn't built like the rest. He turns down the offer cold, because he thinks strength means nothing when peace is on the table, and Bro's deliberately botching it on purpose. He just wants the simplest life, normal friends, no drama, like that "I want to be a quiet farmer" meme, except he's stuck playing it out in high school. He drops the ultimate friendzone speech, and she's just begging, "Can't we be normal friends?" Meanwhile, this guy's mental fortitude is built different, like the strongest in manga history. They seal the whole deal with a sharp handshake. Alicia's smile stays safe, sure, but you already know she's gonna keep hunting that MC energy for the rest of the series. Glenn swoops into the group and boom, the friendship squad is finally complete, and that last shot has Alicia looking like an absolute queen, like in sub for more cultured recaps, boys. Yo, what's up my cultured kings? Welcome back to the channel where we serve up the trashiest, most fire stories on the menu. Today's one's spicy as hell. We're kicking off with a quick rundown on how magic works in this world, but honestly, who cares about the rules when the waifus are out here stealing the show? The world's split into close combat chads and long-range snipers, but you already know our MC is about to shatter every last one of those rules. If magic range and how it works don't come with someone getting absolutely cooked, or some surprise new mommy entering the scene, then I'm skipping it straight away and moving on. And talk about perfect timing, look who just showed up, our first best girl contender. That Sylphius in C is a certified redhead mommy, and she's out here teaching the class target practice like it's nothing. Then she flashes that smile and I'm done for. She's got these NPCs lined up, telling them to choose a wand that matches their vibe. Meanwhile, our MC is about to be a menace, and he doesn't even need a stick. She starts flexing her alchemy, transforming a ring into a freaking bird right in front of everyone. Adorable, yeah, but I'm locked in on the assets this sensei just dropped. Absolute cinema. She tells him alchemy is built for real life, like the everyday support class of this whole world. So yeah, it's wild to think you're a magic user just to make life easier for NPCs. Then she unleashes pure firepower, sniping 5 targets at once with water balls, and tells the class this is only the warm-up. Mama Sylphia is absolutely not messing around today, boys. The whole class is staring at her like it's magic, and even our MC, Tweet, looks blown away, like he's already imagining he could pull that move with his eyes shut while he's eating a sandwich. Sensei blasts it right away. For this lesson, you're using D-rank magic or stronger. No excuses. She's basically sorting the real chads from the simps before anyone even settles in. But check out our MC. He straight up asks if he can use bullets, an E-rank bottom-tier spell, like it's nothing, and the way he's forcing himself to look like a beta is honestly just painful to watch. The second he shuts him down, he shoves him aside and demands something respectable like a fireball. Then Tweet storms off looking like a total loser, but we both know he's just hiding his real power level. He's sitting there convincing himself that if he uses E-rank magic, nobody will notice. Bro, you're the MC. You're gonna stand out no matter what, even if you just breathe. While he's busy playing the pro at hiding, the whole class is swooning over Alicia, the blonde goddess of the hero course, because she's not just a celeb, she's got the skills to back up every bit of the hype. Now it's Tweet's turn. He steps up and blasts out a fireball so chaotic and ugly it looks like a toddler dreamed it up. It literally disappears before it even lands, and the whole class erupts into laughter. Look at Alicia's face. She's staring at him like he's straight up trash. This is peak comedy. Then we get the classic arrogant NOBRA NPC's power trip. He struts up to Tweet and orders him to step aside like a commoner's beneath him, bragging like he's a gigachat, but we all know he's just lining himself up to get wrecked soon. Tweet eats that L like a trophy, straight up admitting he can't hack it, and yeah, the audacity is unreal. Bet you $10 he's not actually as weak as he's acting. After class, Twat's buddy Glenn is straight up seething. He can't stand those hero course kids acting cocky like they own the place. Honestly, Glenn's the audience right now, just a regular bro who hates the rich kid crowd. Glenn decides the cure for their foul mood is simple: hit the Capitol and scoop up some hotties. Now hold up, let's see if these two have any riz to back it up. Glenn kicks off a whole sermon about how the Capitol is packed with hot people, then insists you gotta fake "I've been around" just to snag their attention, only for him to basically teach a flawless masterclass in how to get rejected. He's telling Tweet that in the Capitol, you've got to make people believe you've done it 1,000 times, because nothing beats that fake it till you make it drive. Glenn bolts off to hunt a target, and our MC's left standing there alone, while Tweet stares into the past, replaying memories of some secret organization, secretly just wishing he could live like a normal 15-year-old, yeah, not on your watch kid. He finally gets it. Maybe he should chase new experiences for real, like just talking to a girl without turning it into some mission. Glenn swings his shot at a girl and gets the most satisfying bitch slap I've ever seen. His face twists up in the craziest way, and it's hilarious gold. This dude's got zero riz. Tweet just stands there watching Glenn get absolutely cooked, and then it hits. Does Glenn ever win for real, or is it all just fantasy? Tweet, the truth is brutal. He only ever succeeds in his dreams. Glenn is addicted to hardship. He's throwing himself into round 2 again, and somehow his spirit still won't quit, even if his face looks like it's been through a war. He tells Tweet it's his turn now. Tweet freezes, remembering a tip from an old colleague, and decides to gamble on it. Brace yourselves, boys, Sherlock Riz is about to crash the scene. Tweet locks eyes on a girl and sizes her up like she's about to throw down in a boss fight, studying every detail, then spotting those ear piercings tied to a specific kingdom, and smirking because that's exactly how he's going to start. He snaps that her shoes are caked in mud, yet the town hasn't seen rain for 2 days, and that only someone who just stepped in from beyond the castle walls would look like that. This isn't some flirt job, it's a full-on criminal investigation. The girl is blown away and bites the bait hard, ready to tail him straight to a shoe shop. Then Glam sneaks up behind them, all creepy and shameless, and instantly kills the whole vibe. The girl spots Glan's creepy face and bolts for her life, and honestly I get it, because Glan's a Rids killer. Tweet's straight up shocked. Somehow he's got a real knack for this, and he swears it's because he used to clean up as a janitor and deal with customers. Sure, buddy. Glan is breaking down in tears, because he's never felt the gut punch of cutting ties with a friend like right now. He's just bitter as hell that Tweet is a natural-born Chad. They spot another cute girl at 12 o'clock, and Tweet's like, wait, I've seen her before. Oh no, this is the part where I just know where this is headed. He steps up to her and bam, she's a total cutie. A flower tucked in her hair, looking completely lost and worn out, setting the stage for our main character to swoop in and become the hero. She flashes a top-tier smile and Tweet jumps in like, let me take you to a shop, and just like that, everything's going way too smoothly. It feels suspicious as hell. Tweet promises her she can pick anything she wants, but he comes on way too intense, and she's visibly rattled, like he already knows he pulled the line too hard. Then a voice snaps from behind, sure, why not? And right there, we spot that familiar silhouette and boom, the boss music kicks in. It's Alicia and she looks straight up terrifying, like that I'm gonna murder you smile, while mommy's raging and the boys are frozen in fear. They finally stumble into a cafe, and Alicia starts roasting them on the spot, furious they're out here acting like playboys. Tweet tries to talk her down, but Alicia isn't even listening. They both drop their heads in shame, because even the OPMC can't stand the disappointed blonde goddess. Turns out the other girl is Mize, and yep, she's in their class. Tweet's so trained to ignore NPCs that he didn't even clock his own classmate. Glan had her number the whole time, then he just let Tweet flirt with his own classmate so it would all crash and burn, and yeah, Glan's a menace. Mize is apparently the idol all the regular students swoon over. She's modest, sweet, and ridiculously cute, and that's what makes Alicia snap into full-on protectiveness. Alicia snaps at Glanna like a lowlife. and honestly, she's not even off the mark. Tweet's just getting dragged straight into the fallout of Gland's stupidity. Then Alicia's face hardens. She interrogates Tweet, demanding to know why he held back during the magic lesson, because she already knows he's a sleeper build. Tweet's back again, trying to cap things off and swear he can only use snipe and bullet, because he's sticking to his story like a true pro. He snaps back to his instructor's words. Those 2 spells are all he needs, and suddenly it clicks. In a master's hands, even a pebble turns into a nuke. They brag that Tweet crushed Farn's sensei during the entrance exam. Mize and Gland go wide-eyed, stunned, and now the real secret's starting to spill out. Just when they're about to speak again, a loud commotion erupts. Sieg's back, shoving around a helpless shopkeeper, and honestly, this guy's a walking L. Sieg smashed a fancy decorative sword, and now he's refusing to pay, calling the whole thing trash like he owns the place. And honestly, the audacity of this beta noble is unreal. The shopkeeper is shaking in his boots. Those decorative swords are shockingly expensive, and Sieg's just flexing his status to be a total jerk. Tweet and the girls huddle on the sidelines, watching in awe. Alicia looks like she's about to yank her sword out and end this guy's whole career right there. She spits that nobles like him would kill anyone without even blinking, and that icy glare is back on her face. Mommy, mommy. Sieg is about to swing on the shopkeeper when Alicia cuts in and snaps that what he's doing is murder, while Sieg stews in rage, convinced he's untouchable. Gland chimes in to remind Sieg that he can't decide the punishment, but Sieg just bursts into laughter and labels them all commoners, like he's speedrunning his own downfall. He glares at Tweet and spits that he's a failure who can't even handle D-rank magic. Like, bro, you're talking to the kind of guy who could end you with a simple finger snap. Sieg starts flattering himself, bragging that he's the Baron's heir and acting like his judgment can't miss. He nods at Alicia like, yeah, you're a hero course student too, but the whole time he's being a condescending jerk. Alicia shuts him down hard, straight up saying his confidence is anything but reliable, and yeah, she's not holding back a single punch today. Then she drops the bomb, Tweet is stronger than you, and in that stunned silence, you could almost hear the world holding its breath. Sieg snaps, straight up loses it, and starts charging lightning magic, looking like a bargain Sasuke, because he's so furious he can't stand that a girl clocked him and proved he's weaker than some commoner. He lunges into the attack, screaming that he'll erase them all. Then Tweet is already in motion, so insanely fast the NPCs can't even track where he went. The Tweet pops up in Sieg's face and orders him to shut down the spell, and boom, an ice-cold aura rolls off him like a warning. Absolute cinema. Sieg lunges to strike anyway, but Tweet is already charging up his bullet spell. He hurls one last warning at him. The Tweet fires, and it's no ordinary bullet. It's a specialized piercing shot that tears straight through Sieg's hand, blood exploding everywhere, and the MC finally snaps out of his playtime mode. But Sieg is sprawled on the ground, screaming like a pig, and Tweet just keeps standing there, barking out what he needs to do before he walks out. Pay for the sword, savage. Sieg spits out a vow for revenge while his buddies drag him away, because you already know he'll be back later, ready to get cooked again. Alicia's jaw drops. She demands to know what that was, and Tweet just shrugs it off as the E-rank spell bullet, while Bro is still desperately trying to play it down. He cracks it open, custom-built for speed, made to punch straight through. Then Alicia presses him for the truth, and he drops the legendary line, "I'm an X-down janitor." The cap's so astronomical it's unreal. See you guys in the next one. Yo homies, I'm back with another banger for the men of culture. Today we're jumping right back into the life of our favorite Shadow Pro, trying so hard to live a normal day, but the NPCs keep yanking his patience like a trigger. Just look at these 2 cuties eating their snack. Yeah, this is the calm before the storm, and real talk, that normal life vibe is a straight-up lie in this genre. His homie's more hyped for lunch than he's ever been about his own future, which is honestly a whole mood, while our guy's clocking that the local blonde is totally missing from class, like she's still somewhere out of sight, probably curled up and crying. The MC is replaying yesterday in his head. He straight up punched a hole in Sieg's hand, and honestly, Sieg's lucky he's even standing today after messing with a Shadow Pro who literally makes trash disappear for a living. Meet Alicia, the main waifu of the day, and yeah, that uniform is making her look dangerously fine. She's stressed out because the blonde simp didn't show up, not realizing her new crush is the one who already packed him up. She starts ranting about the social hierarchy, hero course up here, common course down there, and the second I see those boots and that skirt, I swear she's already got that step on me energy, and I'm totally into it. But our MC is an absolute savage and straight up asks her, "So, got any friends in the hero course?" And the look on her face is priceless, like she's a lonely loner trying way too hard to play it cool, which somehow makes her even more top tier. She calls it independence, but let's be real, that's just major cope for having zero riz. Her reactions are pure cinema, and yeah, she's definitely best girl for this series. She lays it all out, those hero course. Kids are just toxic elitists who sneer at everyone else, and she's way too clean-hearted for this filthy academy. But hey, at least she's got a sharp brain. That whole hierarchy is real, and the MC's collar is torn up because he couldn't care less about noble rules. Alicia can't stop herself either. She's already moved in to play housewife and patch him up. MC starts spilling his past as a shadow janitor before he even enrolls. Yeah, that little cover story says floors, but we all know you weren't scrubbing carpets, you were cleaning up bodies. He says his old boss would have literally taken his head off for the slightest bit of mess. No exaggeration. More like a death sentence than a workplace, and that's exactly why this guy is built so wildly different. Alicia decides to fix his collar herself, and she closes the distance way past comfortable before you even breathe. Just look how close she is, fellas. This is the kind of tension content we live for, and it's spiking higher than my blood pressure. She's locked in his gaze, probably begging herself to understand how he stays this calm when she's right in his face. Meanwhile, I'm not gonna lie, I'd be a mess, but our MC, he's got that full-on Sigma grind set. Then she slams him with the ultimate question, don't you have any interest in the opposite gender? Like she's practically begging him to notice her, and yeah, she's asterisk down bad. MC slides in, snatches the ultimate, then asks, what if I use this? Move. Bro's got Riz so dangerous it could tip world wars, and when I see her face, yeah, you know it's serious. Her face morphs into a literal tomato in 3 seconds flat, and she's not ready for that alpha-level heat. She's fully cooked, and she knows it. And then he leans in and blurts out that her eyelashes are crazy long. What a menace. He's basically playing her like a fiddle, and she falls for it hook, line, and sinker. She's totally flustered, hiding her face like some shy NPC. Then you just sit there like, yeah, you'd better get humbled by a real man of culture. She's dead set on digging up his real personality, no matter the cost. Good luck, sweetie, because he's the shadow hero for a reason, and you're nothing but a side quest. She jabs the finger at him and blurts, shady guy, and just like that the scene jumps to the next day, because yeah, she's not wrong, and that's exactly why he's a full-on Chad. The next day in class, guess who crawls out of the hospital and shows up? It's Sieg, acting like a total beta, with his little squad of lackeys trailing right behind him. That clown thinks he's the main character, and steps up to challenge our boy to a duel right in front of everyone. Yeah, this is about to turn into a straight-up massacre, so grab the popcorn because violence is coming fast. And he's bawling over his noble household, acting like his family name is a golden crown. But dude, nobody's impressed when you're about to get thrown in the trash in 4K. Alicia fights to talk him out of this because she can see he's about to get absolutely crushed. She's trying to save his life, and he's too blind to read the red flags. Sieg barks at her to shut up, then goes on this whole rant about how commoners can't possibly stand on the same level, talk about a walking L, and yeah, somebody needs to humble him like yesterday. He actually swings a hand at her. No way. That's a straight-up major violation. You never touch the waifu, and definitely not one this thick. His buddy shuts him down in seconds, and Sieg's lucky the MC didn't end him on the spot for that disrespect, because look at that punchable face, he's practically begging for a beatdown. MC tries to play it cool and apologizes just to slam the moment shut and protect his secret, but this blonde NPC won't drop it for a second. Sieg cuts him off with that psycho grin and a hard no, like, who does he think he is, the main character? The audacity is straight up unreal. He's trying to humiliate the MC in front of the whole school and turn him into a warning sign. Bro, that's how you speedrun a viral fail video you'll regret for the rest of your life. He's yelling about justified revenge, acting like a cheap anime villain, pure cringe energy from a guy who's about to get mid-diffed by a janitor. Alicia finally snaps at the MC to stop stalling and just accept the duel. She's sick of this guy's endless talk and can't wait to see him get folded up like a lawn chair. She tells you nobles don't quit once they feel insulted, so you either push through or get crushed. And yeah, the only escape is beating them so hard they lose their own name. MC lets out a tired sigh and finally nods. All right, challenge accepted. And that's it, Sieg, you're done, because now you're about to learn why they call him the shadow hero. Check out that creepy grin on Sieg. He's convinced he's got some secret weapon, like he's strolling straight into his own funeral and laughing the whole way. The duel news rips through the town like wildfire, and Alicia's smirking hard because she can feel something's off. She's just waiting for the MC to drop the act and finally bare his true teeth. She's staring at him like he's a mouth-watering secret she's about to crack open, desperate to find out what he's hiding under that cute comic facade, and trust me, it's not small. I want to know way more about you. Yeah, we already get what you want, girl, and honestly, I can't blame you at all. But the MC's actually toying with throwing the game on purpose just to dodge the whole headache. Bro, don't stay a simp for the status quo. Shake these nobles and make them realize they should be terrified. But then he realizes, if he loses, those hero course brats will get even more arrogant, so he's gotta do it for his commoner homies and lay this kid flat. The face-off kicks off, and Sieg's strutting like he owns the place, too confident for a guy with zero riz, because he has absolutely no clue he's staring down a literal god of death. Alicia's the referee, rocking that uniform like always, total snack, and Sieg yanks out something wrapped in cloth. What kind of pay-to-win cheat code is this? The duel kicks off in Sieg, and right there, Sieg reveals a massive, glowing wand. Alicia's expression says everything. That thing is military grade, and it has no place anywhere near a school duel. It's the Erd Kaiser, an old war legend wand from the Great War, and this blonde loser still shows up to a fistfight with a rocket launcher. That's the ultimate beta move. He blasts a lightning spear straight away, like he's desperate to end it in one strike, and the power is so wild he's basically trying to kill our boy right there in front of everyone. Sieg is cackling like a lunatic, while the MC keeps sliding out of the way of every bolt like he's out for a casual stroll. Good luck landing a hit on that blonde NPC. MC rockets around the arena, while Sieg just mashes out attacks like a broken button. Watching it is brutal, like a silver player trying to go toe-to-toe with a pro. Sieg shifts right into talking about the MC, then snaps and starts murdering everyone else. This dude has officially cracked, gone full psycho mode. And in duels, accidents are basically expected. Look at that face. He's plotting a crime and praying everyone buys it was just a mistake. He flicks that creepy gaze straight at Alicia, and listen, don't you dare lay a finger on the waifu, you little blonde rat, or the MC's gonna end you. He tells her she's got the looks, promises he'll treat her gently, right after he wins, because this dude is the final boss of creeps, and he needs to be wiped from existence. He's bragging about his privilege while clutching a stolen wand, swearing that the gear makes the man, then reality's about to smash him right in the face. MC suddenly gets slammed with flashbacks to the war he actually fought, because he did not risk everything against the Demon King just to watch some spoiled brat trash the piece. We watch the literal hellscape he clawed through, smoke choking the air, bodies piled everywhere. So yeah, don't mess with the quiet kids, they've lived through things you couldn't even picture. The MC's eyes turn stone cold, because the shadow hero is back, and this isn't a duel anymore, it's an execution for a scumbag. Sieg cranks up his final move, and unleashes a brutal blast to end the show. Perfect last words from the guy who's moments away from losing all his life privileges. The whole arena erupts as lightning crashes everywhere, and he's laughing like the win is already locked in. Meanwhile, that plot armor is so thick it clowns the clown. He's out here hurling trash-talking at the MC, acting like he can't even use magic right. Just picture glazing yourself this hard right before you eat the biggest L of your life. But the MC knows the one thing Sieg never kept hidden, his weakness, because the MC has watched this wand tear through chaos on the real battlefield, and he knows it isn't unstoppable. He remembers every detail from his trench days. This is what a real veteran looks like, calmly studying the gear while the NPC behind him just loses his mind screaming. That wand's got a cooling vent that flips open the moment you blast it in rapid-fire mode, and right here, it's basically a hit me, I dare you win button. One Sieg is just too dumb to keep under wraps. The MC lands one perfect strike in the vent, and the wand basically detonates, sending it shattering apart while Sieg's hands go limp like he's been completely stunned. Sieg glares at his smashed toy like the whole world just crumbled, and panic hits. He's defenseless, sweating out of pure fear. Boom smoke blasts everywhere, then it clears and the MC is right there, blade pressed to his throat. Absolute cinema, the turntables flipped. He whispers Sieg's own words back to him as he's trembling, saying accidents are par for the course in duels, and the irony is absolutely delicious. Sieg trembles like a leaf as a blade presses to his throat, and it finally clicks. He's not the main character at all, he's just the tutorial boss. MC drops the hammer, quit picking on commoners and keep your distance from Alicia. Our boy finally stands up for the homies, and it's straight up glorious. Sieg tries to fire back, and bam, his face gets slammed into the floor quick and brutal. No talking, I didn't give you permission, loser. You're only allowed to say wise, and this is pure gigachat energy. He's straight up taking over this man's entire soul. He threatens to tear off Sieg's limbs unless he follows the new rules, and when our boy snaps, he's not messing around, he turns into a full-on menace. Bro's absolutely getting his will crushed, and I'm eating up every second. Sieg is officially scarred for life. Yo, what's up my cultured brothers? Back at it with another banger. Our MC is a literal god trying to play background NPC, but the universe refuses to let him chill. It starts with Tweet looking ice cold, standing over some nobody barking demands like he's the ultimate gigachad. He tells the guy to think hard before he answers, because if he slips, he won't be keeping all his limbs, and honestly, that insane audacity is exactly why we can't get enough of him. But yeah, the epic showdown got axed when someone set off a literal explosion, and the school admins slapped on the label accident to dodge a full-on riot. Our boy Tweet is thrilled to slip back into his normal life. Yeah, sure, but we both know that plot armor of his is so thick it won't last even 5 minutes. That gap between the hero course and the common course keeps widening, and just look at the way this girl's assets are stacked. She's drowning in stress from the school politics. Tweet starts rambling about his old days in that special mission army, basically a crew of Shadow Ops Chads sent in to do the dirty work the hero couldn't touch. When the hero failed, he swallowed the war and ended it himself. Now he's just trying to live in peace, but his old boss, Chris, keeps popping up looking like a total mommy. She's checking in on him to make sure he's really enjoying school, and be real, who wouldn't love life when a pink-haired goddess is dropping by to look out for you? He tells her he's been making friends, then casually admits he even went on an adventure picking up girls. Look at the nerve on this man, and he says it with a straight face. Chris is so stunned she can't even speak. She just can't wrap her head around it. Her tiny shadow assassin is out here trying to play the playboy. He's out here throwing a thumbs up like it's instinct for him, but honestly, that intensity of his is probably just freaking everyone out. Chris is spiraling into a full-on mental breakdown, trying to process the fact that Tweet just turned into a Rizzler. She's starting to regret letting him enroll, because if he's going to turn into a total degenerate, what's the point? But the real truth, she's jealous as hell that it's not her getting picked up. Chris drops the bomb. She's still working for the Bureau, and the second she strikes a pose, the culture level shoots into the stratosphere. She tells them the Bureau is basically the parent of their old shadow crew, quietly stepping in to keep the kingdom safe from all that human chaos now that the demon lord is finally dead. She rants that humans are somehow even more of a headache than demons, and Tweet just sits there taking it all in, quietly listening like the loyal simp he's got hidden in his bones. She lifts his legendary sniper wand and declares, "No one else can touch this. This thing was forged for my soul alone." Tweet admits he only turned down a Bureau job because she told him to live for himself, and just look at the way she's staring at him here. Yeah, she's completely gone for him. He even drops that, "I might have proposed to you if we were the same age" line, like, bro, the Riz is straight up nuclear. But right when it hits perfect, Chris's phone explodes. He gets yanked away and forced to go right back to playing the professional menace. She slips out a bombshell. Duke Turgon's second son, Robert, is arriving at the academy with the Trumanist Order, those elitist NPCs who only care about one thing, raw ability. The Bureau has to watch this Robert guy nonstop because the world's still on shaky ground, and Tweet can't stop asking why the usual knights won't step in. Chris keeps the real juicy details locked tight, flashing that SHH finger like he's about to crack the whole fanbase open right now. She tells him to keep his eyes on the big event, and right as that hits, Alicia's lurking in the shadows, watching, smirking, and totally ready to flip the switch into her villain arc. A Tweet catches Alicia slumped on a bench, looking completely crushed, like something is gnawing at her from the inside. She tilts her gaze up with those exhausted eyes, and I swear, she needs a hug, like right now, and probably a full 5-hour therapy session to boot. A Tweet asks if that loser Sieg did something to her, but she shuts it down fast. Nope, it's the reverse. After the explosion, Sieg's become a total beta. Tweet tries to play therapist the way his old mentor used to, and the second he does, Alicia clocks him, straight up, because he's into older girls. She's clutching her skirt like it's the only thing holding her together, voice trembling as she blurts to Tweet, "Tell me, is revenge really ridiculous?" The mood drops like a stone, and you just know she's cooking up something. Nothing about this belongs anywhere near the school curriculum. Tweet doesn't hit her with some NPC excuse about revenge. He actually weighs it like a real Chad. He says revenge isn't ridiculous at all, because when you've lost everything, it can be the one spark that keeps you fighting to live. Alicia is totally shocked. She thought he'd hit her with some cheesy power of friendship speech, but our MC, he's built different. Tweed makes it crystal clear. Revenge chasers aren't just chasing someone, they're marching straight towards self-destruction, not giving a damn what happens next. A brutal flashback hits, blood on Alicia's hands as she grins like an absolute lunatic, and honestly, it's pure cinema. He says it's heartbreaking to drop your life right after the revenge hits, like that's the only ending worth having. And Alicia, she finally looks like someone sees her. He straight up admits Sieg's revenge wasn't totally pointless. It actually hit for him, and yeah, it's a crazy take, but that's exactly why he's the GOAT. He locks eyes with her and growls, "If you're going after it, then make it count." He shouts her name, and the tension in the air turns razor sharp, like you could slice it clean in two. He straight up presses her and demands to know who she is, and when the camera suddenly zooms in on her bow, the vibe turns downright ominous. Alicia flashes a fake smile and claims she's not planning anything crazy, but come on, we all know that's a straight-up lie. Tweet stares as she walks off, and the shock hits him. He should have grabbed her and stopped her back then, right in that moment. He finally grasps how flimsy normal life really is, especially when you've grown up right in the middle of a war. He's starting to spot the cracks beneath the academy's peaceful facade. A few days later, the teacher, the other top-tier waifu, storms into class and drops some seriously amazing news. She spills the real luminous order, warns that the Royal Knights are charging in for joint drills, and the students straight up lose their minds. Tweet finally clocks what Chris was hyping, and you can practically feel it. He's done with the chaos before it even starts. The drills hit in just 10 days, and the students even get a chance to chat with the legendary knights. In class, the girls are already crushing on the new knights, and you just know they're praying for a high-rank husband. Alicia rose to her feet with a serious stare and demanded, so the luminous order are the only ones showing up. Tweet watches her like a hawk, because the final boss energy is practically blasting off her. The teacher confirms that Duke Turgon's son, Robert, is coming too, and as Alicia hears it, her face drains of color like she's already doomed. She's so close to blacking out that it feels like she might either faint or go straight for murder, maybe even both. The teacher announces that some students are about to be picked for the executive committee so they can help run the drills. Every NPC is whispering rumors about the Duke, while Tweet just wants to vanish and get out of there. The teacher calls for volunteers, and you already clock exactly who's about to shoot their hand up. Alicia steps forward, declares, "I'll do it," and the whole class exhales in relief because now they're off the hook. The teacher pushes the decision onto her, then orders, "Meet me in the school building at lunch." Tweet shoots her a look from his seat, knowing this is the spark that will unleash a massive disaster. Alicia's got that awful look on her face again, and Tweet knows, soon enough, he's gonna be forced to haul the entire school on his back. The very next day, Alicia snaps into a whole new version of herself, and it's not the kind that gets better. She starts ditching class, and the other students quickly clock that something's way off about her. Maze is freaking out, begging everyone to see it. Alicia shows up at committee meetings, then pretends the rest doesn't even exist. Even if someone tries to talk to her, she just cuts them off with a sharp snarl, like, "Yep, that's the I'm about to commit a crime" vibe she's famous for. Tweet snaps out of it and stops studying altogether. She's going all in on leveling up her combat skills, 100%. He can already tell by that terrifying look, she's absolutely plotting an assassination at the event. We jump to a carriage tearing through the countryside, and the tension keeps climbing. Every second screams bigger trouble. They roll up to the Turgon Dacha, this huge mansion that screams, "These are the big-shot nobles." A knight storms up to Robert Sama and blurts out the capital's guards have finally arrived. And would you look at that, here comes a girl who's totally giving cultured maid or undercover agent, stepping out to escort him like she's got a mission. Robert Turgon's silhouette hits the screen, and you already know this dude is about to be a huge jerk, one that Tweet's going to have to bring down hard. But does Alicia finally get her revenge, or is she walking straight into a trap? Find out next time. Yo, what's up, my cultured brothers? Today we're jumping back into the life of our secretly op main character, just trying to live in peace, but the waifus won't let him breathe. It kicks off with Tweet and his sidekick Glan, clocking that top-tier few Alicia has been straight-up ghosting class lately, and the whole school vibe feels empty and mid without her on display. Suddenly, Alicia pops up behind them looking like she hasn't slept in a week, and yeah, I'll admit it, even when she's stressed, she's still a straight-up certified baddie. She steps in, twaits him with that helpless little look, and begs him to be her special training partner for the next 3 days. Like the way she's staring, he's the last bottle of water in the entire desert. Tweet tries to play it cool like some total beta, but she literally erupts in his face and screams that she needs to get stronger right now, and the sheer audacity of her volume is absolutely unhinged. She's acting like her life is on the line, like if she doesn't level up in the next 72 hours, she's done, and you can practically feel the frantic desperation buzzing off her. Our boy pushes her for answers, begging her to spill the tea about why she's tripping, but she guards her secrets like it's her full-time job. That Tweet's pure gigachad energy. He tells her to her face he's not about to step on landmines just for laughs, and she just stands there, utterly crushed. Alicia's so tilted, she looks ready to start a boss fight in the hallway, and then Tweet just strolls off like he's already won. Yeah, even the background NPCs can tell something's seriously off with our girl, and Tweet snaps to it. He can't just pretend this thick plot thread isn't real. He decides it's time to cash in a favor from his superior, the absolute dummy, Chris, because he needs the real 411 on Alicia's true identity. Fast forward to the day before the joint drills, and as soon as Tweet spots Alicia in the hallway, he corners her for a quick talk, because he knows she's about to do something reckless. He hits her with a logic bomb, saying her real name, Alicia Sparendo, and her whole face drains of color like she's just spotted her bank account crashed after the biggest Steam sale ever. She's freaking out that he knows her secret, but Tweet just shrugs off her panic, sliding past his infobroker connections like none of it matters. We catch a quick glimpse of Mommy Chris in her office, looking insanely fine, as she leans in and tells us Alicia is actually the daughter of a legendary hero. Turns out her dad was Gali Esperando, straight up a walking cheat code during the last Great War. This dude was the walking definition of a Chad, an absolute hero among heroes that had everyone staring up at him. They swear he died like a hero, holding the line so the hero's party could retreat, but yeah, in these trashy stories, the twist always comes. Chris blurts out that something is seriously off. Those mercenaries who were supposed to back him up are found dead in some totally different location. It's like some third party wiped them out, and Tweet's already catching the stink of rot spreading through this kingdom. The truth is even uglier. Gallia got backstabbed by the people he trusted most, and they even ripped a precious pendant from his dead wife. The mastermind behind the hit was Duke Robert Turgand, a total weak villain, who hired mercenaries to silence the hero, all because he was terrified of being caught for his corruption. Now it's crystal clear, Alicia's on a mission for blood, and she'll cut through anyone in her way to get it. Tweet snaps at her to quit the revenge scheme, because she's walking straight into a suicide mission, and surviving is basically impossible. He tells her that revenge built on destruction will only hollow her out, but Alicia's so deep in vengeance that she just won't hear a word. She's nowhere near ready, but she's betting everything on this joint drill, because it's her only chance to get close to the Duke and end him. Turns out the Duke is a total coward. He won't step past his borders unless he brings a whole pocket army of guards, and getting him out like this is a once-in-a-lifetime shot. She's ready to burn her whole life just to watch that man bleed, and her eyes are blazing with that fearless, unhinged girl energy we all secretly crave. Tweet swings the power of friendship card and warns that her friends will crumble if they lose her, but she insists they'll just move on and forget her. Tweet is totally stunned that she'd talk about herself like she's nothing, and Alicia just strides up to him like she owns the moment. "I've got nothing left to lose, Riz." She steps straight into his personal space and hits him with a wild question. "If you became my lover, would it make me stop? And I swear, if a wife I liked asked me that, I'd be rock hard in seconds." Pain burns in her eyes, yet she refuses to stop. She's still trying to play him. Tweet stares her straight in the eye, and for one wild second, it feels like the whole universe is about to go full cinema. Then boom, she actually plants a kiss on him. "Tell me you saw that, boys," she's going all in. After the lip lock, she realizes Tweet didn't even twitch. His guard stayed locked in the whole time, and that's when she knows he's the ultimate gigachad. She strides into the light and begs him not to stop her. Then Tweet realizes she's already gone too far for anything he can say. The day of the joint drills is finally here, and the entire academy is buzzing like the Super Bowl just kicked off. The Royal Knights are putting on a full-on spectacle, and Glenn's out here acting like a walking, talking superfan for the true luminous order. Right away, the top two royal guards shine like legends, but you and I both know the real power is creeping in from the shadows. Then we finally get to see Robert Turgand himself, and wow, he comes off like a greedy NPC who's about to get hit with a serious reality check. The executive committee drops the bombshell, mock battles pitting students against the knights, and Tweet instantly clocks it. Alicia is just waiting for the perfect moment to hit. Every student is daydreaming about getting scouted, but our boy Tweet is locked in, studying the field like a total pro. Glenn's practically bursting with fire as he prepares to flex his skills, probably hoping to win over the cute girls watching from the crowd. Tweet decides to jump in too, snatching an adult sword, because he knows he doesn't need a real edge to cut these guys down. He finally comes face to face with Lauren Delight, the Order's captain, who's supposed to be an absolute monster. Tweet is trying to prove how tough a surface hero really is, especially against the darkness of the shadow world he came from. The captain orders him to come at him, and you can already tell, this cocky move is about to come back and bite him hard. A single tweet lights up rage, and he rockets forward so fast the captain can barely even keep him in sight, straight up top-tier MC speed flex. He rockets forward like a blur, and the captain's confidence instantly flips. His face goes from "I'm in charge" to "Wait, what is happening?" Their swords collide with a deafening crack, and the shockwaves scream to the whole crowd. This isn't just some ordinary student brawl. That tweet is straight up frying him, showing off moves a normal student shouldn't stand a chance against. The captain snaps into full focus, launches an all-out attack, and makes it clear he's not taking things seriously, he's just toying with him. Our boy S holding back so hard it's almost insulting, and somehow he's dangling the captain right into a trap. He spots a razor-thin gap in the captain's guard. Now he's about to strike and deliver the sauce. The captain's ego takes a brutal hit. No student's supposed to push him that hard, but once the mental battle's already slipping away, it's too late. Turns out the sword was nothing but bait, and that tweet just set up a follow-up attack so brutal the captain's gonna reel like he got hit in the soul. He traps him in place with sheer fixation, then lands a strike that's pure hype. The captain's totally rattled, because he just realized he's gone up against someone on a whole other tier. Tweetlands hurls a punch that lands hard, but right after it, he grumbles to himself that it somehow didn't hit quite as clean as he'd wanted. The ref calls it and the captain just stands there, stunned, thinking how on earth he nearly got smoked by some teenager. Every single person in that crowd freezes, minds lagging, trying to reboot after the absolute cinema they just got served. Next, Tweet just shrugs it off like a total pro, saying he forgot to hold back like, that's the ultimate flex. The captain's a good sport, no doubt, and admitting he'd been honored to spar with someone that's skilled was a real moment. He asks for Tweet's name, and our guy just hands it over, calm as ice, then strolls off like it's nothing. Tweet clocks the captain's raw strength, but his thoughts are already sprinting back to the mission, and the Duke. Chris goes to Mommy again, demanding to know if the Bureau will finally do something about that corrupt Duke. Chris explains that even though the guy's a full-blown criminal, the higher-ups swear he's good for the kingdom, the kind of classic NPC reasoning that screams no-brainer logic. Chris looks absolutely stunning in her uniform, then the truth hits hard. Grim Alicia is closing in and making her move tonight. Tweet finally realizes her hate won't calm down until the Duke is dead, so she's pushed him to make a choice at last. He's not stopping her, he's letting the chaos explode, and then he'll swoop in and clean up the mess like the total gigachad he is. Tweet is trading blows with the captain, and Bro is moving like he just flipped on a lag switch. This is the final round of the mock battle, and he's coming off as a straight-up Chad. The captain's drenched in sweat because he finally realizes, way too late, that Tweet is on another level, just one clean hit, and this old NPC looks straight-up cooked. Spurring S over and Tweet's suddenly acting like he's the humble one, like he didn't just fold that man. They shake hands, but we all know who the real gigachad is. The captain demands his name, and our boy drops Tweet with pure edgy MC swagger. Yeah, you can practically hear the captain's brain getting haunted rent-free. And everybody's freaking out because Twade actually clipped a top-tier captain. Bro's been glazing him so hard right now, it's almost painful to watch. But look at our girl Alicia in the back. She's way too quiet. Tweet clocks her acting suspicious because she still hasn't made a move. We pan over to this absolute beast of a noble, Robert Turgand, basically a Discord mod with a fancy title, because his security is so locked down, nobody's getting anywhere near him, not even if they tried. Tonight, Alicia's finally making her move, sending that fat pig straight to the Shadow Realm, and she's doing it for one reason, revenge for her father. And the audacity of this guy, it's about to get him erased, no mercy. Start by staring into those eyes. She snapped into full psycho mode, boys. And yeah, the saying's true, never mess with a waifu who has absolutely nothing left to lose. Time to dive into a gut punch of a backstory, because every villain needs one, and Gallia was her entire universe, her father, the one person she lived for. This legendary captain, known as the Swords Demon, was a straight-up Chad and the strongest in the whole order, and on top of that, he was a top-tier girl dad, so what comes next hits even harder. Little Alicia was out there swinging steel, while the other NPCs sat around playing dolls, and all she could think about was becoming just like her old man. Papagalia asks if she wants to be a knight, and she says yes without hesitation, because right then, he's about to spill a piece of wisdom that's going to stick with her forever. He tells her to live a straight-up, honest life, and it sounds badass until you realize how many people still get absolutely wrecked just trying to tell the truth. And wow, that jawline, peak genetics, no debate. He tells them a knight's sword has to be straight, same as their heart, and yeah, it's sweet and wholesome, but in this trashy world, that kind of honesty is basically disaster waiting to happen. Those headpats are 100% real, and little Alicia is out here glowing with pure cuteness. One thing threatens that smile and I'm throwing hands. Then the great human war erupts, and Dad has to leave to lock down the bag. He stops coming home, and yeah, you already see where this is headed. She's out there grinding through the snow alone, solo leveling her way straight into that crushing loneliness, and the dedication is flat out unreal, like she's basically the female version of a shonen hype man. Years drag by, the war finally starts to fade, and she's practically vibrating because she gets to see her dad again. Then she even has a letter all set, like the sweetest person ever. Just look at that pure smile. She's already picturing all the praise she'll rake in for her sword skills, and right now, this calm is the calm before the emotional damage hits like a truck. Then the death notice finally drops, and you're buzzing so hard, only to get blindsided by the ultimate L. They told her he'd died with honor so the hero's party could slip away, total Chad energy, but it absolutely shattered our girl. She swears she'll live by his teachings even though he's gone, and the tears hit hard. She's crying, I'm crying, and yeah, we're all down bad, desperate for her to find happiness right now. Then bam, some random servant of Robert Turgan shows up and hands over a memento, and just like that, the story starts thickening like oatmeal on a hot stove. The servant gets all jittery and blurts out what she knows about her father and Robert. Turns out they weren't exactly friends. He slipped in and overheard them bickering behind a locked door where nobody was supposed to be, and yeah, Robert was running shady business while Dad was not having any of it. Embezzlement got thrown out, and now the servants convinced Robert murdered her dad just to shut him up, because this betrayal hits personal. She jumps into the other knights and straight up confirms the whole thing was sus as hell. Then they spill everything with zero filters, because they actually liked her dad. Robert hired mercenaries to back him up, but they violated in the worst way and left him to die. Then Robert snapped and executed the knights who turned on him. This guy doesn't just hate, he's a certified hater. The truth smacks her like a truck. Her father's death was a cold, calculated scheme by Fat Noble, and boom, the absolute cinema. The revenge arc officially has her hooked. Her father lived by the rules his whole life, and then a sick, twisted monster murdered him. She's falling apart now, and honestly, I can't blame her one bit for wanting blood. She decides she's still going to survive, no games, then she barrels straight for Robert's throat, and honestly, that kind of ruthless logic is exactly what I respect. Boys, look at that face. She's done with peace, she's hunting Robert's death, and that right there is pure waifu energy. So yeah, don't expect mercy, don't want to end up a ghost. Right now, she's staring at Robert, clocking every move, trying to figure out how to slip past his guards, because that guy is so huge he probably bends space with his own gravity. She spots Tweet sparring again, and boom, realizes he's way faster than he was during the entrance test, and yeah, he's been low-key hiding his real power this whole time. Now she's freaking out because if Tweet ends up siding with the enemy, her entire revenge plan is dead on arrival, and she knows Tweet is a total wild card. She tells herself to stay ice cold, because if she misses this shot, it's over. The tension is so brutal I'm not even gonna lie, I'm getting hard just from the pressure. We're using the equipment transport as our disguise to slip into the castle, straight up classic stealth mission solid Snake vibes. Robert's on his way to a fancy dinner party, no full squad of bodyguards this time, and that's the perfect setup for a straight up, eat the rich moment. I'm ending it all today, she's locked in, and you can practically feel it, somebody's about to lose their head. She strides off and Tweet just freezes there, staring like he's seeing something he can't unsee. He's got that I read the script vibe, and he knows something S about to go down. Look at those eyes, Twyat is basically the human wait for it caption, and he's not simping, he's just watching the chaos unfold. The moon hangs high, the night feels brutal, and now it's time to pull off a high-stakes assassination. She's creeping through the crates like a full-on ninja, and if she gets caught at his game over, boom, she's got that plot armor saving her. Watch the tactical skirt boy's maximum mobility, maximum murder is coming. She's closing in on Robert, and you can bet her heart's going a mile a minute. She hops down from the wagon and drops in perfectly, like she owns the place. And honestly, the castle security is a joke if a student can waltz in this easily. And there he is, the target himself. Robert strides into the castle alone, like some clueless NPC, practically begging to get jumped. Hold up, he's not going inside at all. He's storming straight for the garden, and it's way better than she ever dared to imagine. Under the moon, the garden looks breathtaking, like the perfect spot for a calm stroll, right up, until you realize it's also where they do the brutal executions. He's completely alone with zero guards, and Alicia trails behind him, stunned she got this chance, because this guy is basically walking straight into his own grave. You mean I can actually kill him? The thought slams into her, and her grip on reality starts slipping fast. That smile right there was where the chaos began, and honestly, it's terrifying as hell, and I absolutely love it. She's chanting, I can kill him, like it's a cursed spell, and yeah, we've officially hit peak psycho waifu territory. She's barreling in like she's got a death wish, and her whole vibe is the dumb ways to die video by Robert, pure absolute madness. Her mind is screaming, just do it, asterisk, and the moment her hand draws her sword, there's no going back, only forward. She refuses to calm down because her rage is the only fuel keeping her upright, and Robert is about to get blindsided by the surprise of a lifetime. Boom, one clean swing, and Robert's head whips through the air like it's weightless, and that isn't just a kill, it's a damn masterpiece. Blood stains everything, she's gasping like she just survived a war, and at last, it's over, the deed is finished. She erupts into maniacal laughter because she actually sent his head flying. This is straight-up Joker-level mental meltdown. I'm freaking thrilled, she's blushing, and her whole body's covered in blood. Now I'm stuck. Do I panic, or do I walk up and ask for her number? She replays tweet in her head and suddenly realizes she's still alive, still kicking, and somehow she beat the odds. Adrenaline's fading fast, and now the full weight of what she just did is crashing down on her. Because yeah, murder is one hell of a drug, boys. So now what? She finally understood she'd burned her whole life for this one instant, and when it arrived, she had absolutely nothing left. She'd only ever lived for revenge, never for what came after. And now, after trading her old life for assassination, how in the world was she supposed to live a simple, straightforward day? She shrugs and turns back to the academy like decapitating a high-ranking noble was no big deal. Casual. The next day rolls around and she's back at school like nothing ever happened. Then boom, who's there waiting for her? The man, the myth, the legend. He just blurts her name and boom, tension snaps tight in the air because he's not guessing, he knows for sure. She tells him she ended it all, and he just shrugs. Yeah, I figured. The tweet is so wild he can't even pretend to be surprised. She admits her chest feels hollow, and yeah, it turns out revenge doesn't actually patch a broken trauma, who knew? But she feels like her life got switched off, and the worst part is that tweet only drops a yeah, I get it reply, like the most bro response ever. She realizes her life was basically won by sheer luck, because if even one guard had glanced back, she would have been dead meat. Tweet just stands there, straight up begging to be taken as a snack, while she pours her heart out without holding back. She leans in and asks him what she's even supposed to do now that her life's mission is over, because she needs a reason to keep breathing and pushing forward. They fall into a deadly silence, and you can almost see sparks flying, or maybe that's just the bloodlust still burning in the air. Tweet tells her to go straight to the infirmary and take it easy, like, don't stress, I've got this covered. Thanks Tweet, she just got her whole future back, and it looks like our guy's about to be a huge part of it. Absolute cinema. Yo, what's up my cultured kings? Today we got a spicy one. Alicia thinks she's finally done with that edgy revenge arc, but she's sitting there looking wrecked and hollow, like she just realized running around as a murder hobo definitely doesn't pay the bills. Fam, look at those eyes. She's totally drained, like everything's been sucked dry. I'd let her lean on my shoulder to cry, but I'm glued to this absolute cinema right now. Back in class, our teacher showed up looking absolutely ridiculous, and yeah, I almost said mommy. Sorry. Then Glenn started whispering like a little snitch because Alicia is skipping class again. Tweet just sits there, acting like his usual beta self, while Alicia blurts out that wiping out her target didn't make her feel like a gigachad, it only left her empty inside. She finally storms in late, looking way too good, and the teacher doesn't even care. Bet Tweet's fully cooked the second he clocks her walking in. Glenn's over here trying to play it cool like he's being a bro, but come on, we all know he's got his heart set on the plot. The whole squad starts fawning over her, bombarding her with "you okay?" and snapping up any chance to help. Man, I wish I had a waifu squad that loyal. Alicia flashes a smile so bright it could chase away depression, and she thanks them for nodding like total NPCs. Then Mize barrels in, acting shady as hell about having business in town. Girl, we both know you're just out here buying more ribbons for that hair. Turns out she wants to join the Adventurers Guild, and honestly, it's basically the I want to be the main character starter pack. She's all awawa, acting like she's weak, but we all know she's secretly got that riz. Alicia's just sitting back, watching it unfold, thinking about everything she missed. Alicia starts daydreaming about freedom, and you just know the story is about to blow wide open and get brutally messy. Suddenly, the whole crew is buzzing, ready to hit the guild, pure fun and games, until someone loses an eye or, judging by this manga, they drop their soul. Glan and Twait trail right behind them like the ultimate bodyguards, though honestly, part of me thinks they're just there begging for a fan service moment. That tweet is coming in way too intense. Chill, you're not even in the edit yet. Alicia finally starts feeling glad she's still alive, and that's the biggest death flag in manga history. Never, ever say you're happy, because the story will hear you and cook you alive. And just like that, right on cue, this hooded gigachat drops into the alleyway, and the energy screams, I'm about to end this man's whole career. Tweet's spider sense is screaming. He can feel disaster rushing in faster than my crypto portfolio can tank. The The hooded man charges in like a final boss with pure audacity, then Tweet actually moves. He snaps his guard up and blocks a straight-up assassination with a tiny knife absolute riz. Look at him go, my boy is finally shredding the beta allegations with that speed. A casual Tweet drops the bomb. If he hadn't stepped in, Alicia would have been decapitated. Talk about a total vibe killer, right? The assassin yanks out a sword he stole from the royal castle, and Alicia's face is priceless, like someone just exposed her browser history. He asks if she recognizes the blade, and Alicia's hands start trembling, because this isn't some random mob, this is personal. She's literally shaking with pure terror. Yeah, I know some of you are into that, you absolute degenerates. Tweet realizes she's totally outmatched and tells her to bail. Then, finally, a genius MC steps in and doesn't waste 3 chapters just yapping. They bolt off, leaving Gland and Mice eating dust. Sorry bros, the story only got space for the main couple right now. Gland tries to play hero and cut down the pursuers. Big mistake, buddy, because you're just an NPC with 0 plot armor. He swings to throw down, but the assassin just shrugs it off like it's nothing. Glenn is getting completely cooked. The assassin doesn't even glance at the side characters. He's got one mission in his head, and it's locked on thick waifu Alicia. Tweet yells for everyone to run while he takes on the heavy lifting, and Bro finally steps up like a straight-up Chad. Mize is freaking out, but she knows the truth. She's just dead weight right now, so she has to run, save herself, and leave those assets for the next volume. The Tweet hits them with, I believe in you, which is basically a neon sign saying, I'm about to pull off something insanely cool, and you'll miss it if you blink. The assassin leans in and tells Tweet, hand over the girl and you can walk away. Most simps would have bolted, but Tweet's stubborn resolve doesn't budge, she's locked in. The assassin suddenly realizes he can't move, then he snaps into action and goes straight for the kill, and boom, the animation budget just tripled this fight. Tweet is ducking and dodging like a blur, but he's hanging by a thread. Then he snatches Alicia and bolts into a side alley, hunting for the one tactical opening he can actually use. They're sprinting through the shadows, gasping and drenched in sweat, and yeah, I already know what you're thinking. Keep it in your pants. That assassin won't quit. He slashes with a massive blade like he's hunting bosses in Elden Ring. The Tweet gets hit and Bro starts leaking. Yeah, things are getting real bad for our guy. The assassin jumps right in, starts trash-talking and taunts him like, I'm impressed considering you're just a student. The disrespect, absolutely brutal. Oh damn, Tweet gets straight up gutted. A sword drives through his gut like a bullet through paper, and that's it, he's done. Alicia just watches in pure horror as he coughs up blood. Fam, this is some seriously dark shit. Even with a hole ripped through his chest, he fights through the pain and screams at her to run. His sheer willpower is absolutely unreal. Then Alicia bolts, sobbing like her heart's breaking, because the only guy who actually cared just got wiped out. She's sure he's never coming back. The hopium is officially at 0%. Right on the screen, it straight up flashes, der idea, and if that isn't the ultimate bait-and switch, I don't know what is. She slams into a dead end, and there he is, waiting like a storm in a hooded cloak. Deadly, awful, talk about bad luck and worse timing. But wait, Trevio was here too. Those pesky little pests stepped in his way, he groaned. Oh no, please don't tell me they're actually doing this. They dumped Glan and Mize, bodies right in front of her. No warning, no mercy. Talk about brutal. They just wiped out the entire support cast in one single chapter. Look at them, just crumpled in the dirt like it's over already, and then this manga hits 0 to 100 in the blink of an eye. Alicia's completely losing it, full-on mental meltdown, and this is peak gut-wrenching suffering. She's screaming at the sky, begging, why would you make us do something this horrible, girl? Because you're in a revenge manga, what did you think would happen? The assassin tears off his armor, and that true, glowing power spills out, because this isn't some random thug, it's a whole night order. Alicia freezes in paralysis, then the truth hits like a punch. She's not the only one out for revenge. We're the same, you know. This is the kind of you and me aren't so different truth you can't ignore. She trips, crashes down, and shatters completely. Then the assassin leans in and demands why she kept running when she knew this end was waiting. Karma hits like a brick, and it's here to collect. He starts spilling the lore. Turns out they're war orphans, rescued by the very guy Alicia just killed. That twist hits like a truck. They spent their whole lives chasing a way to repay him, but the war shut every door in their faces. And then she struck, murdered him before they could even get their revenge. So yeah, she's officially the villain in someone else's story now. He lays into her hard, roasting the fact that she's suddenly clinging to her life, when she already torched her future for revenge. And yeah, he's spitting straight up facts. 3 of her friends are dead because of her karma, and now she's completely wrecked, mentally broken and physically drained. She's crying on the dirt, finally swallowing the truth. This is all her fault, and the guilt is crushing her way harder than that sword ever did. She remembers Tweet's words like a punch to the gut. Revenge is a zero-sum game, and she realizes, way too late, that bro was basically a philosopher the whole time. But just look at her crying. Those tears don't stop the artist from reading the room, because even in despair, she knows exactly what the men of culture want to see. She finally cracks and admits her revenge was trash, and now she's itching to dive straight into hell, because wow, what a glow-up in her whole character arc. A blade presses her throat, right now, right here, and this is where our fallen Santa's story finally ends. The assassin leans in and orders her to cling to those words, because in the afterlife, they'll matter, and the way he says it, I scold. He lifts the blade for the execution, then I'm like, I'll pay you $10 if you can guess who storms in. She's kneeling there, begging for death's sweet release. So much tension hangs in the air, you could cut it down with that sword. But wait, out of nowhere, a brand new hooded guy steps into the scene, and pure main character energy practically blasts off him. Alicia snaps her head up, and there he is, Tweet. He's decked out in that venging night gear, so tell me, what if he's a gigachad in disguise? We're gonna have to sit tight and wait for the next one to know for sure. Absolute cinema. Yo, check out the wafers on the cover. Silver-haired cutie and that thick redhead are front and center, looking like they're about to kick some major action. These assets are straight-up cinema, but let's be real, we're really here for the plot, or the plot only, if you catch my drift. We kick things off with our boy, Twait, looking like a full-on edgelord as he stalks through the shadows. Look at those dead eyes. He's completely locked in, and he's about to crash this party like a freight train. Alicia's out here spiraling, convinced her failed revenge mission just wiped out all her homies for good. She's getting hit with flashbacks of that brutal backstab, and man, she looks totally shattered right now. Tweet steps in and warns her, brace yourself, I'm about to unload huge spoilers for your own good. He lets it slip this whole ambush was nothing but a setup, a sham he staged just to hammer home a lesson to her. She's staring at him like, bruh, are you serious right now, as her whole world starts collapsing. Yeah, he cooked up fake heads of her friends with alchemy, straight up audacity from our MC. He tells her the attacker was his old coworker, and the whole day was a setup, meant to prove to her face just how badly she's failing. She can't believe it, he played her so hard, and the worst part, she thought he was nobody. He confirms the guy she thought she murdered is still alive, breathing, laughing, and living it up. Turns out she just stabbed the doll he'd set up ahead of time. Yeah, Riz, that man's got infinite prep time. He tells her to calm down, quit being a simp for revenge, and meanwhile the artist blesses us with a top-tier view of her thighs. They both look like they got tossed through a blender, and they're wasting no time heading to the dressing room to grab fresh clothes. We cut to a calm park scene, because even shadow assassins need to catch their breath after they've spent the day messing with everyone's mind. A Tweet bursts in with fresh gear, and Alicia just sits there, stunned like, wait, I'm still not a murderer. He admits he may have pushed the psychological warfare a little too far, and the shocker is, this is one of the rare times he actually sees himself clearly. He tells her, yeah, it was just a play, but that's exactly how her self-destructive spiral would have ended in real life. She just stands there with her head down, staring in horror as it hits her. She almost tossed her entire life away for absolutely nothing. She breaks down, sobbing that even after she finally got her revenge, that empty feeling still won't leave her. She never once pictured a future for herself, and yeah, that is straight-up peak main character who never sees it coming energy. She couldn't see anything ahead but a cruel death. After she heard her friends were slaughtered, all she could think about was how she'd be next. Now all that's left in her head is this crushing, massive regret, because she was too careless to see the trap coming. Tweet finally believes the revenge fever's gone for good, so she can stop spiraling and live a normal life with him. He tells her real revenge isn't for amateurs. Once hatred grabs the wheel with no plan, it all collapses. That's his whole point, leave the killing to the pros, because they're the ones with real after-sales service. He strides off like a total Chad, then tells her, dead serious, that he's finally gonna take out the trash for real this time. Alicia's stuck there, staring, thinking, what kind of monster am I really stuck with at this school? Suddenly, Chris pops in. Look at those glasses and that outfit. She's absolutely a cultured dummy mommy, no doubt. Tweet plays it cool while Chris hunts for bugs on him because she already knows he's up to something shady. She passes over a mysterious case packed with a giant ring, and Tweet shoots us a Showtime smirk like he's about to make magic happen. We cut to this fancy noble's mansion, where the villains are probably plotting and patting themselves on the back like it's a damn sport. Inside the royal castle, everything's decked out with fancy plates and dead silence, like it's just quietly begging for disaster to strike. That fat noble Robert is acting like a total jerk. He's making his servant sip his wine first, checking for poison like it's some pathetic game. The servant is trembling like crazy, because Robert is a certified scumbag who treats the NPCs like they don't even matter. Robert is smugly bragging that his security is airtight, convinced nobody can touch him within the royal walls. His knight Lauren presses him, "What are you terrified of?" Because right now, they're standing in the safest spot in the whole kingdom. Robert's forehead breaks into sweat, like a warning sign, because someone is creeping in from the other side to come collect his soul. He brings up the Special Mission Army, the kingdom's secret boogeyman, because nobody in their right mind wants to run into them. These guys are like walking nightmares, ghosts that rip through people with techniques that no human should ever be able to use. They say one of those legends even took down Imagine all by himself when the hero couldn't even manage it. That's pure GigaChad energy. Lauren shrugs it off like it's just cap, and she can't wrap her head around how these guys are really that strong. Robert's standing over here looking guilty as sin, fully aware he left absolutely no proof of his crimes for the regular law to find. He's sure he's untouchable now, because every soul that ever knew about his betrayal is already gone. He straight up calls the knights loyal dogs in, like he's arming the perfect targets, and now that easy mode guy is practically waving a sign that says, "Please snipe me." They dive straight into recruitment, and Lauren drops the wild name, Tweet, a student who actually clawed a scratch into his armor. Suddenly, a servant storms in with a gift, sent by a relentless student who wouldn't miss the joint drills. Lawrence lets out a weary sigh and gives in for his students, sweet enough to deserve it. Little does he know he's already on the chopping block. The second he rips the box open, the room detonates with a blinding flash and thick smoke. Robert is shrieking that he can't see a damn thing, fully spiraling into panic like some trash-tier villain. That's exactly how they run things over there, scraping every dirty trick off the list to force a win. Lauren lunges to protect the fat man, but he's dragging so badly that whatever's next is already catching him. Tweet locks in, then blasts a punch straight through Robert's head. Instant game over, total wreckage for the loser. We finally catch a glimpse of the real Jack. This shadow hero has been murdering kings from the darkness all along. He's fully kitted in sniper gear, flashing the Terrarian kingdom's darker side, where peace is held tight by shadows. Ace number 28 is his code name, and make no mistake, he's not here to mess around with these nobles. He confirms the kill to his partner, and he's straight up dripping in that black assassin gear. He's taking aim with the BF-28 sniper wand, an insane weapon that only a top-tier sniper with his exact skills can actually make work. He peers through the scope one last time, then gives Robert the L he's been earning for all his crimes. Tweet finally clocks it. The Intelligence Bureau wasn't trying to help him at all. They were just hunting down Robert's secret books. Chris leans in and asks if that kill ever gave her any fulfillment, and meanwhile she's absolutely stunning in those frames. Yeah, I'm down bad. He stares at what he's done and it hits him. After he kills the Demon King, it feels like nothing at all, like he just finished some pointless chore. But today hit different. This wasn't just for the country, and it definitely wasn't some little mission for Alicia's sake. For the first time in his life, he took a life just because he wanted to, and it didn't hit him with a single shred of guilt. And just like that, he strides back to his calm little life like the ultimate boss, straight up clocking out of a brutal 9 to 5. The very next day, everything at the academy is back to normal, and the whole building looks downright majestic. Alicia slams a newspaper onto the desk and straight up demands, right to Tweet's face, whether he's the one behind the assassination. Tweet acts clueless, while Alicia leans on her sharp, womanly intuition to crack his real identity. She still remembers her dad telling her that some people guard the country using powers and tactics that have nothing to do with knights. She shoots him those painfully, down bad, eyes and hits him with a real heartfelt thank you for everything he's done. Their bro barges in at the worst time, right when class is about to start, and somehow turns into the ultimate wingman failure. Alicia just blurts out, "So, should we be lovers? We already kissed, and oh my god, are you hearing them?" because they're screaming like crazy. Meanwhile, the homie in the back is straight up losing his mind, yelling for a full explanation on how this sudden riz even happened. Tweet suddenly realizes this calm life is priceless, and he'll fight to protect it, even if it's chaotic, messy, and packed with simps. He glances back at the old him, the one who fought like time was about to run out, and tells himself, it's okay now. They march into the academy as a crew, and I swear, this ending is pure cinema. Yo boys, welcome back to the channel where we munch on the finest cultured trash. And we've got an edgy MC looking like he's about to walk on stage and absolutely solo the whole verse, just like on that cover. We kick things off out in the fields, where a dark void energy hangs in the air, and there's this girl who's basically begging for a hug, with a hero right on her heels. Reaching for freedom like I'm snatching the last slice of pizza after a brutal 12-hour bender. Jolting awake in a cold sweat, you realize the nightmare wasn't some random fear. It was your life with no top-tier waifu by your side. Girl Maze looks so precious it's unreal, and she's crying her heart out like it's illegal in at least 12 different kingdoms. Back to school, and this absolute NPC gland is out here wrestling herbs like it's doomed, while our boy Tweet just kicks back and relaxes like a total boss. Mai steps in and saves his grade, straight-up hero mode, because she's basically an angel with a heart of pure gold. Gland's potion looks like straight-up radioactive sludge, but Mai's is about to school these peasants on how a real one is made. She's out here whipping up a freestyle recipe like a total rebel, straight up ignoring every rule. Boom, out of nowhere, a level 2 potion drops, and the moment you scan Sylphia Sensei's assets, it's game over. She's 100% a Dami mommy in training. Mai's acting like it's pure coincidence, but come on, we all know she's hiding that riz underneath. Sensei dares her to do a taste test, and I swear, I'd gulp down whatever this woman hands me without even blinking. That potion is pure fire, now Gland's scrambling to charm his way into getting just a sip. Look at that smooth pouring technique. This girl is way too refined to be just some street commoner. She gets all flustered and turns into chaos, while Glenn just downs the whole thing like a total frat boy. Everyone's busy gulping down the potion flavor like it's amazing, while the MC's just sitting there thinking, why do battlefield meds always taste like straight-up dirt? Glenn is riding high on massive expectations for that level 5 potion, convinced it'll turn him into a total Jagachad. Sensei lays down some mind-blowing lore about the elixir, the ultimate miracle potion that can even rip the dead back from beyond. Turns out they've only managed to make 5 in 10 years, because the ingredients are rarer than a loyal waifu in some hilariously unhinged, hairy anime. While everyone's chanting healing and peace, our boy Tweet is out here cooking up sleep gas like a menace straight out of a nightmare. Alicia storms in and tells the MC to never change, because yeah, she's absolutely down bad for our boy, and we can't help but love it. Flashback when the MC slammed the brakes on her revenge arc, then showed him her real self for the very first time. MC is a straight-up genius, then it clicks that Mize is playing the hidden identity game too. Mize is acting way too classy for some regular student, like even the way she perches on that bench is straight-up top tier. She tries to play the role of a greedy glutton to blend in, but she ends up choking like a total rookie, and it's absolutely hilarious. MC's internal monologue hits like a gut punch. I see you, girl, and I know you're hiding something huge. Duty hits the transmission card, and the MC gets yanked away. He's got to sprint off and pull some secret shadow work for the Bureau. Mai's gut is screaming. She can feel her peaceful everyday life is moments away from getting absolutely wrecked. It's Chris on the line, and he's telling MC, man, it's finally time, pay back that favor from back then. The Intelligence Bureau is calling you 2-8, official, and now I'm about to end your whole career. Mission, protect a princess who slipped into school in stealth mode, and honestly, it sounds like the opening to a peak rom-com anime. The princess has bolted from the palace, fed up with those lifeless royal meetings and suffocating stiff dresses. MC can't believe it. Why are her own country's guards slacking so hard they feel like NPCs with no brain? It's all politics, boys. They're trying to keep this under wraps so it doesn't explode into a full-on global disaster. The MC suddenly clocks the client for what they really are, a massive power with zero intention of owing a damn thing to another country. Rule 1, the princess must never learn he's her secret bodyguard, so he flips into full stealth mode, no noise, no trace. And yeah, some criminal crews are plotting a kidnapping for ransom, so MC's about to crack some skulls tonight. And the princess's name is Mitchellier's Arcadia, sounds so fancy it screams trouble. At school she goes by Mise Howens, so yeah, the plot thickens fast, like Sensei's thighs in the afternoon sun. MC is totally stunned. Mise isn't just some character, she's actually his real friend, and this is straight-up cinema. Chris is losing her mind because MC somehow charmed the princess out of nowhere. No effort, no warning, just pure chaos. MC finally gets the green light to use his beloved partner, and nah, I'm not talking some waifu, I mean his massive sniper rifle. Chris tells him good luck, and MC's basically bracing to grab some souls, while pulling off the coolest look in the room. The very next morning, some hooded NPC is already squatting in the shadows, lurking like a straight-up creep. MC clocks him instantly with nowhere to hide, and you can't help but grin, watching real pro skill unfold right in front of you. He fires off a bullet spell and drops that guy so fast he doesn't even get a chance to realize what hit him. One shot, one kill. Our boy is built different, and these villains, pure fodder. MC straight up asks, is it cool if I just kill him? Cold-blooded gigachat energy and zero hesitation. He's back in student mode, but that old assassin itch hits him again after all this time. Mai spots him and drags him along to school, like, look at this pure, wholesome glow after all that violence. She's acting all humble about not having skills, but the MC knows the truth. She's a literal princess with unreal potential. He decides to show up every morning as her personal escort until this whole mess finally simmers down. Lunch hits and Mai's gone again, like she just vanished off the map, probably off doing some secret princess mission. She's not doing anything mysterious at all. She's just grinding with her sensei, studying like her life depends on it, and honestly, watching her lock in on those books is seriously adorable. The bespectacled NPC rolls up on the MC and starts acting like he's got the big secret all figured out. He swears he can spot who the MC really is at a glance, and I'm like, wait, is this guy some kind of top-tier agent? And now he just clocks MC staring at Mai like she's his whole world, like a doting dad, and calls it the biggest roast to his riz. Turns out it's a full-blown fan club of simps, and Glenn's already one of the main leaders. Mai's freaking out because she's got the whole idol package, and the moment she realizes it, her face goes full blush, pure 10-10 culture. MC can't believe it. Why does nobody recognize her face? She's basically the Academy's most insane hidden gem, and everyone's missing it. He trails her to find out what she's doing, and right as he's closing in, he hears her humming a sweet little tune to herself. She's literally rehearsing her idol intro in total secret. Dessous dessous. My heart can't handle this level of pure, wholesome culture. For one terrifying second, the MC loses her, but he snaps right back onto the trail, stalking her like a true bloodhound. She's at the training grounds, grinding her magic from scratch, chasing strength like it's her destiny, because we all love a dedicated queen. She's grinding hard, training nonstop to master self-defense spells so she can stand on her own. MC looks at her own grind and can't hide the genuine awe. She's forging her own path, royal blood or not. But those rats are still swarming around the school gates, hanging back and waiting to strike the moment they get the opening. MC snatches one of the assassins, shoves him in front of him, and growls, do F *****ing ruin this. That's peak, unhinged MC energy. He stumbles on poison and top-tier gear, and that's when it hits. These aren't some random thugs, they're trained professional killers. The MC runs into Mai's again, smiling like nothing ever happened, like he didn't just choke a guy out a minute ago. He's escorting her back and quietly mapping out the dorm like a mastermind. Yeah, that's my high IQ king right there. Mai's beams at him, thanking him for dropping her off, and you can tell she's so innocent it feels like she doesn't belong in a world this dangerous. MC spots her exact room from the street, and he's basically a professional stalker, just doing it for a good cause. Now the lights cut out, the princess is getting ready to sleep, and our MC is just revving up for his night shift. He's not just chasing the mission anymore, he's doing it because he genuinely cares about his homie. He's protecting her by choice, and nobody is going to tear that promise apart. No way, not while he's watching. This time, he's doing it like a tweet, no longer just an agent, so watch the massive character development explode. And we slam the episode shut with some top-tier colored art of a silver-haired waifu. Mommy, I swear, mommy. Look at those stockings and the library vibe, straight up peak atmosphere, but the text goes, nope, it's not the same girl, and that feels like a huge tease setting up what's coming next. Look at this edgy bro right here, scarf swinging like he's about to drop the coldest fantasy mixtape, trying way too hard to look like a side character, but trust me, he's the hidden goat. So our boy Tweet is playing the long game, acting like Mai's secret bodyguard, even though she's really a runaway princess. Just imagine being top-tier royal and still choosing to mingle with this bunch of losers at an academy. So the MC's boss straight up tells him to keep his riz dialed down, because if anyone clocks who he truly is, the whole mission goes up in flames. Classic I'm secretly a god energy, but he has to play the NPC mask to survive, and I'm obsessed with how insanely bold that is. The whole squad pulls up to the academy. Yeah, it's basically the same fantasy school template as everywhere else, but at least the buildings look way better than the MC's social skills. Alright boys, check out today's squad. Mai's, the cute princess, is here, and Alicia's serving full mommy energy. Mai's wants to roll straight to the Adventurers Guild, and if she told me to show up anywhere, I'd fold instantly. The crew's buzzing to go register, but the MC's stuck back there stewing over the messy farce he had to pull earlier. while he's out here playing 4D chess, and his friends are just thrilled to be part of it. They finally stumble into the Adventurers Guild, basically the fantasy version of a temp agency, where they toss you a handful of copper coins and tell you to kill rats. Glamorous, right? Mize is freaking out, probably praying her plot armor holds up for a rank F quest, while Alicia just cruises in the back like she's already the main character of a way better manga. This place inside is straight up louder than a Discord server after you drop a new wife. Like, it reeks of sweet tavern booze, cheap rot, and broken dreams all mixed together. Right when the vibe should have peaked, a blonde-haired NPC barges in, and the second you clock his face, you know he's a total beta who's about to get absolutely roasted. Meet Sieg Falchion, hero course student, acting like a total gigachad just because his dad is a baron, and he flexes so hard alongside Rosglaze it's honestly cringy to watch. Sieg starts hurling nasty trash at commoners like he won't get brought down, but the MC already shut him up in a duel. Now he's just throwing a tantrum like a sore loser. The bully realizes he's way outmatched and scurries off like a kicked puppy, and Glenn's just standing there, genuinely disappointed there wasn't a real fight, pure big energy bro vibes. Hold up, check out this receptionist. Sorry, she's breaking down the difference between Type 1 and Type 2 licenses, but I bet half of you still aren't reading the speech bubbles. To earn that cool license, you've got to survive a brutal combat test and a wild magic test. Yeah, it's basically the SATs, except the questions come with swords and fireballs. Mai's eyes light up with full-on sparkle because she's itching to explore dungeons, radiating that female lead vibe, adorably wholesome and all. She's rambling about the mysteries of the deep, and honestly, it's her sheer excitement that's the only thing stopping this whole group from being totally mediocre. Look at that smile. If you won't risk your life to protect it, then congrats, you're a monster. Even the MC's probably feeling a little spark of warmth fight its way out of that cold assassin heart. The receptionist ushers them to the back, and I swear every dude in that guild locks onto them with hungry stares the second they turn around, straight up main character energy. All right, buckle up. Now they're testing everyone's magic talent and fighting skills to find out who's truly cracked and who's just pretending to be important. The rundown is simple: power, speed, stamina, and control, like the Four Horsemen, riding straight into the conversation. So, how much of a chat are you? Rank A is reserved for absolute monsters, knight captains, and the rest of the elite, while most people stay trapped in rank B or below, right where the average players hang out. Next up, he steps into a power test with these glowing crystal balls, and they're basically a fantasy strength machine straight out of a carnival. Alicia steps up and bam, she absolutely nukes the crystal to pieces, just oozing raw firepower, like thick thighs and high magic stats are a cheat code, and yeah, she's definitely a keeper. Next up is speed. Alicia's feeling herself, rocking that smug grin like she already knows she's the one carrying this whole crew. Glan is getting wrecked by the mana flow patterns, while Bro is sweating so hard he's basically trying to crack a Rubik's Cube, like his life is on the line. Now it's pure stamina time. Keep that crystal glowing as long as you can, because this is where you learn who in M really has that dog in them. Glen's stamina is downright unreal. He's standing there like it's nothing, not even sweating, while the receptionist stares at him like he's a walking anomaly. Stamina Chad, confirmed. And finally, control. This is the make or break moment for an assassin, because mess up a single spell and you'll blow your own cover, or straight up blow your own head off. It's a mana maze, tap the walls and you're done for, straight up cooked, just like that Scary's game from the 2000s, except this time there's no jump scare waiting at the end. Glen is totally losing it. He swings like a truck, but hits like a toddler on a wobbly table, and the way he keeps messing up is so brutal it's almost painful to watch. The MC just stands there, dead-eyed and bored, while Glen loses his mind screaming in the background. Yeah, this is exactly the vibe of I'm too old for this. Glance at the scoreboard. Mize is getting steamrolled total scrub, but then watch the MC pulling straight B's and C's like it's nothing. Bro's sandbagging so hard it's hilarious, while Glen's sitting pretty with an A in stamina and an E in control. Absolute glass cannon, all blast, no aim. Mize is crushed because she's stuck as the lowest rank. Someone grab her for a hug and a power-up, because she's already getting swallowed by the next level of power creep. The whole group is roasting him for those bizarre stats. Picture infinite stamina, but he can't land a single spell, and dude, S basically a walking human battery. Alicia fires off at the MC, calling him out as totally average, because she's sharp and she can feel something's off. Try hiding your riz from a woman of culture. The tweet drops this pretty solid, mid-tier breakdown on how he compresses his mana. Then he basically gaslights his friends into believing he's just some nerd who hides in books all day. He drags Mai off to the side and lays down a quick pep talk. Yeah, he sounds like a simp, but we all know he's really there to stop the princess from snapping mentally. And yeah, the NPC nobles are back, running their mouths again. How in the world did some commoner get a B? They're losing it right now, seething, sobbing, and puking from pure rage. These hero course clowns are straight up throwing a tantrum because they can't stand someone else being good at the game. Like, the audacity these losers have is absolutely unreal. Step into the guild master, Roseburn, and wow, this guy's a full-on gigachad. Just look at that chin and that open shirt. He knows the MC's rare score and he's already clocking it like, yeah, I smell power. The guildmaster demands, did you cheat? And the MC just freezes him with the most brutal blank stare, deadpan. I didn't, then slams the silence cold. The boss decides he'll personally watch the combat test, just to make sure Tweet isn't using hacks, because this time it's about to get real. The guild master straight up admits he's only doing this to keep those obnoxious nobles off his back, and even he knows those kids are dead weight. They sprint for the private exam halls, because right now, it's about to go down in a brutal 1v1 against a robot. The GM lays it out, the combat tests are anonymous, so nobody has to spill their trump cards, and honestly, that's common sense straight out of a manga. Look at the golem, an ancient relic from a brutal war, and it's practically begging to wreck some lives, and for once the MC just can't help but be impressed. Mize is still shaking with nerves, begging, can I surrender? Girl, trust the plot armor, you've got this. The MC clocks that she's nervous, and you can almost see him scrambling for a way to get her out of trouble, cleanly, without anyone thinking he's trying too hard. He tweets these dramatic monologues like, my magic is too wild for some normal test, because he's an assassin made for one-hit kills, not for sparring matches with a toaster. He clocks that enemy eyes are already on him, so he has to score the win quietly, no flash, no showing his real power, because being too op is its own kind of nightmare. He asks the GM what the win's like, then goes, just knock it down while we're in the room, yeah, say less boss. The countdown kicks off, 10 seconds, then Tweet snaps into pro-level mode and tells the GM, someone S calling you from outside. The guild master gets played by the oldest con on earth. He looks away for just 1 single second, and that's all our boy needs. It's absolute cinema. MC whips out the flash blade and blitzes so hard the golem doesn't even realize it's already dead, and that's pure peak hidden power energy. The GM whips around and the golem is already sprawled face down in the dirt. Tweet just stands there, done, and the look of pure shock on the GM's face, priceless. Mai's eyes stream with happy tears because she made it. She's clutching her adventurer card like it just hit, like an SSR pull in a gacha game. She says the golem felt weirdly familiar, and suddenly I'm like, wait, does our princess have some secret lore? The plot snaps into high gear. The noble losers are fuming because Tweet got through, and they're demanding an investigation, until the GM shuts them down cold, saying he already saw the results himself. The GM straight up called their trash, told them to quit dumping their failures on everyone else, and honestly, that's peak gigachad energy. The squad strides through town with their heads up and smiles locked in, and Mize is grinning so hard it steals the whole scene, because that's the only thing the simps watching care about. Maze feels totally free as an adventurer, but the MC suddenly senses something off and breaks away from the group, yeah, and bro's right back on his Batman grind. The friends are freaking out about how mysterious Tweet is, like, come on, the dude just one-shot an ancient relic while everyone was busy not paying attention. Mize can't stop thinking she should just corner him and ask what's really going on, but she already knows she'll get another okay-sounding excuse about reading books. Alicia drops real wisdom. I don't care what you've been hiding. If you've got love for them, that's what matters. Like mommy Alicia's emotional intelligence is practically shouting it. They all nod in unison and share this sweet, warm moment. Yeah, this is totally the calm before the storm, and I can feel it coming in my bones. The MC stalks through the dark by himself, while shadowy figures creep right behind him. Then boom, finally, some action for our boy. Tweet catches the enemies doubting him as a bodyguard because he looks like some NPC, and he grins, ready to turn their suspicion into his edge. Those noble bullies are back to torment him, and Tweet can't stop smiling, because these losers just handed him the perfect cover story. We hear scuffling break out in the alley. This is about to turn into a beatdown, but trust me, it's not the one you're imagining. Tweet literally throws himself into getting pummeled by those scrubs just so he can look weak, then dives like a pro wrestler to bait the real enemies. Now that's commitment to the grind. He's sprawled on the floor, playing the pathetic act, while the nobles cackle. Bro, he's acting circles around most Hollywood stars. But the real enemies are lurking in the shadows, and they bite at it, hook, line, and sinker. He's nowhere near strong enough to pull off as the bodyguard, and that's exactly how the mission gets finished. The villains are back at square one, totally baffled. because this so-called loser is juggling them like puppets and playing them for fools. The MC watches them walk off and gives that all according to plan smirk, because he's got the whole world moving to his tune right in the palm of his hand. Absolute cinema. All right, boys, we're back at the guild with the squad. Our main man and his crew finally earned their adventure licenses, and now they're hunting their very first win. Just look at the hype blazing across their faces, especially the Wafus and Alicia, because today they look absolutely top tier. Mize is hunting for a request that won't get them crushed on the spot, but I can't focus at all. She looks way too cute when she's thinking. They're debating a safe snooze-fest herb-gathering quest, but come on, nobody's here just to watch someone pick flowers like it's a chore. Grant steps up like a true bro and pitches a hunt for some sharp rabbits. Easy XP, quick cash, and everybody wins. Grant starts patting himself like he's already done the job, bragging that he used to hunt these for breakfast and telling the girls to walk away and let him handle the hard work. The whole squad nods and targets the Dovecote Forest. It's only a 30-minute walk, so yeah, they've got plenty of time to throw awkward party banter at each other. They finally land in the forest, itching to prove to these rabbits who the real gigachads are. The tweet starts spilling how these rabbits vanish in the bushes, but Mize is already freaking out. Her nerves are snapping like she's about to crack over one bunny. She's terrified she'll drag the team down, and those sad girl faces. Man, I just want to reach through the screen and give her a big all-head pat. Grant tries to lift her spirits, but Tweet just stands there, glaring with that secret god stare, and right as the group finally spots their first target, everything kicks off. Right there, a sharp little rabbit is just minding its business, totally clueless that the next thing coming is getting cooked. Grant decides to flex, then creeps up on the little guy like he's one wrong step away from a Metal Gear reveal. He rips out a skill called **Rage** and just blasts a flying kick at the rabbit, like it's some kind of boss fight, when it's literally just a bunny. Grant's strutting around like he just slew a dragon, and Alicia's firing up the roast like, nice try, try hard. Tweet spots Maze still trembling like a leaf, and instantly decides it's time to hook him up with real one-on-one coaching for our shy princess. He orders her to fire off long-range magic while he flushes the rabbit into the open, handing her the perfect setup to build real confidence. Tweet slips into the bushes like a ghost, vanishing with a smug little wink, like his stealth is so broken it should be illegal. The rabbit scrambles to escape, but Mies snaps into place, whips up a water ball and locks on, ready to wipe that bunny straight into the shadow realm. Boom, right on target. The rabbit gets blasted with the splash, and Tweet smacks her with a good job Riz like, you just earned your real adventure badge. Look at that smile. Mize is officially back in the game, and she's feeling herself. Then Tweet drops a classic mysterious MC move. He tells the whole group he's gotta slip out for a bit and handle something else. Alicia locks eyes with him like, I know you're lying, but Tweet's too smooth. He just waves it off and keeps moving. He sprints off like he's running late for a date, but trust me, real action is about to explode any second. Turns out he's on the phone with his handler, Chris, and Chris drops the bomb. 10 assassins are closing in on Maze's location. Tweet snaps to reality and refuses to let his normal life crash and burn, so he literally pulls out the biggest guns. He whips out the monster sniper rifle, *Blackfeather 28*, and flips into full gigachad mode, then locks onto the enemies lurking in the shadows. The assassins swagger around like they own the world, absolutely clueless that a real professional is shadowing them. One of them finds it creepy that no escort is anywhere nearby, and yeah, that's basically the literal definition of famous last words. Boom, Tweet fires off and drops one of them before they even realize what just hit. Absolute cinema. The bandits start freaking out, no cover anywhere, and a ghost is picking them off one by one. They scramble to figure out where the sniper is, but Tweet's already 10 steps ahead of these NPCs. He's up on that hill, staring down the survivors and counting them off like it's Warzone, and he's got the final kill in his sights. The assassins thunder toward his location, then realize they've marched straight into a trap. He detonates a massive blast, hurling them through the air, and that's how you learn never to bring a knife to a magic bomb fight. Only 2 rounds left, and Tweet wastes no time. He's determined to end this before the smoke even clears. One dude tries to play tough, but Tweet snatches his weapon out of his hand with a snide little shot like it's nothing. That last assassin struts around thinking he's untouchable since he knows Mize is a princess, but Tweet's icy stare lands, because in that moment, the guy is already dead. That guy lunges for a hidden blade throw, but our MC twists it away and slams him right back under relentless pressure. Another blast tears through the forest, and the bandits are wiped out for good. Tweet's gotta clean up the mess fast. he knows that Blast's sound is gonna stampede his party straight back. He slips in behind the last guy like a real demon, hisses a warning a beat too late, and wipes out his entire career. The bandit lunges for a swing, but Tweet's not even fighting back. He's toying with his prey like it's already over. He gets snared in the trap and just can't figure out why his magic sense is totally dead. Turns out Tweet is running old-school physics, like for real. He grins and yanks the piece of string like it's nothing, flexing that wild high IQ combat swagger, while the bandit completely loses his mind. Mission done, princess is safe, and not a soul even realized our boy was out here doing God's work. He bursts back to the group right as they arrive, gasping like he's been sprinting for his life, even though he was just a one-man army seconds ago. The crew hangs their heads because the explosion forced them to quit the quest, and just then Tweet pulls out the souvenirs he snatched up. He hands over the rabbit claws and basically finishes the quest for them, while they're still standing there, totally baffled. Maze is blown away, but Tweed can't stop simmering with shame. He's quietly roasting himself as a hypocrite while trying to play it cool and live a normal life. He realizes keeping Maze safe by himself is going to get brutal fast, because this escalation isn't slowing down. Back at the tavern, the whole squad is throwing back drinks to celebrate their first successful mission, while Mice is stealing the show, looking absolutely adorable as she sips her juice. Gran is shoveling food like he's starving for war, while everyone nearby can't stop asking, what the heck triggered that giant explosion earlier? Tweet slips into the hallway to call Chris again, because he's got a bad feeling, and he knows he needs serious backup. Chris tells him she already rolled in someone packing serious firepower. Then, out of nowhere, a sneaky guy slips up behind Tweet and clamps both hands over his eyes. There's a brand new girl named Oz, and the moment she smiles, you can practically feel the short-stack trouble brewing. She's bursting with energy and starts calling him Tweet, and that tiny nickname instantly screams one thing to him: his peaceful school life is about to get wrecked. Tweet's already done with her and snaps, "Chris, swap me out for someone else," but Chris is stuck babysitting the real problem child. Chris tells him to suck it up, slams the call, and leaves Tweet to wrestle this total storm of chaos. He decides to introduce her to the group anyway, even though he can already feel this is going to blow up in his face. They march back into the pub, and the rest of the party is getting absolutely smashed. Drunk Mize is bouncing around like she owns the stage, yelling that she's an idol, and yeah, this wild kind of culture is exactly why I signed up. A Tweet drops a bombshell. It calls Oz a former coworker, and yeah, it's technically true, because both of them used to work as government killers. Oz flashes that top-tier grin and begs to join their adventuring party, and yeah, you already know the boys are absolutely gone. She drops a tweet backing her strength, and I can already tell what he means when he says she'll be a great asset. The whole crew shrugs and goes along with it, because she's got that sweet, friendly vibe, basically proof that a cute face can sweep you into any party. Drunk Mize is getting ridiculously emotional over making new connections, and it's honestly so wholesome, it's basically breaking the rules of a trashy recap. Oz and Mai clicked instantly, sparking a brand new duo that's almost guaranteed to give Tweet nonstop headaches. But first, Oz has to earn her own adventurer license, and she's buzzing with excitement, ready to flex her super amazing magic like it's showtime. The very next day, they storm back to the guild to find out what this new girl can really do. And then holy plot armor, Oz straight up destroys the scale, stacking A ranks in both magic and combat skills, while the Tweet absolutely panics because the new teammate is a certified monster. Yo, what's up, my cultured kings? Today we're jumping right back into the life of that secret MC who's begging to live normal, but somehow keeps getting boxed in by top-tier wafers. Then it all kicks off as Tweet and his squad roll out for their next commission. They're rolling through the streets in a carriage, laughing like crazy because they just earned their licenses. But hold up, check out this fresh member of the team. Oz, she's an all-re-ranked adventurer already, even though she's basically brand new. Short hair, pure energy, and a little bratty attitude to boot. Yeah, that's 100% man of culture material. That bro's losing his mind. This girl's got rank magic stats, and she's basically a walking nuke in a sundress. She's out here begging for head pats, and honestly, I understand. If she's carrying my party, I'd be glazing her too. The Tweet already knows the truth. Oz isn't some random talent at all. She's a former coworker from the Shadow Realm. She's in the Kingdom's Special Ops, basically a top-tier hitwoman with a gift for getting rid of people, just like our boy. Loki's got his hands full playing bodyguard for Mai, the second princess, but he's gotta keep it quiet, or he'll blow his cover and mess up his normal student routine with Riz. He called in backup and the bureau sent him Oz, this org's #1 walking troublemaker, and yeah, you can already feel the chaos brewing. They finally reach the destination, and before they even catch their breath, Oz is already roasting the MC, and this girl's sheer audacity is honestly unreal. Look, this is the Deep King's tomb. Sure, it sounds romantic for a first date, right up until a skeleton makes dinner out of you. The squad bursts inside, and the air turns thick with dread. Oz says she's been here before, just to kill time, like bro who walks into a death trap because they're bored. She's built different. She's facepalming hard because her cover story is straight up garbage. Somebody get this girl acting lessons, ASAP. The other two are realizing they're trapped with so-called experts who can't even recall the map. Yeah, they're officially done for. As they drop down, hooded figures lurking in the shadows keep their eyes locked on them. Plot twist is about to hit hard. Turns out the dungeon's surprisingly bright. Previous adventurers left magical lamps everywhere. And yeah, big shoutouts to those NPCs for the clutch help. Mize is firing off lore to be helpful, while Tweet is on full alert, scanning for threats every second. And just when the vibe felt safe, like speaking of the devil, goblins suddenly crashed in and wrecked everything. But these aren't your everyday trash mobs. There's a hobgoblin in the crowd, and that's way too much muscle for a first-floor fight. Tweet grabs this opening to lure the bandits out, then orders Oz to take care of the green guys. Oz is absolutely buzzing. She's asking how hard she should flex, drowning in full-blown main character energy. MC told her to keep it simple, no synthesis tricks, no rage-fueled outbursts, because they had to stay undercover. Oz dives into the chaos like an absolute Chad. She's like, don't worry, leave it to me. And that confidence, man, it's terrifying. She starts dual casting like it's nothing, 2 fists, 2 magic circles, pure absolute cinema. Boom, she slams them with a brutal double whammy. Those goblins had 0 chance. She's out here living her best life, while those monsters get wiped off the map in a flash. It's over, she flashes a peace sign, and if you're not already down bad for her, then I genuinely don't know what to say. The whole party's trembling. He's dual casting 2 C-rank spells at once, and that's the kind of riz that hits like a cheat code. They dive into full-on nerd mode over her parallel activation technique, a move that demands insane stamina and lightning speed. They break into the 4th layer, and the floor just disappears. 1 second you're standing there, the next you're free-falling straight into the abyss. During the earthquake, the bridge crumbled, leaving a deadly gap you can't leap. So yeah, they're trapped. A tweet hints at a detour, and then bam, something hits his gut. His spider sense starts screaming. He shouts for everyone to stop, because something is crawling through the walls. It's a chimera lion head, goat head, and a snake tail, and honestly this ultimate nightmare. No thanks. The party explodes into panic. There's no space to breathe, and a boss-level monster is cornering them in that tight hallway. Right out of nowhere, a second hobgoblin slips in behind them, and before they can react, they're getting pincered to pieces. The home team's in serious trouble. They're officially trapped, monsters closing in from the front, monsters creeping up behind them, and a deadly pit lurking right on their side. Oz believes they must jump right now, but she insists on one thing: she's gotta charge her massive guns first. But then Mai spots this secret foothold. How in the world did she catch that? Yeah, plot armor really is one hell of a drug. She leads the charge and drops down like an absolute boss, and now the whole squad rushes after her without hesitation. That tweet feels shady. He's freaking out, wondering how she knew about a path that isn't even on the map. They touch down safe on the 5th layer, and Mai swears it feels like she's been there before. Yeah, this is screaming Major Higurasu vibes, boys. She claims she didn't need clues at all. She just knew, like she could read the golem's moves during their test the moment they started. Is this deja vu, or did she secretly level up, like a gigachat in disguise, hiding her real power? Or they start grasping at excuses like, maybe she read it in a book. Yeah, keep coping, guys. Tweet clocks the bandits, and you can tell they're freaking out, because the party just pulled something they never saw coming. He orders Oz to shield the others, while he charges in and makes his move. He's yanking the oldest trick on the planet like, seriously, I need the toilet. Classic, and the girls are just staring like, oh okay, weirdo. Cut to the bandits. Panic is ripping through them as they scramble to track down those brats. They're sprinting down the halls, totally oblivious that some hungry predator is stalking right behind them. Suddenly lights out, these NPCs are finished, and the tweet is already inside the building. He pulls out 2 of them before they even register what's happening. Riz's stealth is straight up unreal. One bandit tries to hunt him down in the dark, but Tweet is already right on his heels, because sneaking is exactly your thing. He tosses the guy a last piece of advice right before he shuts down his career, and yeah, that's ice cold. Tweet clocks that these dudes are only scouts, and reinforcements are about to flood in, so he slams Oz over the magic radio. He tells her there are tons of enemies out there, and he needs her help, because with teamwork, the dream finally comes true. He lured the bandits straight into a trap inside a giant room, and Oz was already there, waiting to take them down. The bandits think they've finally tracked him down, then they march straight into their own funeral. They spot Oz standing there and figure she's just some helpless kid. Oh, you sweet summer children. That grin on her face screams, brace yourself, you're about to meet your maker. She yanks out these colossal magic guns, and boom, this is what I call next-level culture. She says goodbye, and then they unleash, because the firepower is absolutely insane. The bandits are getting absolutely wrecked, and they don't even realize what kind of magic is raining down on them. She fires up with synthesis, basically smashing different elements together to forge one massive, explosive blast. Because she can't steer it with precision, she lets loose a wild magical blast and wrecks everything in one direction. This all happens because of her special wands, the TD-02. Don't think of them as ordinary wands, these are magic lock 40s. They whisper that she's a battlefield tyrant, and when it's one against many, nobody can keep up with her. Look at this panel, she's a full-on dragon of destruction, and it's absolute peak. After the slaughter, they slide back into the group like it never happened, smiling like nothing's wrong. Mize is grinning like she's having the time of her life, totally clueless that bodies are piling up in the basement. The party breaks apart for the day, Gran and the girls march home, while Tweet stays behind, refusing to budge. He finally runs into Oz again, and right there during the chaos of the fight, he realizes something he can't ignore. He's pushing to dig into the bandits hiding in the bureau, because things are turning deadly serious. They're still in the city, but the vibe has flipped completely from before. Oz can't believe Tweet's capture didn't end in death. She's stunned he's walking away with mercy instead of revenge. He's side-eyeing the bureau's intel hard, convinced they're setting him up. He's itching to interrogate the survivor, but Oz keeps backing off, refusing to commit. The MC can't shake it. This enemy team is way too stacked to just be some random gang, so it hits hard, somebody's paying for them. Oz cracks and admits she lied a little, and now she's stuck between deadly orders and the one friendship that keeps her human, the MC. Tweet just dropped a bombshell. I'm I's friend, and he's ready to go head-on with the organization just to protect her. What a Chad. He brings up Maze's Degevu asterisk, and you can tell something is seriously wrong with her memories. He can't shake the feeling there's something bigger about her, something even she doesn't know yet, and the moment he realizes it, the whole plot snaps into place. Tweet tracks down their old boss, Chris, and calls him up, because they need his permission to interrogate the prisoner. That permission denied, message hits, and honestly, that's not suspicious at all. Chris snaps at them to execute the prisoner, and she just stands there, cold as ice. Oz spots that the Tweet has changed, and you can tell he's no longer the cold, emotionless tool he used to be. She straight up warns him, if you step onto that battlefield like this, I might have to pull the trigger on you. Talk about toxic work culture, what a brutal line in the sand. Tweet just laughs it off, and even as he's starting to get soft, his reflexes still stay razor sharp. Oz smirks at him, says, if you're too gutless, I'll lay you out real good. And yeah, he totally loves this girl. She storms off, snapping that he shouldn't waste time over thoughts that don't matter. The Tweet knows he's changed now, because he's got people he'd kill to protect, and with that, we're cutting off for today. Hit that like button if you want more of these thick mages and shadow agents. Yo, what's up boys? Your favorite man of culture is back, and today we're jumping into some straight-up peak fiction. Our boy Tweet is out here juggling a secret identity and a whole harem of absolute top-tier waifus, and just look at this squad's lineup. Pink-haired glasses mommy Chris rolls up beside the high-energy shorty Oz, former comrades, and trust me, the tension between them is so thick you could slice it clean with a blade. Oz is making a scene, pushing to get Tweet yanked off the mission, and you can tell Oz is pissed, because he's the one stuck soaking up all the close-up time with the princess. But Chris isn't having it. She knows Tweet is the literal gigachat of the group, and there's no way some random NPC gets to replace him. Oz is absolutely seething, bearing those sharp fangs like a warning sign, straight up telling the new guy 30, try to steal Tweet's spot and I'll end your whole career. And honestly, we're here for that toxic queen energy. Next day rolls around and Tweet's out here meeting Mize. Look at her, the ultimate must-protect waifu, glowing so hard she looks like she's got a built-in filter turned on forever. They're charging into the Deep King's tomb to pluck flowers, and it's wild, picture being a legendary assassin, but your Sunday plans are basically garden duty with a cute girl. That's peak life, no cap. Oz drops the classic, I gotta hit the bathroom, line and slips off to do some sneaky agent-level scouting, because yeah, she's basically checking that no other girls are crawling into Tweet's DMs. As Tweet S just trying to chill, a report snaps in. Turns out Hero Course students nearby are getting absolutely demolished. These students are supposed to be the school's top tier, yet they're out here getting wrecked by low-level mobs. All that big talk and zero charisma, seriously. Mise is a saint at heart, and she can't just watch them die. She's got that "I'll regret this forever" fire burning, so Tweet has no choice but to step in. They stumble on the students crammed into a cave, looking like total cowards. These same guys were running their mouths at the guild just the other day, and now fear has them frozen solid. Tweet is scanning the chaos while these NPCs tremble in fear. Imagine being an elf and still getting outplayed by a commoner, just like our boy. These students are so pathetic they can't even brew their own potions, while Tweet's out there sweating through manual labor, and they're just standing around, crying like helpless little spectators. Suddenly the ground starts to quake. Orcs are charging in, 3 of them at once, and these students look like they're 1 second away from losing it. Tweet just stands there like a tank, an absolute unit. He tells the elf leader Saig, "Don't worry, I'll deal with the monsters." And honestly, that insane audacity is exactly why we love him. Saig is spiraling, freaking out, and yelling, "How's some D-rank loser supposed to fight orcs? Like, bro, just sit back and watch a pro do work." Saig finally crushes his pride and drops to his knees, bowing hard, because he realizes that without Tweet, they're all officially done for. Tweet snaps at the other losers to shut their mouths. Straight up, "Don't talk to me" vibes, NPC energy turned up to 11. Saig starts to clock it. Tweet isn't some random student at all, because that aura is way too heavy to ignore. That smirk, oh yeah, overspigs, and 1 tweet away from turning this dungeon into straight-up cinema. He orders Mai to stay back, because he refuses to let a single drop of blood hit her dress while he goes out there to collect bodies. The orcs sprint in thinking they're the heroes of the story, but the truth hits them when they realize they're just disposable targets for Tweet's highlight reel. The students are screaming their heads off in the background. No joke, it's totally embarrassing. That Tweet kicks the fixation into overdrive, and he launches forward so fast the camera can barely chase him. No magic at all, just raw, uncut skill. He's out here shredding on rocks, then sticking knives straight into orc skulls like he's the next Tony Hawk, pure legend. He ends them in 1 brutal flash, firing a compressed bullet that mows the orcs down before any of them can even scream. One of the pigs tries to creep up on Mai, but she doesn't budge. She stands her ground and owns the moment with pure main character bravery. Tweet clocks the danger, his eyes turn ice gold. "So listen up, don't you dare touch the waifu." Before the orc even gets the chance to blink, Tweet is already in his face, and the speed is so illegal it feels unreal. He rips out the flash blade and slashes the beast in midair. Right there, that's peak bodyguard Riz, boys. Mai stares at him like she just spotted her soulmate, and yeah, the down bad energy is hitting critical mass. On the ride back in the carriage, Mai starts clocking every little detail, because she's not just a pretty face, she's got a full detective brain working overtime. She confronts him head-on. "Have you ever worked as an escort?" Because the way he moves screams professional killer, not some student. Tweet blindsides her with the same old, "I'm just a normal guy" gaslight, and yeah, that dude's a pro at locking his secrets up tight. Mice acts like she's buying it, but her eyes scream that she's already clocked him. Next day at school, Mize is still in full detective mode, clocking the grime on his shoes, timing his lunch breaks, and tracking his every move like a certified high-tier stalker. She's sure Tweet is hiding something, and now she's on a mission. She'll dig until the truth about her mysterious friend finally comes out. She charges into a dark alley, daring Tweet to follow, like she's laying the perfect trap, classic damsel in distress, except this one's all brains and nerves. And of course it backfires. She swears she's alone, but real kidnappers are crouched in the shadows, ready to pounce. She gets yanked up by a bunch of hooded street rats, and yeah, this is what you get when you try to outsmart a gigachat. You end up snatched by the NPCs. Tweet snaps that Oz isn't responding on comms, and Mai's feed is straight up gone. Then the protector mode slams into action. He bursts in on the kidnappers mid-job, trying to slip her away like they're invisible, but every move is getting tracked by the deadliest man alive. Tweet traps them in the alley, then he steps out of the shadows like a full-on villain with bad intentions. Goons jam a knife under Mai's throat, convinced they've got the upper hand, like a cold blade is really going to stop that Tweet. They're screaming out threats, but Tweet just stands there, like he's already clocking how many seconds it'll take before he wipes them. He's sick of taking orders and playing the hidden escort. Now he's about to unleash full John Wick energy on these fools. He fires straight at the lead goon and clocks him in the head. No speech, no hesitation, just instant results. Maze jerks her head up and spots her savior. Then the mask slips away and she finally sees the man beneath it, and she's not the least bit disappointed. Tweet yanks off his hood, talk time. No more lies, no more gaslighting. Mize lets him have it. She knows he's in special ops, and she's been piecing it together the entire time. She slams him for his combat style, because she knows his whole gift is tuned for one brutal mission, ending people. Then she drops the biggest bomb imaginable. She's the second princess of the Holy Kingdom of Arcadia. And yes, boys, the royal reveal is finally here. Mai's tweet makes him drop to one knee in an instant. Respect hits hard, but Mai snaps back and tells him to act normal, because she'd rather keep him as a friend than see him turned into a servant. Maze finally spills the truth. She's a runaway princess who couldn't stand the royal birdcage. All she wanted was a real, normal life with her friends. Tweed is completely stunned. He expected some huge political masterplan, but nope, she just wanted out and freedom. She leans in and tells him, straight to his face, that she'd trust him with her life, like the universe is screaming sparks right there. She blurts out that she's a burden, but Tweet snaps, "Relax, this is my job," and now he's all in, fully committed to being her waifu. Mize grabs his hand and begs him to keep loving her the same way, because she doesn't want a night, she wants her night's worth of Tweet's sand. Tway nods in agreement, and just like that, the mission pushes on, only now they're closer than they've ever been. Look at that smile, it's the kind you get when a girl finally breaks free and lands her Gigachad protector at last. She's done being trapped in that icy stone tower, she wants out, and Tweet is the key to cracking the cage wide open. This is absolute cinema, boys. Hit like and sub for more cultured recaps. Yo homies, we're back with another straight-up banger. Today we're riding with our boy Tweet and the high-tier waifu herself, Princess Mize, so you better look at her standing right there. She's straight-up top-tier culture, and she's telling our guy to his face, "I trust you, so don't act like my royal title makes me untouchable. Treat me like a normal person, got it?" She's honestly starving for a normal life with the squad, and for Tweet because he's straight-up the best guy around, so he just lays it out. That's the plan. Yeah, I see what you're all staring at, but for 1 second, lock in on the plot, because thinks Tweet is so unbelievably weird for someone acting this chill. She admits that normally, every NPC in the kingdom only showers her with compliments because she's royalty, but Tweet is the first one to actually keep it real. Our girl finally confesses she was stranded and alone inside the palace the whole time. Yeah, that's the kind of holy sage moment that hits hard. Tweet finally figures it out. Nobody truly understood the real mice. They only ever saw the crown. He even drags her for bursting into song out of nowhere. Like, talk about full-on main character energy. Just look at her getting all flustered about her singing. She's way too precious for this trashy world. Then he slams the hammer down and rips into her, calling her a foolhardy tomboy. Mize is completely stunned by how brutally bold this man is. But Tweet's locked in 4D chess mode, staring at the group chat like, "Where's Oz been?" because his partner hasn't answered a single transmission lately. Mize is over there spiraling, panicking if Oz thinks she's just a tomboy too. The Tweet hits a nerve and demands to know how she's gotten her hands on the royal family's dirt. Mize suddenly understands something. S been cooked up in her own head because she's been alone for so long. There's no way she could have picked it up from anyone else. Then boom, an absolutely brutal migraine slams into her head, like something ripped straight from a horror manga panel. She's drenched in sweat, gasping for air, and dropping like a crash, faster than the stock market ever could. She starts getting visions of herself locked in a cage, and Tweet can't stop worrying that someone drugged her lunch. It's absolute cinema as she lunges toward freedom, trapped inside this mental prison. She crumples on the floor and passes out on the spot. The next day, she jolts awake inside the base, and to her surprise, everything feels totally normal. She finally realizes that Tweet and Oz have been trading shifts, guarding her like absolute legends. Oz, our short-haired tomboy, should not be this cheerful, because if you've read even one manga, you know that kind of smile is always a huge red flag. Mize is desperate to make it to class, and Tweet catches the vibe, something seriously off. Zaz was looking for the hell out of something. Tweet practically orders Mize to get to school first, because he's got to have a serious talk with Oz. The second Mize disappears, Tweet demands answers like, "So what's the deal?" Oz drops a bombshell. This escort mission is done, the job is over, and she's been secretly erasing those transmissions the entire time. Tweet demands answers about why she ghosted the transmissions, and she dodges the question like she's built for it. They rush to the castle because Chris, their boss, is calling them right now. They're just hanging out in the lobby like two clueless interns, killing time. Tweet can't shake the feeling that the nobles and royals are hiding something shady. He finally gets it, everyone else was in on it, and he's the only one left in the dark, so yeah, they're playing him. Oz corners him and asks how it felt when their comrades died, like, talk about a super dark question to throw out while you're just chilling on the couch. Chris barges in out of nowhere. Look at those assets on this commander, mommy. She blurts out that the king is the one paying, and the entire mystery circles back to a spell called the Wisdom Road. This magic is at the heart of the whole case, and it's been passed down for generations. It's just inheritance, and right now, Mize is the lucky winner. This magic doesn't just work, it straight up hands you the memories of every single person who ever had it before. It's broken cheat code nonsense. That's why Mize somehow knew Asterisk, the secret tomb layouts, and ancient golems. Like her brain had the whole thing hardwired before she even realized it. Everything she knew wasn't from books or life, it was ripped from the dead people haunting her mind. Chris breaks it down. This power is a double-edged blade, and the royals use it to stay one step ahead of everyone else. Civil wars have erupted over that brain juice. People would kill for it. Now a third civil war is brewing, and it's all because the second prince is plotting to kidnap Maze, thinking it'll hand him the power. The king tried to stash her away in the academy, but the secret leaked out and everyone found out. But the bandits Tweet was beating up weren't some random thugs at all. They were elite mercenaries the prince had paid to do his dirty work. Tweet thinks she still has to keep shielding her, but Chris cuts in and says the danger's over. They don't need to protect her anymore. Tweet snaps to attention, realizes something's horribly wrong, and demands to know where Mize disappeared to. Chris slams the words, "You're under custody," and whips out the magic circles. Betrayal hits like a knife. Chris warns that a civil war would tear the kingdom apart, so they ditch that nightmare and go for a simpler solution. When they realize what's coming, the horror hits them. If they don't stop it, they'll kill Maze so the second prince can never seize the power. Chris is out here stacking benefits like a villain, ignoring every emotion like it doesn't matter. But Tweet is a gigachat. He rockets through the window and picks the coolest exit imaginable. He's sprinting for his life, while the guards completely lose their minds. Oz just stands there, staring as he walks away, her mind screaming, "Why didn't I jump on the winning side?" He's parkouring across the rooftops like he's dropped straight into Assassin's Creed. And then he spots Mize in a dark alley, only she's not alone. An assassin creeping in for the kill, and then Tweet shows up out of nowhere like a total boss. He barks at her to get down and throws himself in front of the hit to shield her. He hauls out the trash, then immediately checks on her to make sure she's okay. Mize snarls that a fake comrade dragged her straight into this trap. Tweet drops a quick TLDR on the Wisdom Road mess, and it's the info she needs right now. Maze snaps into it. Her own father and the kingdom want her dead. She locks eyes with him, trembling as she demands, "Are you on my side?" And Tweet dishes out the ultimate Riz response, "This is the whole plan." Maze grabs at him, begging him to pull her out of this nightmare, because if he doesn't, we're going to riot. Absolute cinema. Yo, what is up, my cultured brothers? Strap in, because we're diving straight into some absolute cinema where our MC finally snaps out of being a royal lapdog. And look at that glasses-wearing commander. She's seething because her favorite agent just broke the leash. And I mean, with those assets, I'd honestly let her put me on a leash too. That tiny lolly sidekick is strutting around like she's tough and about to make moves. But let's be real, she's basically an NPC next to our boy. She barks orders like she's the main character, while the real Chad is already off in the distance. Glass's mom isn't just concerned, she's panicking, because she knows our MC, number 28, is different, and he didn't simply leave. He vanished like my dad did when he went for milk. Loli's totally catching feelings or whatever, brooding like 28 ghosted him. Like, come on, he was a slave to the system, so of course he'd bail the second a top-tier wife walks in. She's out here kissing up to his past self, insisting he'd never break orders. Yeah, sure, because he was just biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to flex his real charm. Now she's stepping up and taking responsibility, which in Manga land basically means she's about to get absolutely flattened later. I'll bet you guys $10 she can't even manage to touch a single hair on his head. And look at that edgelord face. She's saying she'll make him regret it, but we both know she's really just chasing attention like it's oxygen. Meanwhile, we pop into a bustling port town. Nice views, sure, but we're not here for the buildings. We're here for the real plot kicking in, plot armor on full blast, and those wafers in our hands. Our boy Tweet is slipping through the shadows, hood pulled low like he's straight out of Assassin's Creed. Then he snatches the princess and smuggles her out of the capital right under the royal bureau's noses. Absolute gigachat. He goes straight to Princess Mize to make sure she's still game for the escape, and wow, she looks as elegant as ever, like a top-tier waifu choice for this season. Mize finally cracks open her tragic backstory. Her parents were basically NPCs, only treating her like a disposable tool. Her dad is the king of Arcadia, but it's painfully obvious he's the kind of man who'd trade his own daughter for a quick buck. She's wielding a Wisdom Road cheat code that lets her pull memories like cards, carrying generations on her shoulders, yet all she's chasing is freedom, and yeah, maybe a boyfriend too. The king really tried to get her assassinated, because he saw her as too dangerous for the throne, and he panicked so hard he basically hired a hitman to wipe out his own daughter. Talk about father of the year, huh? She's got that guilty ache for leaving her friends behind, but Tweet's already running circles. He sent letters to spell everything out, flexing that scary high IQ. Seeing her smile like that hits any guy like a lightning strike. She's safe, she knows it, and now it's all forward. Zero regrets, pure vibes, and a life on the run. They're racing to catch that boat, but the water's freezing cold, like my ex's ice-cold heart, so we scrap the plan fast because the port's packed with feds. The guards are way too tight. Tweet clocks it instantly. That stowaway tale is just a trap to grab them. So she decides to ditch the whole setup and hike straight to the Republic, even if it means a princess doing miles and miles on her feet. He's sprawled over the map, pointing out the route as he warns them they've got to cross the border of the very kingdom hunting her down. And this is full-on survival mode, because Tweet is the only guide you'd ever want. Now it's a race against the clock, and they're totally not ready for some long camping trip, but as long as they stay together, the fans are gonna love it, right? Tweet knows he can't keep dodging the Bureau's top-notch trackers for long. There's this hard, serious look in his eyes like, I'm about to tank someone's entire career. Mize is all in. She trusts her man with zero doubt. All right, let's roll to the Republic and pray they've got top-tier room service. Out of nowhere, the whole vibe turns grim because they're boxed in by a pack of useless cloak losers. Tweet snaps, hide, and you already feel the chaos coming. He's all protective, barking, stay right there, while he takes care of the trash. Like, if that isn't peak boyfriend material, I genuinely don't know what is. The assassins swagger like they've got this in the bag with their numbers. Then they realize too late they're stepping into the path of the man who's about to turn them into pure XP fodder. They try to bargain, give her the girl and we won't hurt you, but come on, have you seen her? There's absolutely no way he hands over those assets. The lead assassin starts preaching about punishment back at the kingdom, totally acting like he's the main character. Honestly, the audacity of this NPC is insane. This Tweet has just one demand. Maz has to be safe. He's giving them one final chance to walk away, but we all know villains never take the easy exit. Then the negotiations slam to a stop, instant chills, like ice in his bones. He's about to prove, right in front of them, why you never mess with a man's waifu. Blink and it's already gone. He moves so fast the dude probably hasn't even clocked his head is missing yet. Straight up cinematic panels, boys. He's roasting them as he roasts them, yelling for them to worry about themselves, then slipping past blades and landing clean hits like it's a perfectly choreographed dance. They try to back off, but Tweet is basically a heat-seeking missile, so he rockets straight to them, drives them into full panic, and watching it all unfold is pure comedy. He whips out fixation magic to pin them in place, then it's curtains, no turning back. This isn't just fighting, it's him choreographing destruction like a creative director. He spares one guy on purpose, just so he can fire a message back to the Bureau, making it crystal clear that the negotiation phase is officially done. Maze bursts out of hiding and stares at the wreckage, and she finally clicks. Once Tweet goes deadly serious, people start meeting their ancestors way too fast. He tries to apologize for the mess, terrified she'll freak out once she sees his monster side, but Mai's got on some plain girl clothes, and she knows exactly what's going on. She's sitting there staring at what it cost to get her freedom, and going full deep mode on us. Then she realizes her whole life is basically built on the fallen bodies of her enemies, and it is as brutal and metal as it gets. Back in the royal castle, everything still screams expensive, but inside, the people are spiraling and losing control, because today is a brutal day to be a captain. Glass's mom is back, and she tears into the captain for letting 28 slip away. She's glaring down at him like he's some pathetic speck stuck to her shoe, and yeah, I'm loving every second of it. She snaps that Tweet is a runaway dog, and warns this could spark an international war, and the captain's drenched in sweat because he knows she's dead on. She's going on about his God-sent abilities, basically admitting he's the GOAT, and she's furious because they just lost their best weapon, so now he's pointing right back at them. She keeps tearing into the captain's incompetence, and the poor guy looks like he's 1 second away from curling up and disappearing into the floor. No one does it better than a strong woman shutting NPCs down. A soldier returns with Tweet's message. He won't fold as long as that assassination order is still standing. Basically, he just declared war on the entire bureau. What a damn Chad. The captain flips into panic and screams for the soldiers to be doubled, then orders the magic tools dragged out too, because even tripling the numbers still won't be enough to stop our boy. The glasses girl hurls the ultimate high bomb, and the guy standing in front of us, the one we're staring down, is the very man who killed the Demon King, and the whole room feels like their souls rip right out of their bodies. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, yet another assassin gets obliterated, and at this point, Tweet isn't fighting, he's farming souls because nobody's safe. He hustles back to the carriage where Maze is waiting, acting like he just did a quick jog, yet his body's smeared with blood, and he shrugs it off like it's nothing. They're running on fumes, no food, no supplies, so they have to pull into a pit stop, because even legendary heroes can't fight on an empty stomach. They've been dodging pursuers for days, and you can practically see the exhaustion crawling in their bones. Then they yank a carriage straight out of one of the assassins, and yeah, that's top-tier loot. The Tweet heads into town to grab medicine and supplies, acting all responsible, while Mai stays back, soaking up the spotlight and looking gorgeous. The innkeeper fires the golden question, one room, and Tweet, absolute legend, immediately picks a room to save cash. We see you, bro, that's a savage move. Mize is completely unraveling, convinced he's finally about to make his move on her. She's blushing like a total tomato, and that one-bed situation, it's officially happening. She tells herself it's just luck, but her heart is sprinting with joy. She needs rest for body and soul, yet we both know she's actually buzzing out of excitement. The air is so tense it feels razor sharp, and both of them are just lying there, while the silence screams at the top of its lungs. Mize can't sleep, those inherited memories are hitting her again, and she's forced to relive the lives of every Wisdom Road possessor before her, which is definitely not the kind of story you drift off to. She explains that her power was supposed to back the hero, but the royal family twisted it into political leverage, turning the women in her bloodline into living libraries, then shutting them away in cages. Even with her eyes shut tight, she can still hear them screaming for freedom, like the sound lives in her bones. And yeah, when you think about it, it's brutally dark, no wonder she's desperate to run. Freedom isn't a dream for her, it's a scream tearing through her mind, and that weight crushes even a gifted princess like her. She starts spiraling, wondering if her feelings are even real, or just haunting echoes from the past, and this full-blown existential meltdown only gets her back on track, because Tweet is the one who talks her down. Tweet makes her stop and remember every brutal hour she smashed through to become an adventurer. He's watched her grit through the pain, cheered her joy in the wins, and he's done with her doubting herself. He tells her straight up that her feelings are hers alone, nobody gets a say. This is peak emotional riz, boys, so yeah, take notes. She's still crying, terrified that she's just a release valve for someone else's years-long yearning, and honestly, the poor girl is getting wrecked by it. Then Tweet lays it all out for her, and she refuses to quit the second things turn dangerous. She digs in, chooses to keep moving forward, and that's the heart of her journey. She finally breathes easy, thanks him for always being her rock, and then, boom, she turns the page and pries into his past, because it's time for some juicy MC lore. Turns out, Tweet was an abandoned orphan the army snatched up. He's been a soldier since he was 5 years old, and that's exactly why his combat skills are absolutely out of control. He spent his whole life chasing targets and ending lives, until even his emotions got worn thin. Now he's basically a living weapon, and somehow he's starting to feel human. Mize is so overwhelmed, she actually crawls over and wraps her arms around him from behind. Yep, that's the moment we all came for, boys. Absolute culture. She asks him if he hates the thought of licking each other's wounds, and bro, that's elite dialogue, because yeah, she's absolutely down bad, and it's glorious. They finally collapse into sleep, wrapped up in each other's arms, and it's seriously the sweetest moment we've seen. No more bickering, just two shattered hearts finding a little peace. Sure, it doesn't last, because the trap's Tweet set starts screaming off. He jolts her awake on the spot, the enemy's right there at the doorstep. They're ditching the carriage on the spot and sprinting straight into the woods, because the vacation's officially dead, and the grind is back in full force. Tweet feels wrecked from not getting enough rest, but Mize is a total trooper. She's ready to keep pushing hard, as long as he stays by her side. She blurts it out, "Will you still come with me?" chasing that forever love while they're literally sprinting for their lives. Tweet doesn't even pause. He blurts it out like it's the most obvious truth on earth, and he stays her guardian angel all the way to the end. And Mize is grinning like she's fearless, even with the feds right on her heels, because she's already decided she'll go down with him, no matter what it takes, and tell me this isn't peak romance fuel for a shounen. We kick things off with a bang. Our twits out here mowing down NPCs like it's Sunday morning, a total phantom who wipes out a fool's entire career before they even realize they've stepped into the manga. Our main girl, Mize, looks wrecked and shaken, but she's safe right now, because a top-tier bodyguard is holding the line and keeping her out of danger. They've been flying so fast they already crossed the border, and those losers are still stuck in the dust behind them. They finally roll into the kingdom of Arcadia, but Tweet's gut screams something's off. The border guards are way too easy to slip past, like the story forgot to load the plot armor for this one. Alright, quick lore dump for you, lorehounds. Maze's own father is a straight-up L-tier dad. He tried to get her assassinated, so now they're fleeing into the Republic like it's one never-ending vacation they can't stop running from. They finally catch sight of a village in the distance, and honestly, thank every star, because slogging through the night was a terrible idea. Mize looks totally wrecked from the journey, but she's forcing herself to stay strong for her man. Tweet grabs the reins, realizes it's time for some Grand Theft Auto fantasy style, because losing their carriage totally smashed their travel speed. But Mize is way too pure for this world. She barrels in and hits him with a pretty please don't rob the NPCs. Like, dude, that's peak beta energy, but she's adorable, so I guess we let it slide. And she tells him, as long as we're together, this isn't some emergency. This is us, just living our best life. Look at that face. She's basically choosing him as her whole new everyday life. And if that isn't peak waifu energy, I don't know what is. This tweet clocked it instantly. If he wants his riz to stay sky high, he can't keep living like just some run-of-the-mill thief. Tweet spots adventurers cashing out for monster kills, and suddenly he's like, wait, I can speedrun this whole town's economy. He storms into town and comes back with a straight-up eye patch like he's auditioning for Metal Gear Solid, thinking a scrap of leather will make him invisible. He didn't just register, he speedrunned straight to C rank on the spot, and Mize is completely losing it because usually you have to grind for ages like some peasant just to reach that level. She's staring at how he busted the system, because somehow he's not playing by the rules, he's built different. He basically tells her, nah, this time I really tried, and the stats back it up. This dude's an absolute unit, like Knight Commander level. He's out here glazing his own ego, and honestly, I'm loving it. But their mission is to go hunt ogres lurking near a labyrinth, and honestly, that's peak. Nothing gets to him, energy, like it's just a normal Monday for a gigachad. And Mize bursts into ancient magic lore, dropping the truth about the Wisdom Road, basically giving you a full-on brain upgrade with every word. She can't tap into the big boy magic yet. Her body's still stuck on that loading screen, like it hasn't spawned properly. To prove she's not just some damsel, she whips out alchemy and boom, summons a real bird out of thin air. I mean, that's insanely high-level skill. Mommy, sorry, mommy. She's turning beet red. This is her first time tapping into the Wisdom Road's power, and when Tweet finally sees it, he's actually impressed for once. Turns out this power lets her steal memories from generations before her, so she's basically a living encyclopedia of combat and magic. But it feels totally off, like her body's being driven by a swarm of invisible ghosts, and yeah, that's genuinely creepy. Mize wants to help, but Tweet stops her cold, telling her to sit back, look pretty, and watch him take over the heavy lifting. She starts pouting hard, convinced she's nothing but a burden, and yeah, that whole damsel in distress vibe is crushing her right now. But right now, Tweet's about to unleash her own original fighting style, so hang on, because you're about to witness straight-up cinema. He's not just swinging a sword or tossing off cheap fireballs, this is way more than that. My guy yanks out a real, no-joke sniper rifle, and in this fantasy world, the absolute audacity of that MC is straight-up unreal. He locks his aim, then the magic circles flare to life, blazing like a power meant for divine intervention, not some ordinary wand. He starts popping ogre heads from a mile away like he's in a Call of Duty montage, bam, and those headshots are pure aimbot perfection. He just stands there like the job is already done, while Mize in the back has her jaw dropped. Bro's riz is skyrocketing to critical levels. He admits he's better at killing anything that looks human, and yeah, it's one of the most terrifying things you can ever say to your girlfriend. He's out here preaching this super efficient way to destroy people, crush their hearts or smash their heads, and honestly, the tweet is savage. Then he locks eyes with Mize and asks if she wants to give it a shot, and picture your first date turning into a sniping lesson on how to take down ogres. He breaks it down. Snipe magic is pure control, and with that Wisdom Road boost in her pocket, it's basically like she already has built-in aim assist. He's hyping her up, insisting she knows more and has more experience than anyone in the room. She's got the kind of talent that screams, legendary marksman, the moment she takes aim. He shoves the sniper wand into her hands, and wow, it's huge. Mize looks like she's one wrong move away from toppling over, but she forces herself to hold steady. Next up, they call it the BF-28, Aka Blackfeather 28. Miles thinks that's adorable, but tweets like, nah, I didn't name it, because dude, S so cool he doesn't do feelings. She's buzzing over the weapon's name, but Tweet is itching to skip straight to the moment everything goes boom. Home, now we hit the best part, the training. He tells her to get into prone position, and I already know exactly what you cultured degenerates are staring at. Mize is sprawled on the grass and the view. Let's just say it's a perfect 10 out of 10. He's laying out the technical breakdown to stabilize her line of fire, but come on, he's really just savoring the view from behind. She leans in and peers through that far-sighted crystal, then starts channeling her magic, everything, finally falling into place. Tweet can't believe how effortlessly she clicks into it. Most NPCs would have crumpled already, but Mize is born to hunt, a natural killer in the making. He orders her to aim at the tree, and she's sweating buckets like she's seconds away from failing or acing the final exam. He closes the distance to her and murmurs, right into her ear, exactly how to open both eyes, and you can practically feel the tension snap in the air, boys. Take a deep breath and hold it, because this is about to get brutally intense out in the woods. She's frozen in place, chasing that one perfect gap between heartbeats, pure razor-focused intensity. Tweet's screaming, his finger clamps down, and she fires, right into the storm. That magic blast is absolutely massive. She's not just taking shots, she's calling down orbital strikes with every hit. She whiffed the tree on her first shot. Yeah, pretty typical for a newbie, but the spirit in her won't quit. She won't stop. She scares off every bit of local wildlife that dares to hang around. By her fifth shot, she's landing every single hit. No misses, no mercy. Yeah, our girl is officially a cracked gamer. But now it's time for the real test. Tweet drops the message that there's just one ogre left, and he's begging HER to take the shot. Talk about getting shoved straight into the deep end. Mize is shaking with fear, but Tweed barrels in right beside her, shoving her forward like, be the Chad I know you can be. She snaps into focus, determination blazing in her eyes, and she's done playing damsel. She snaps on visual enhancement, and then rage takes over. Did she just flip into full berserker mode? And this ogre is just standing there, blissfully clueless, while he's seconds away from starring in a top 10 fails video. Mize clocks the opening, and she locks her aim on him, right now. She squeezes the trigger with zero hesitation this time. THATS my girl. A direct hit, boom. The ogre's head gets completely erased, and yeah, rest in peace, bozo. She's trembling like crazy, but she hits send, just like that. Tweet flashes double tap, make sure, because he's a pro who won't settle for anything less. He tells her she crushed his expectations, and that kind of praise is the closest thing you'll ever get to a miracle from this stoic king. Mai's happiness is going off the charts. She's basically wagging an invisible tail, because she's finally fighting for real, and every ounce of guilt is melting away. But then Tweet's danger sense snaps to life, because he realizes someone's been watching them the whole time. He hammers it into Mai's, face 3 o'clock, because someone's stalking her from the woods, and it's definitely not a fan. Mize is freaking out, terrified they've been clocked, while Tweet stays ice calm, like he's already cooking up 10 different ways to end this person. Mize blurts the terrifying question, should I pull the trigger? And she's already gearing up to become a ruthless assassin for a man. But Tweet barrels in and stops her cold, saying that weight is his to carry, not hers. Then he snatches the edgelord protector and cranks it to full power. He locks eyes with her and tells her, right now is not the moment, straight up gigachat energy. Mize gets it, and she trusts her man with zero doubt. Even without firing, she showed sheer determination, like she's ready to jump into this new re-day life, and they talked it all through. They can't turn back to the village, the enemy's sealing every path, and now it's time to move out. Tweet stares out into the distance, probably already plotting what he'll eat for dinner after wiping out all those people. They're staring up at this towering, ancient tree that looks like it was ripped straight out of an Elden Ring DLC. They've got no choice left. Step into the labyrinth now, because it's about to go even crazier, so don't go anywhere for the next recap. Yo, my fellow men of culture, today we're jumping back into the secret MC's life with his top-tier wife, and these two are trying to survive while looking downright dripped. Right now, they're sprinting on the run, charging into a labyrinth to shake off those annoying pursuers, because if they chase them in there, it's game over for them. This is the place known as the roots of the divine tree, and straight up, the vibes are flawless and just a little terrifying. Look at Mai, she's an absolute cutie as they hunt for rare plants, and she's got that look like she knows secrets we don't even know exist. Turns out she's sitting on ancient cheat code memories inside her head, snapped straight from her Wisdom Road skill, covering this whole dungeon layout. She's stepping up to become the guide, and having a smart mommy call the shots is a total win for our boy. While she's busy grinding away, our MC just kicks back, rubbing on those medicinal herbs like, okay, can I flip these into profit? The MC is hunting down a secret mix of plants for some kind of insurance, and you already know bro's cooking up something shady for anyone who dares to snoop in. Mai snaps at him that a whole pack of demonic beasts is lurking ahead, and he even suggests they take the long way, because going straight would be a total PC move. But our MC is a certified gigachat, and he basically goes, "Nah, front door, we're going straight through, no beta route." He's using those herbs from earlier to pull a play straight out of his old job, and it looks like the medicinal herbs are finally going to pay off for real. All the monsters are crammed together in that cave, totally oblivious that they're about to get slammed with the most disrespectful wake-up nap of their lives. Mai shoots into confusion at the sudden smoke, fully convinced the main character just dropped the hottest mixtape of the year. Turns out it's sleeping gas, and he's telling Mai to brew gas masks with alchemy, like, talk about a power couple with unreal riz. Even with that gas mask strapped on, Mai still looks ridiculously snack-worthy. Bet you $10 you can't find a more aesthetic duo in any dungeon. MC starts dropping hard facts on why gas is the ultimate meta for dungeon crawling, because once you're stuck in cramped underground tunnels, everything changes. Beasts still choke the road, and the MC snaps. No more games, he wipes them out of existence. Maze tells him her memories are ancient, so she can't exactly spit out a perfect 4K live map of every single rock. They decide to dive even deeper into the labyrinth, buying themselves at least one more hour before the heat outside finally cools down. They trip over a giant stone monument, its ancient carvings plastered with ruins so complex it feels like deciphering them would fry your brain. These relics are leftovers from some ancient civilization that existed before the big hero versus demon war, pure, massive lore drops for the fans. Mai drops the bombshell that she can read the ancient script after all, and it's a huge upgrade that skyrockets her waifu status even higher. The inscription promises a hidden treasure just ahead, classic bait, but we're charging forward anyway, because we're built different. MC feels a weird presence ahead, nothing like a person or a beast, and the tension spikes so hard it feels like absolute cinema, right this second. It's a golem, and it looks like it's been parked there since the dawn of time, just waiting to smack the MC's face with these hands. This thing is literally hovering in the air, and it looks just like one of those top-tier test golems the Adventurers Guild would throw at you. The bucket head revs up and starts charging, and the MC snaps at Mize to get back, while he takes on that mechanical NPC himself. The golem whips into a Beyblade of Death spin, and the MC shields Mize with lightning-fast moves. This hunk of metal sees wider than any normal person, but our boy moves so damn fast that its sensors can't even catch up. The MC clocks it instantly. The golem isn't moving toward him at all, it's stationing itself like the final gatekeeper, guarding one exact spot. Mize suddenly hits a light bulb revelation, grabs the MC's attention, and demands they pin the golem down, because she's ready to hack the system. Our MC taps into that rage fuel, then squares up like he's about to rip into that machine just to impress his girl. Holy, look at the audacity of that jump. He's basically soaring through the air, hurling that smoke straight into the golem's face like a one-man airstrike. He slams into the golem and pins it down with straight-up Chad strength, while Mize crashes in right behind him to do her move. Mize strides right alongside the main character with pure grit and fearless determination, and honestly, it's awesome watching her grab the reins and take charge. She shoots out her hand and slaps the machine with confidence, like her ancient memories are firing off secret hacker magic. And just like that, the golem croaks out completely. She straight up turned him off, like a broken PC after a blue screen. She snapped into understanding. This golem was built by the very same person who created her wisdom road and the magic way back when. Turns out those things come packed with emergency shutoff switches. She'd only know, because only someone with her memories and high IQ would spot them. This proves her magic is tied to the ancient world's technology way deeper than we ever guessed. She's got 200 years of knowledge stuffed into her skull, like she comes pre-installed with a cheat code for real life. She feels like she's stealing something, but the MC cuts in and tells her she can use that power however she wants. Just look at her blush, she's completely down bad for the MC's support, and her face is burning red. They finally crack the secret and discover what the golem was guarding, the divine herb axa, and it looks like a jackpot payday is about to hit. This is the holy grail of medicinal plants, the key ingredients they need to forge the legendary divine medicine elixir. Mize stands there, locked on these flowers like they're the most breathtaking thing in the world, and just look at the treasures this field is showing off. They can't move it yet because they're missing the tools, and Mize looks so crushed she can't even haul the entire garden back home. Knowing where this colony is basically makes them richer than most kings. This is life-changing money, the kind that flips your whole world. This find is pure gold, and the MC just knows they've struck absolute jackpot in this dungeon. They decide to pitch camp right there, because the people chasing them outside have likely finally backed off and thrown in the towel. Mize is so hyped to finally sleep beside the divine Erbigza that her happiness spikes hit max settings. They crash the night in the most breathtaking place on Earth, just vibing side by side and soaking up that view like it's the best thing they've ever seen. The very next day, they're back in the village, still reeking of fancy flowers, and now they're hunting for any crack in the walls that can finally get them out. They snagged a carriage for cheap, and now they're hustling to get out before the heat comes chasing them again. MC clocks Mai staring at the shops and shoots her a question, you seeing anything you want to buy? She's still acting all shy and closed off like always, but I swear she's staring at something behind that display case. Our boy won't take no for an answer. He won't let her off the hook until she finally tells him which one she's staring at. He tells her we've got more than enough money to go wild because we busted our butts, so go on, treat yourself. Mice keeps replaying how she described their elopement, and you can tell she's absolutely loving this brand new, everyday life. She finally reaches for a simple bracelet, choosing something meaningful over all the flashy, tangled ornaments. MC blurts, are you sure? We could grab the expensive ones, but she's dead set on this exact one. Wait, she grabbed the matching set too. Look at that smile. She's got that riz tucked away and she's dying to match them. The MC grabs it without a second thought, and even he looks stunned by just how adorably she's acting right now. The shopkeeper slaps out a warning. If you're going into the Western wastelands, watch your step, because the world's getting downright weird. Everyone looked up and saw a weird glowing pattern blazing across the sky. Then the whole world shook with a roar that sounded like the end was here. The MC grabs that info like a pro, and straight away he knows it. When the sky starts glowing, a gigantic boss fight is coming for him fast. They choose to slam through the jagged crags toward the Republic of Carnarvon, staying out of sight the whole way. Mize is bursting into giggles because she's sure the MC's plan will work, and as long as she's right beside him, she feels completely safe. She's all in on the adventure now, roaming through strange, unfamiliar villages and raking in guild money like she's been doing it forever. This is the exact life she's been craving ever since life yanked away her everyday routine. The MC admits their accidental dungeon raid turned into an absolutely epic adventure for their very first trip out. But that look in the MC's eyes screams, I know something worse is lurking just off screen. And holy crap, look at that crater. Something insanely massive just slammed into the ground, and the whole world is seconds away from getting cooked. Yo, what's good, my cultured kings? It's your boy back with another banger, because the MC's basically invisible and the wafus, unreal. Now hold up, we're diving straight into chaos. Tweet and the royal princess are on a road trip that's straight up hell. Right now they're straight up vibing in a carriage somewhere in the holy kingdom of Arcadia, but don't let the scenery lull you, because trouble's about to hit like fire. Tweet stares at the ground like, oh no, the terrain looks absolutely cooked, like a giant spoon just scooped the entire landscape clean out. Our boy is a straight-up genius. He stares at the guild map and realizes it's useless garbage because the whole world got completely remodeled overnight. Look at this magic, pure audacity. People call it extremism, and it chewed through the earth like it was nothing more than a quick snack. We get a quick glimpse of Chris, the absolute glasses mommy of our dreams, rolling out the kingdom's ultimate weapons like she owns the battlefield. A tweet says this magic is a total flex, untouchable, but it can't straight up kill people on its own, which is basically the ultimate no-kill upgrade. Suddenly, Mike clocks the ops barreling in, and Tweet yanks out the sniper wand. He's done messing around with these NPCs. Inside the enemy carriage, Chris is packing heat like always, but the real tension is on her face, because she's terrified for 28, the boy Tweet's agent name. This knight from Arcadia is just sitting there, glazing himself, convinced he's a total gigachat because he's some old guy in armor. This knight's strutting around like he's the main character, no clue he's about to be the very first one shipped straight to the lobby. Oz, the short tomboy with full-on chaotic energy, tells everyone that Tweet is the assassination specialist, but it's her who's trained for a straight-up assault. This knight's got the nerve to call assassinations measures of the week, and it's wild. Bro is basically begging the universe to humble him. Oz barks at him to keep his head inside the carriage, but this beta ignores him and gets crushed by the ultimate price for forgetting Riz. Boom, absolute cinema goes for the kill. One shot and Tweet's sniper drops the knight's head, proving talk's just talk and a real scope ends the debate. That first shot was just to clear the trash. Now Tweet has yanked the real threat, Oz, out into the open. Oz bursts out acting like a full-blown menace, flashes a wild yahoo at our boy, like they're old buddies, not literal enemies. She's got that wild, razor-focused look in her eyes, and you can tell She's itching for a fight to the death with her former comrade. Oz doesn't hold back for a second. She unleashes magic like a literal aimbot and blows Tweet's carriage straight into Smythurian's. She warns him, "Don't you dare blame me if you die," and Tweet just grins like a cold-blooded Chad. "Same, I feel it too." The fight is pure chaos. Oz is cackling like a total maniac, and Tweet is dodging every single beam like he's inside the Matrix. She's calling his attacks pea shooters, but nah, he's setting up the whole board while she's out here treating it like a game of checkers. Oz keeps blasting her magic overhead, convinced she's got the high ground, but Tweet's about to show her exactly why she's the strongest. She thinks she's sitting pretty with the head start, but every Chad knows even the wildest attacker has a soft spot somewhere. The Tweet keeps getting delayed, and for a second, it looks like our guy might actually be finished off by this pint-sized powerhouse. Oz snaps, calling him naive, and that's a huge red flag, because an MC who says that always has a sneaky trick hidden up his sleeve. She won't let up. She's hammering Tweet so hard that he has to unleash his bomb traps just to survive this raging magic storm. Oz snaps and decides he's done, yanks out the meteor cannon, straight out of a full-blown cinema masterpiece. The whole area gets obliterated by condensed magic fire, and you can practically see the heat hit Tweet as that blast tears through the air. Oz acts like she's already won and starts bragging that Tweet has gotten weaker ever since he left the bureau. Like, wow, what a total hater. Our boy gets all misty-eyed, thinking about his new friends, and then tells her, "Don't worry, I haven't even played my whole hand yet." He yanks out a plain old stone, and Oz goes, "Wait, a rock," like she doesn't realize she's staring down a certified genius. Tweet snapped a stone into motion, and boom, it detonated straight in her face. That's a pure pro gamer flex. He figured out how to drop his bomb magic onto a moving target, pure nerve and insane skill. Oz is losing it. If his timing slips by even a millisecond, he's going to blow himself up like the ultimate simp. She fires off a brutal barrage, but Tweet is already slicing through the smoke like a real-life ghost. He realizes he can't survive a straight fight against her assault specialty, so he bets everything on one last, decisive move. Oz pins him to the ground and drives the crushing blow into his leg, like she's finally got the bag secured and the legend is beaten for good. She looms over him like a daimy mommy, cuts the mimach short and snaps, "Where's the princess?" Tweet flashes a bloody smirk, tells her she'll learn the truth soon, and you can feel the plot twist barreling straight toward you. Oz stared down at his wrist and felt his stomach drop because that bracelet wasn't just fake, it was bait, and he'd been the whole trap. While Oz was busy showing off, she didn't even realize she'd stepped right into a literal kill zone. Look at me, there's the princess, locked in with that sniper wand, looking like a total baddie, ready to pull the trigger. Tweet broke it down for her, every gear, every move, and now she's counting down to the second she can finally pull her man out of trouble. She's locked onto the sniper's code: breathe out, hold still, then wait until the heartbeats line up perfectly for the shot. The princess yanks the trigger without a blink, no hesitation at all, showing she's not just a waifu, she's a certified shooter. Oz is totally blindsided when the beam rockets straight at her, because she honestly believed she was the only one fighting beside Riz. The shot landed clean. Mize just saved the day, nailing the MC with a cross-map snipe, so nasty any gamer would have hit record. That's how you deal with the ops. Maze snatches back their freedom and proves a princess isn't too sweet to run this show, even with her stubborn dog in tow. Yo fam, we're jumping straight into the chaos. This dude is literally bleeding out, but somehow that hair is still screaming main character energy. This poor NPC got obliterated by a sniper from a mile out, straight up target practice, no mercy. Speaking of snipers, just look at this girl's aim. I'd let her take a shot at me any day if you catch my drift. Our boy Tweet isn't even breaking a sweat while this loser coughs up blood. He's staring at him like yesterday's trash. Bro straight up asked if he's not dead yet. Now that disrespect hits like pure box office cinema. Yeah, even Mize looks stunned. Our MC is ice cold. She's standing there just lost in the moment, like a puppy that wandered off. The villain's really out here demanding answers, like he didn't just get his life snuffed by a superior specimen. That Tweet hits different, no cap. He's not here to hear your sob story. He's got that 1,000-yard stare like, "Yeah, I'm the danger, ice cold, no joke, homie." Tweet is out here checking his notifications mid-fight like a straight-up legend. He's talking to Chris right now, and the audacity of this guy, negotiating while soaked in blood, is absolutely insane. Chris is trying to play it cool, but we all know she's totally blown away by the Riz. Look at my gripping that staff. She's trying her hardest to be a mommy, but the girl's still a total klutz. They're hyping Wisdom Road magic like it's a full-on cheat code for the story. Glaze slides right back into the magic system like usual. Tweet's got the vibes on lock. He's gearing up to move out and stand guard over his wife, no matter what. They realize they've been boxed in on every side, but Tweet's got plot armor so thick it could stop a tank cold. Time to stomp through the desert. Cardio's the only thing these guys ever get, and if they're not careful, they'll tear their feet up. All right, look at that sky. The whole place is humming, and these people are starving their guts out in the middle of nowhere. Tweet's out here grilling some mystery meat. Bet it tastes like chicken or straight-up despair. Bon appetit. Mize is out here chowing down like a classy lady, even in the mud, like the respect is baked into her bones. She's the real deal. Bro's out here roaming the horizon like he's starring in some K-drama, so wildly dramatic for absolutely no reason. He's staring at a carcass, sick to his stomach. Still, he thinks about the maggots, because in a world like this, survival beats pride and yeah, he's cooking it. Ms. E can feel the world pressing down on her, like she's too pure for all of this, and those watery eyes prove it. She's promising she won't let Tweet do all the heavy lifting. Yeah, that's my girl. She just showed some serious backbone. But honestly, she looks 2 seconds away from fainting from pure snack starvation. Somebody grab her a burger, right now. Monologue time. Mize snaps back to exactly why they bolted, because the kingdom's just one big mess of LS and straight-up haters. They had to dip, there was no way they were staying, where the vibes turned rancid. And even when hope dies, they still sprint on, because this grind never lets up for our duo. This moment right here, pure peak romance. He pulls her in, comforts her through those tears, and in the wrecked wasteland she finally gets to feel something like warmth, W eras. And just look at that smile. She's absolutely gone for him, and honestly, I can't blame her one bit. Then bam, she drops to the ground like her stamina bar got straight up deleted. GG, mission failed, somehow in the most dramatic way. Tweet storms up to the fortress by himself, mission locked in, and he's not bringing a single soul with him. The guards are completely baffled. Who in their right mind strolls into a prison like they're the ones running it? Tweet just throws his hands up like, take me to your leader, and the Gigachat energy is totally through the roof. He's locked in the dungeon right now, getting the upgraded interrogation treatment, like it's just another Tuesday. They're pounding him and he's still just dead set on what he's gonna eat for dinner. No fear, no respect, just 0 F given. He locks eyes with them and demands they call the king, still fearless even with chains biting his wrists. The king steps in and then you clock this old man. He looks like he's been living underground, way before the prequel even started. He's just smirking, like he already has the whole scheme locked in, and you know this plan is about to wreck a ton of property. The king shoots up, shocked as hell. He can't believe Tweet is alive. Sorry, Pops, but in this recap, main characters don't just get to die that easily. Tweet just clocked that this dude is Mize's dad, and wow, that's a straight-up toxic family disaster with major screaming red flags. This no-good excuse of a father actually calls his own daughter a thing. Someone please cancel him right now, because he's already cooked. He demanded she become a tool for the country, then snapped, go to therapy and quit acting like a villain. He straight up says he needs her corpse, like, not joking. That's the ultimate beta villain, no wonder Mize bolting. Tweet bursts into laughter, fully sure he's already won the mental battle, absolute cinema. The king struts like he's calling the shots, but a sharper mind slides in and completely overwhelms him. A tweet hits him with no room for negotiations, and suddenly, boom, everything turns on that old man. He casually pops up and cracks into a full-on gym stretch like he owns the place. Boom, he rips the chains apart with pure muscle, and that main character energy is spiking to critical overload. Back to Chris, he's sitting there like, did Tweet really just surrender? Girl, you know him better than that, he's a full-on menace. She hears the princess is gone, then realizes Tweet is locked in the dungeon with the king, panic hits like a hammer. But her face screams the truth. She already knows things are about to get wild, and she's definitely not on the guest list. The guards try to calm her down, but she just smirks. She knows Tweet is a certified disaster. She's literally trembling, because she knows the king is moments away from getting folded like a lawn chair. She rockets toward the dungeons, and honestly, she's fully in her mommy mode now. I love to see it. They're bolting through the waifu store like it's the last minute before a clearance sale. Shove it, NPCs. They show up just in time to watch Tweet press a blade to the king's throat. Chris, you're seriously late to this whole mess. Look at Tweet's face. This is the look of a man who's finished messing around, ready to negotiate or throw hands. Tweet can't forget how wiped out Maze was. He's pushing through all of this just to protect his girl. Respect. He finally realizes running won't save him. You've got to fight for that freedom, even if it costs everything. And freedom is trash if you don't take it the hard way, out in the open, for everyone to see. Straight from the Chad himself, facts. He told her to wait, and he meant it down to the bone. This was a man who kept his word. The king's sweating bullets right now. Look at that raw fear on his face. Honestly, it's hard not to love seeing him crack like this. He's begging to talk his way out, but Tweet just won't hear a word. Chris lunges in to help, but she smirks. She's at a huge disadvantage. Sit down, sis. Tweet snaps at her to stay put, because he's the captain now, and the rest are nothing but passengers. Chris snaps at him like, "You're a dog that bites the hand that fed you," and Tweet just fires back, "Nah, I'm the alpha." All he wants is May's safe and sound. Nothing else matters. King of Riz and loyalty. Then he drops a total bombshell about the divine herb Exa. This is the ultimate bargaining chip, pure gold. Just look at these flowers, Plot's cash machine right here, ready to spit out money. The king and Chris are spiraling out of their minds, because that 4D chess move just flipped the board, and they never saw it coming. That money could finally help the kingdom claw its way back from the war, while Tweet is out here pulling the strings and fooling everyone. The king refuses to believe it, but he's terrified to even try. Fear has him stiff as a statue. Chris steels herself to say what she really thinks, because she's aiming for pure logic, while Tweet acts like an absolute Chad. She's quick to warn that Tweet might be lying, but the doubt is already buried deep in her mind. And if the negotiations blow up, they'll lose those herbs, and the princess too, and that's a brutal L for the king. The king's losing it right now, don't even start. Pops, too late, you're already done for. Chris throws up his hands and admits it, this fight's pointless. The Tweet has them by the throat, and he refuses to let go. He even claims he planted bombs. This guy is a full-on professional menace, and I'm honestly loving it. Now the king finally has a real reason to put his own life first, and Tweet even hands him a clean way to save face. Stare at the king's face. He's freezing up, like his whole life just got questioned in an instant. 1 minute left, Tweet's going feral with the clock ticking, and there's zero time to talk. The king has to blare the news so loud everyone in the kingdom hears it, because this is a full-on public L for the crown. The negotiations are finally over, and the king's eyes are basically overflowing, music to my ears. Tweet just smirks as he orders Chris to jot down the contract, and then he forces her to escort him too. Savage. Thanks for the hospitality, but the disrespect. Oh man, it's legendary. Bro just pulled off the ultimate guest flex. But Chris is straight up fuming. She can't believe he actually pulled off the heist of the century. Tweet leans on her because he's running on fumes, then drops into a nap on her shoulder. Yeah, you've earned that. Chris realizes the deal isn't just good for him. It's a slam dunk for the bureau too, and everybody comes out winning, except the trash king. Mize finally gets to stay in the kingdom, safe and sound now, like the universe slammed on plot armor and called it a win. He swears he'll be the one to protect her, and you can practically feel Chris catching feelings in the background. Back in that fancy room, the king is still seething, throwing a tantrum like a spoiled kid. He's pounding his fist because some teenager just completely outplayed him. He's already plotting an assassination of Tweet. This guy's basically begging fate to erase him. He's trying to use those herbs to crank up the war, straight up NPC villain energy, and honestly, it's painfully boring. His subordinates scramble to warn him, but he's so drunk on his own hype that he won't even listen. Don't be scared, he blurts out, though you can practically see his nays knocking, then he sneers, what a loser. Right then bam, a hole rips open in the wall and you're like, is this some crazy bird? A plane? No way, because it's a message straight from somewhere. Nope, he just finally realizes the king is still stuck in Tweet's absolute dominance range. He's slumped in his chair, looking like a boss who just got crushed, so sit down, old man. Tweet shows up and finds Mai passed out in the dirt. She really chased him that far, talk about pure dedicated waifu energy. She's still out there, fully alive and kicking. Seriously, thank the plot gods. Just look at her sprawled out like that. She's been through a whole week of high-stakes, princess in distress, chaos. Tweet gazes at her with those gentle, soft eyes. Could this feeling be coming from the Ice King? She's out cold in the middle of the wasteland, sleeping like a champ, and yeah, she's tougher than ever now. She jolts awake, locks eyes with him, and blurts, let's go home. I can't handle this whole summon mess anymore. They finally blast off and head back toward civilization. Desert arc's over. A few days later, and boom, there they are again at the capital, staring up at those ridiculously fancy buildings like, seriously. They're at Builders Academy, back-to-school arc time, baby. Get ready for some slice-of-life fun. They look insanely good in their uniforms. Mize is absolutely glowing right now. Wait, did she just say we can have a kid and build a whole future around our culture? Because she's not joking, she's trying to lock it in. Tweet's face basically screamed, Erichwaiter 4, because he definitely wasn't braced for that kind of straight-up, Riz hitting him in the face. She's plotting an escape with the whole family, and she's already built the wedding in her head from start to finish. Tweet's trying to act like he's got it under control, but inside he's panicking so hard he might as well be yelling for help. He tells her, "You've got nothing to fear, your recovery's smooth, like butter, bro." Then bam, the squad spots them, and that secret vacation is officially dead. Gran and Alicia are tight friends. Alicia looks like a top-tier wife, and you'd better not underestimate her. She's furious that they vanished, leaving only a vacation note. Honestly, she's not wrong. Tweet just tosses her a souvenir like it's nothing. "Meanwhile, we had a pretty good time, but bro, you almost died." And Mize is over the moon. This is finally her home, the place she belongs. Now protect that smile no matter what it takes. The bird ripped free from its cage and flew off for good, and now it's never coming back. Honestly, that's some deep stuff for a trashy recap. She finally gets to soar wherever she wants with her wings fully hers, an absolute cinema-level finish to this chapter. Hepford, yo, what's up my cultured kings? Today we're jumping back into the life of our undercover legend, just trying to keep things normal while top-tier wafers surround him. And then, bam, spicy flashback time to a war-torn country where people are starving so bad they're dropping right in the streets. It's a full-on disaster zone, and Gran's just staring at the rubble like he's already done for. Then this absolute gigachat with a legendary beard steps in, tells Gran their whole country is basically finished, and demands they choose which empire is gonna swallow them next. He turns to Gran and asks which one he likes more, but the kid just freezes there, straight up looking like a stunned NPC. Gran picked the Kingdom of Terraria because they didn't just talk, they actually helped rebuild, instead of slithering around with shady motives. Bearded Daddy's jaw drops, then he shoves the truth right into the moment, saying he's going to Terraria immediately. The mission's dead simple: get there, scope the place out, and figure out if they're genuinely chill or totally acting for the cameras. Gran tried to hit the old man with, "I'm just a dummy" card, but the old man flat out wouldn't hear a thing. He's basically handing the kingdom's entire future to this kid, while the rain hammers down like the universe is staging a dramatic finale. It's a brutal weight on our boys' shoulders, but deep down, that MC power is buried, waiting to explode. Fast forward to today, and boom, we're back at the academy, where this brand new mommy-tier teacher is hyping up the Magical Games Festival like it's about to go down. This event is basically the Mages' Olympics, where they show off their spells to impress the fancy nobles and the knights watching like it's the biggest show in town. Get ready, this is gonna be a 3-day banger with 9 non-stop games, and yeah, everyone gets forced to jump in. They're dangling a ridiculous 100K gold prize in front of everyone, but of course it's tradition to toss it right back to the school like a bunch of simps. The hero course students are already losing it with excitement, buzzing about showing off to the outside world. Mommy the teacher hypes everyone up and says this festival is meant to prove the war's finally done, so everyone can finally crawl out of their depression. Then she drops the real lore bomb. This festival is happening at the exact same time as a massive diplomatic conference. The big shots of the Kingdom of Valabhar and Terraria are rolling in, ready to watch the kids play like it's the hottest reality show on TV. So yeah, this year, the whole school is about to go totally feral, and the attention is going to be absolutely off the charts. With a grin like that, she calls everyone after school and tells them to meet their teams, and I swear, I'd follow her straight into a dungeon. During lunch, our main squad suddenly realizes they've been ripped into 2 teams, Hawks on one side, Lions on the other. Mize and our boy Tweet are fighting for the Hawk crew, while Alicia, the red-haired waifu, and Sieg back the Lions. Alicia's staring at Tweet, grinning like a war-crazed monster. She's ready to eat him for breakfast because she's a total battle maniac. Sieg goes full nerd mode, ranting about the team names, history like he's a walking encyclopedia. Everyone's stunned. Sieg is actually studying for once, and meanwhile Maze is just hanging around in the background, looking like an adorable cutie. As they march back to class, Alicia corners Tweet. She's still down bad and itching for a rematch. She pokes at him, asking if he's running away, but our boy stays icy calm, like it doesn't even register. He tells her, "Your father's been avenged, so let go already." She spills that the Knights of the Orthodox Order invited her to join them, and suddenly her confidence hits rock bottom. Getting an invite as a first-year feels like pure main character luck, but she's convinced it only happened because her dad's reputation did all the talking. She's thrilled by the offer, but imposter syndrome is clawing at her every step. She tilts her head at Tweet, practically begging, "Please notice me," and then she wonders if she's truly worthy or if she's just not. Our boy plays dumb, acting like he has no clue, until she brings up what happened with Robert. She decides the only way to feed her ego is to beat him in the festival. She jabs her finger right in his face and tells him to go all out, because if he doesn't, things are getting ugly and it's on sight. Tweet snaps into full reality mode like, wait, this is dead serious, and honestly, I love a woman who can kick my butt. After school, the Hawk Squad bands together, and we finally hook up with their leader, Mita Epstein. She's a first-year student council officer, and the way she stands, it screams she won't tolerate a single second of nonsense. She hands out performance records to figure out, game by game, who's the perfect fit to dominate. Tweet's basically a racing god. He gets dropped into both the physical race and the driving race like it's no big deal. Mize is bubbling with excitement over a game in Exodus called Shooting Star, even though she has zero idea what it even is. The student council lets out an apology because that other member is missing, and you can practically see the stress crushing her. Then some random hero in the NPC starts running his mouth, claiming he and the others are on a whole different level from the commoners. He's sure they shouldn't even train together, because those common folks will only weigh them down. This dude's such a total beta that he's basically handing everyone permission to roast him. They're just sitting there, watching the drama explode, while the hero course students start praising themselves like it's the main event. Mira steps in, snaps, "Shut your mouth," and makes it crystal clear she's the one running the show. She tells everyone, loud and clear, that winning every fight isn't the whole point of this festival. She lives for teamwork, because that's what actually turns the tide and wins the game. She shoots the NPC a terrifying glare and warns him, "Don't let yourself become the burden." Absolute cinema, and just like that, she shuts him down hard, then orders everyone to start practicing right away. The first game kicks off as a brutal physical relay race, then you're allowed to unleash close quarters magic to trip up and throw your opponents off. Then you've got the sledgehammer game, where you slam a tool down like your life depends on it, blasting it with maximum magic power. Finally, Shooting Star turns into a magical sniper showdown where long-range specialists go head-to-head. Mize keeps drilling her shots, while Myra's on her phone, losing her mind and yelling at some guy named Valen. She's totally unraveling because he overslept, and you can practically see her about to blow sky-high. The Tweet just stands there awkwardly as she gets yanked into it, then starts shaking with pure, boiling rage. She realizes Tweet saw her lose control, and her face turns beat-red in seconds. She blurts out an apology for the mess she made, then bolts to a hiding spot, mortified. Mies storms in and calls out Tweet for sandbagging his speed during race practice. She clocks that he's way faster than he claims, so she plants a sharp little kick in his shin, right for all that lying. The very next day, the whole squad slides into lunch together, trading talk about how the practices are really going. A Tweet is praising Myra as a razor-sharp leader, saying everything is running perfectly smooth. Sieg says the Lion team is basically just marching in step with the student council for now. Mize brings up how Myra totally roasted that hero course guy, and somehow it ends up lifting everyone's spirits. He pauses mid-tweet and blinks. Wait, something smells fishy, and he knows it. He drops the truth bomb that the whole showdown with the hero course student was probably a setup, staged right from the start. The student council is playing 4D chess to slam the classes together and keep every single one from getting too cocky. They're using reverse psychology like a pressure valve, keeping the piece from blowing up. On day 2 of practice, things start getting wildly more intense. They're trying out the drive race, basically a full-throttle contest on magical surfboards called wingboards. Tweet is naturally a pro at this because he's the MC, and that's exactly how the whole thing runs. He decides to lock in on the physical race instead because he refuses to draw too much attention. He swears he's scared he'll mess up because he's inexperienced, but come on, we both know he's just hiding his real power level. He's sweating over the fact that those top-tier spectators could sniff out his plain old student disguise in a heartbeat. He just wants to live peacefully, but the plot armor won't let him breathe. Everything keeps blowing up in his face. Next up, Exodus has to face practice, and trust me, it sounds like the kind of nightmare that never lets you breathe. They hauled in scraps and patched up outdoor training grounds until they'd built one massive, mind-bending maze. It's basically a wild game of tag. One side lays sneaky traps, and the other side has to fight to break free and escape. Every team is stuck with 5 fighters, and it all boils down to one brutal question: how many can claw their way out alive? Tweet starts dropping Mize pro tips on how to dodge traps like he's been dungeon crawling for years. Mize stares at him with pure awe like, damn, our boy's got that natural riz. He shoots the question, are you sure you want to play a game this dangerous? She blurts out that she wants to be an adventurer, so this training is the perfect shot for her. She's locked in on getting stronger, and Tweet can see that burning fire blazing in her eyes. He tells her to give it everything, and she rewards him with the warmest, most wholesome smile you've ever seen. Tweet is doing everything he can to play it cool as a normal student, but he can feel the chaos creeping in, and it's about to explode. The final games practice wraps up, and now it's time, let's head home. Just as they're about to head out, Tweet's spidey senses spark. He locks onto a figure lurking in the shadows. He decides to walk her all the way to her dorm, and she's blushing so hard her whole face practically bursts. He acts like it was no big deal, but nah, he's secretly a full-on Chad protector. He just figured out that mysterious figure wasn't some random student at all, and he can already feel his peaceful days slamming shut for good. You homies, we're back at Royal Builders Academy, where the Magical Games Festival is about to explode, and you already know the vibes are immaculate. The whole world's glued to this post-war festival, but come on, we're not here for the pageantry, we're here for the plot, and the plot is the real show. Our boy Tweet is diving into the physical race, while Mize is pulling some Exodus-level moves. I'd watch her sprint all day, no cap. But hold up, Myra abstains sitting there looking like a full-course meal, while Sieg Falchion decides his assigned game is beneath him and tries to switch. Tweeted that Sig finally ditched the total beta vibes, and straight up looks like he's got some RIS now. He finally chilled out and stopped roasting the commoners, and that's wild because normally, that's my job. Saig just stands there like a straight-up Chad, while Myra tries to play it professional, but those blushes are screaming, girl. He's begging to get into that 5-on-5 magic wargame, and this isn't some casual brawl, it's built for real talent and people who can back it up. Myra presses him for answers, because he's a long-range specialist, and wargames are basically a chaotic mosh pit of destructive magic. Sieg locks eyes with her, and flat-out tells her their odds skyrocket if he steps in. This man's audacity is honestly unreal. Those NPC side characters start yapping in Sieg's face, warning him he's getting carried away, and that he's got no aptitude for it. Sieg isn't having any of it. He calls for a 2-on-1 mock battle to make his point, and Bro is basically begging to 1-2 these scrubs. Tweet and Mize are posted on the sidelines, watching every move. Mize is freaking out, but Tweet's got that gut feeling that something big is about to happen. Seriously, these two clowns think they're him, and you're out here humiliating people like it's a sport. Yeah, because you're short, so stay mad. And they start raining fire bullets like it's a Call of Duty lobby, while Sieg just chills, dodging every single one like it's nothing. They go for that earth beer combo, and Sieg is moving like he just tapped Ultra Instinct. These guys are getting absolutely cooked. Tweet gets the warning early. Sieg is already cooking up a massive counter, and trust me, blink once and you'll miss the pure cinema. Bro just blasts a wind cannon out of nowhere. Down goes one NPC, and there's still one left. Then he powers up a lightning spear so it looks like it came straight out of a final boss raid, and just like that, yeah, you're finished, kid. Tweet realizes this isn't some everyday spell at all, it's C-rank magic, but the power scaling is so busted it throws everything off. This attack isn't just big, it's on another level, and Sieg is literally out here smashing the game's balance wide open. Tweet recalls how Sieg used to beg for a military-grade tool to pull this off, but now Bro's tearing it down using nothing but his own skills. Look at that face, dude just clocked he's a gigachat, and it's hitting him in real time. Myra has to jump in right now and slam the brakes on their brawl before those two NPCs get erased from existence. The two scrubs are literally trembling in their boots, while just stands there like this is a normal Tuesday morning workout. Myra throws him the green light for the wargame, and Tweet finally gets it. Sieg's grind was no joke. Mira drops the rumor that another student council officer could join, and she's sweating bullets just picturing the guy. His name is Valen Senpai, but nobody wants to look at him because that dude screams red flags with every step. Enter Alicia, our ultimate waifu, pulling up with the facts. Valen is a hardened veteran from the legendary hero Demon War. This dude's a legit war hero, and now he's trapped in school. Can you imagine being a veteran and still having to grind out homework? Alyssa tells me he's strong as hell, but his attitude's pure trouble. Around here, we call that a walking menace. Even after the war, he's still stirring up chaos, like he's the kind of guy who probably eats glass for breakfast. He'd beat you half dead just for giving him the wrong look, straight up total Black Air Force energy. They swear he's the strongest kid in the academy, but Alicia isn't buying it for a second. She stares at Tweet, and I know it. Your secrets are about to spill, because that glazing is climbing straight to critical levels. My jumps in, I think so too. And damn, our boy Tweet's got two top-tier girls going to war over who gets to simp harder. Just look at that vibe, tweets out here trying to chow down his lunch, while a whole harem is forming in real time. Valen beat up a noble's heir and got forced to repeat a whole year. Now he's the senpai who never leaves, a certified legend. They shoved him into the student council just to keep him on a leash. Yeah, good luck with that. He's absolutely about to blow right past those rules. Mize is buzzing with excitement to train her magic. Look at that grin, boys. She's ready to save the day and protect it no matter what. Alicia starts needling her about what game she's in, and Maze's panic spikes like crazy, because the chemistry between them is absolutely on fire. Seeing them this fired up hits Tweet like a brick. He realizes he's been living way too low-key, and now he wants to jump into something new too. He's been keeping his past as a secret agent locked behind closed doors, but real freedom hits different. He can't hold back anymore. It's time to break out of the shadows and finally step up as the MC you were born to be. He rushes to see Chris, the glasses waifu, and yeah, I hear you guys staring because trust me, she's absolutely cultured. Tweet's freaking out because he thinks he's trash at magic. He's slow to learn, bro, but you can literally erase people, so what do you mean? Chris blurts out that his body is all weird because of the brutal training he endured inside a secret organization. This isn't a mistake, it's a feature. His constitution is forged to handle specific, high-level techniques. He didn't pick that weird life. Someone shoved it onto him through brutal body mods. He's obsessed with compression. He takes a pathetic E-rank baby spell and turns it into a full-on railgun. But here's the catch, being a complete wild card means you're probably horrible at everything else, and that's the deal. Huge risk, huge reward. He struggles with normal magic because his body is basically engineered for the most brutal, high-tier techniques only. He's still B-rank even with that huge handicap. Just imagine what happens if he ever learns the basics. Everybody's getting cooked. Christ tells him his power is priceless. He's watched it save his life 1,000,000 times, so stop acting ungrateful, kid. She tells him not to get discouraged, because yeah, everyone would kill to have that kind of wild eccentricity, Riz. But Tweet won't back down. He's determined to master new magic, so he can finally compete on a fair footing in the festival. Chris stares at him, and you can practically hear him thinking, man, this dude is a walking sea of dense, clueless thoughts. She promises she'll hand him off to someone solid from the front. Bet you $10 it's just another waifu in disguise. Yep, called it. He storms into the room, and there it is. Another mommy-type character waiting right there for him. Later, Tweet's back in class, but from the shadows, Gran is lurking like a silent threat. Gran leans in and asks if they can talk after class, and Bro's face lights up like he's seconds away from asking for a loan or a date. They link up outside, and Gran's squirming with nerves. Yeah, he finally clocks it. He's been a simp the whole time. He straight up drops to his knees and begs to become Tweet's disciple, and the character growth that follows is absolutely wild. Bro, the Tweet's just standing there like, I heard you, and I swear, I don't get why. Gran burns with the need to join the war game on the very last day, because the fire in his eyes is saying, I'm not backing down. Every slot gets hogged by the hero course elitists, and now he's ready to shove them aside, pure absolute Chad energy to slam the chapter shut. Yo boys, we're back with another straight-up banger. Gran drops to his knees and bows like he's about to propose, but nah, he's begging our MC Tweet to make him his master. Tweet just stands there like, I'm too cool for this, staring at this loud-mouthed NPC who won't stop begging him to be his mentor. Gran's got massive plans. He's gonna flex on the hero course students, try to kick them out of the festival, and honestly, that's pure GigaChat energy. Then the mood flips and suddenly we're deep in the Lusectus conference lore, while Tweet just sits there, calm as ever, absorbing every second like the absolute pro he is. Gran launches into a rant about his homeland, Valabar getting annexed because they're basically finished after the war, and now he's stuck picking between two kingdoms. It's a brutal trap when your own country is so wiped out it can't even run itself, and the whole mess starts to feel like plain, hopeless despair. Turns out Gran isn't just some random soldier. The king actually trusts him to scout their next home, even while Gran laughs and admits he's got 0 brain cells. Bro's literally clutching a leaf, cackling like, I'm not smart, and honestly, yeah, that's peak relatable content for at least half of us right now. The king basically told him to kick back and do whatever he wanted, like, that's the ultimate dream job, no question. But here's the catch: if Gran can't find happiness in this new kingdom, the king will slam open the door to a far darker future for the whole country. Putting that kind of massive responsibility on a guy who can barely handle basic math is brutal, and you can practically see the stress crushing him. He's itching to enter the wargame, ready to prove to his king that betting on him was the right move, and for once he wants to show real growth, not just talk. He's banking on one big performance, because if he nails it, the king will finally stop worrying and feel at ease about bringing the kingdom of Teruria into the fold. Tweet asks him point blank if this is truly what he wants, and for a second, everything gets deadly serious. Gran's motive is way more noble than it sounds. He's determined to prove the king's choice to send him here wasn't a mistake. And the real reason he's obsessed with this kingdom, it's safe enough to actually go flirt without getting wrecked. Pure man of culture, I respect the hustle. Tweet finally agrees to train him, but she warns him his fighting style is straight up not normal. He tells Gran, throw hands first, let's see if you're actually worth the effort or just a full-on simp. But Gran is all fired up and ready to roll, telling Tweet, don't cry, I'm about to catch you with these hands. Gran storms in swinging, barking, take this, like he's about to drop a shonen-level finisher and crush the moment with one brutal hit. But our MC is just toying with him like a cat with yarn, sidestepping that punch like it's nothing at all. Grant lunges for a kick, but Tweed is already 10 steps ahead, like he's reading Grant's moves before they even happen. Grant is going all out, landing some solid close-quarters hits on Riz, while Tweet just sits there vibing. Meanwhile, Bro is getting absolutely wrecked. Yeah, Gran goes all in and swears this is the only thing he can do, then he slams the MC with serious pressure. He admits the pressure's brutal, but you can tell he's just hyping the kid up a little to keep his spirits from crashing. Then bam, Twitter lands on him with a naive jab and a brutal gut punch, and he gets sent flying straight back to the lobby. As Gran chews down dirt, Tweet snatches the moment to roast him, saying his strategy is still straight up trash. Tweet drops serious wisdom, end the whole fight with one clean strike, and honestly, it's pure cytomologic. He leans in and tells Gran the real secret is this: build a winning pattern. So yeah, it's basically him telling Gran to get good. Gran is finally using his brain for once, grinding through ideas on how to pull off fixation magic. He frets about whether a real weapon would suit him better since he's a power type, but Tweet has totally different plans. Tweed breaks it down. Magic-forged weapons can be loaded up with all kinds of wild, overpowered effects, and honestly, it sounds like a total cheat code. He snaps at Gran to ditch those bare-fist, barbarian brawls, and start using his brain to forge a whole arsenal of weapons. Cut back to the dorms, he's absolutely wrecked, and his whole body is screaming like it's about to implode. He clocks it instantly. Tweet isn't just messing around, he's a full-on Spartan trainer, and you can tell this guy's a veteran who's been through real action. Flashback time, boy's young Gran sits there, staring at the ceiling, wondering if he could have ever been as strong as Tweet if he hadn't bolted and run away. We spot him fresh out of the gate, raising his hand to join the army, convinced he's about to become a real hero. War's reality is about to slam into him like a truck the moment he's handed his very first assignment. The higher-ups dump him straight on the northern front, basically a death sentence, and he can't even figure out what's happening. You can literally see the light drain from his eyes the moment he realizes that the distant battlefield isn't some fantasy, it's a full-blown nightmare. The battlefield turns into full-on slaughter, demonic beasts swarm every step, and Gran suddenly realizes his plot armor is a total myth. But as screams rip through the chaos and bodies drop left and right, he can't even tell anymore who's fighting with him and who's trying to kill him. The soldiers are snapping, furious, screaming for revenge against the Empire after it shoved these beasts right into their path. Gran just stands there, frozen in terror, as a beast looms over him, ready to wipe out his entire career in one brutal strike. He's spiraling into a full mental meltdown, screaming in his head, why are they dropping so fast, while he's lived his life in peace and can't wrap his mind around it. He realizes this place is the real deal, literal hell, and the peace he trusted was nothing but a temporary illusion. His arm gets ripped to shreds by the beast, and he erupts into screams because the terrifying truth hits him. He might actually die right here. He begs for a potion, but his commander's a total jerk. He snaps, shut up and keep fighting, like the pain doesn't even matter. Gran recoils in disgust at those insane orders, but his body gets dragged right back into the meat grinder. Then the breaking news hits. Orcus, a top-tier demon, shows up and erases every single superior. Gran's resolve collapses in an instant as he stares at the bandaged survivors, eyes empty, hope completely gone. He bumps into another soldier, and the moment he hears "new guy," he spits that this hellhole chews people up and spits them back out. They stare into the demon's presence and realize, no matter how many they swarm in with, they're still outmatched so badly it's humiliating. Next, this demon isn't just scary, it's on a whole new level, and the raw aura rolling off it has everyone trembling like their knees might fold. Elio locks eyes with Gran and just blurts out, "Are we really going to die together?" Pure, end of the world, it's over energy. They rush in yelling like it's a war cry, and you already know this won't last long for the NPCs. The demon starts powering up this monstrous attack, and it looks like it's about to erase the whole map in one hit. Right when they're seconds from deletion, a colossal beam of light blasts out of nowhere and snatches their lives back from the brink. Gran jolts awake as his comrades shout his name, his mind screaming, "What the hell just happened?" They told him the demon is either dead or already under his control, and he's scanning the place like he just watched a ghost vanish. People whisper that a Terraria hero pulled it off, but the way it dropped dead with one clean hole in its head, that's screaming suspicious. Gran can't stop seething with envy over that kind of power, because he's desperate to tear through a demon on his own. He discovers his buddy Ilio made it, barely, but paid for the win with a missing leg, and it's a brutal price to swallow. The rest of the soldiers snapped into full, kill them all mode on the remaining demons, and with every strike, their humanity slipped away. Gran just stood there staring the flames down, and then it hit. Maybe not every demon is as powerful as that boss. He stumbles on a demon girl sobbing her heart out, begging for her life, and man, watching those tears, Gran just can't force himself to do it. He snaps the truth into focus. If he keeps fighting, he'll end up slaughtering those who are already begging for mercy, and that thought crushes him so hard he calls himself a coward. He bolts from the battlefield, convinced he's the most selfish person on Earth for leaving his post behind. He's wheezing as he sprints through the wasteland, desperately trying to outrun the guilt he helped create. That's when he finally crosses paths with the king, an absolute gigachad with a majestic beard that screams legend. The king tells him to breathe, insisting the weight on the kingdom won't last much longer, while the whole place is still burning to the ground. The king finally admits the country's already dying, and now he has to make the brutal choice to save his people. He hands Gran a potion, begs him to stay and not abandon the country, and the compassion he shows is straight up unreal. From that day forward, the king kept calling him back again and again, and for once he treated him with real respect. Grant realizes the king clocked his guilt instantly, and then handed him a mission that would force him to move on. Back in the present, Gran finally snaps into place. No more running, no more slipping away. He's locked on and charging straight for the battlefield he chose, driven by pure determination. Absolute cinema. Yo, what's up, my cultured brothers? Today we're jumping right back into the life of our favorite overpowered agent, trying to play student. And trust me, trouble stalks him like simps on a Twitch streamer. We kick things off with our boy Tweet training under Sylphia Sensei, and man, that look. That's elite mommy energy, straight up. Our MC tries to keep it low-key. I was a child soldier, but then he slips up and tells her he's got a special constitution, because yeah, he's built different. And right then she puts his magic to the test. He's barely able to throw up a barrier that lasts 5 seconds. She calls him a scrub, but we know the truth. He's holding back that monstrous power like it's nothing. She's like, wow, his durability is getting better. And honestly, I'd have her grade my performance any day if you catch my drift. Waits straight up lying through his teeth about why he can't learn magic. Turns out he used to work in the kingdom's secret trash disposal, and his mana is so fried from the job that normal spells just won't work. He begged Sylphia for help so he could finally play the part of a normal student for the festival. Like, bro, you're about as normal as a Ferrari in a school zone. She closes in, scanning every inch of his body, and that stare, just looking at the art, has me completely wrecked. He clings to the lie because the truth would smash the whole balance, and Chad stays right on his feet, driving the lady into non-stop doubt. He tells her he specializes in compression, and she immediately goes full nerd, calling it terrific, because yeah, terrific in Japanese basically means this kid is an absolute monster. Look at her losing it, she finally clocked it. Our kid isn't just a student, he's a walking tactical nuke. She decides to show him 2 ways to handle things. First is the noob shield, the kind NPCs use to survive. This is a D-rank barrier spell. Normally it's garbage tier magic, but for our MC, it's about to turn into absolute cinema. He flings the spell instantly. She's stunned, most folks choke on the form, but Tweet hits it with that natural riz, pumping mana like it's nothing. They're rambling about how the elements can make magic go haywire, and Tweet just sits there nodding like, hello, he's already the strongest person in the whole room. She steps right up in his face, spotting something, then it hits her. Are you doing that without even realizing it? Mom's got a bad feeling, and she's starting to look mighty suspicious. Turns out our boy is squeezing the barrier so brutally it's cut to half the size, yet somehow packs in 10 times the density. This isn't a shield, it's a get-wrecked wall. He figures out he can crank the pressure up high enough to stop physical attacks, like throwing a punch and smashing straight into a wall of solid light. Tough luck for the villains, total skill issue. She's getting slammed with flashbacks of a legendary hero mentor, and our guy is being compared to the goats. Like, seriously. Now she's about to unleash Method 2, and I'm putting up $10 that the damage is going to be asterisk insane if you can guess how broken it's gonna get. That smile, she's got to know. She's the best girl in this whole manga, no debate. We jump ahead 3 weeks, and wow, this absolute loser Grand is still at it, gritting his teeth like he's trying to force out a kidney stone just to pull off a single spell. He whips out a giant hammer. Okay, budget Thor, I see you, and wow, the audacity to think this is cool. He's calling it his sledgehammer game idea, and dude, he's basically a walking meme, I swear. He tries to swing that hammer, then it smacks him right back, like he didn't even exist, total NPC energy, and his own magic is flinging him around like a ragdoll. He's convinced he can one-shot anyone now, and that delusion is exploding way past what I ever thought was possible. He slaps a question into tweet, asking if he's been testing stuff, then grins and goes, "Oi, get ready, you're about to see what a real Chad looks like." Grand decides to test his hammer on the MC, and it's exactly the kind of top 10 moment that screams disaster is about to explode. He storms in with pure rage. "Calm down, little bro, it's just practice." The tweet doesn't even blink. He snaps out his compressed barrier tech and flicks Grand into the air with one tap, and Hebi Aish is the wildest scream you can imagine while getting completely folded. Grand sprawls on the floor, staring at the sky like, what planet is this? Then he panics because he worked himself so hard he completely forgot how to breathe. Suddenly, the student council rolls up, and hello, who are these guys? Because the girls in this school are seriously top tier. We got Myra and Hassan. Hassan looks like some generic blonde Chad, but I swear he's just a mid-tier simp in disguise. And there she is, Sharia Nolan, the vice president. Soft smile, gentle vibe, the kind that screams she'll end you the moment you slip up. I'm down bad, boys. They're telling the boys to quit the unsanctioned brawling. Gran is trembling like crazy, absolutely wrecked by the sheer intimidating aura. Housen orders them to sign up for the mock battles, strutting around like he's some terrifying boss, while Tweet just stands there, staring, thinking, okay, are you finished talking yet? Gran starts talking politely, like some little beta, while Tweet just sits there vibing, because he knows he can end this guy's whole career in a single page. As they stalk away, the ladies start whispering up a storm, and they're clearly sizing up our MC like he's not just some lowly trash. They're yapping about the huge gap between the hero track and the regular course. Classic snooty, classist NPCs, yeah, but honestly, they're still kinda adorable. Sharia's freaking out over a girl named Fra, and yeah, that's exactly the vibe of plot armor charging in right on schedule. Hassan spots suspicious figures circling the academy, and then, boom, our secret agent finally gets real work to do. Sharia lets out a heavy sigh, drowning in the chaos of that huge school. Poor thing, come here, I've got you, I'm helping you with all of it. Night drops and Tweet strides on his own, replaying that brand new compression riz in his head. He spots a shadow creeping across the roof in the blink of an eye. Dude, they really think they slipped past unnoticed. Imagine trying to sneak up on a professional ghost. Chris, his handler, calls him up, drops the intel on the intruders, and you can feel it. Everything's about to explode. Chris doesn't want to wreck his peaceful student life, but it's already too late. MC blood is pumping like a war drum. If this is what it takes to protect what I care about, then say it. Bart, you're in protector mode officially. Turns out he's got real feelings now. True character growth hits hard, and yeah, he's ready to throw down again. Lucia's empire is the enemy. These monsters are trying to crash the conference and seize control themselves, like every villain who thinks they can take over the world. They're planning to use the festival as a total smokescreen for their attack. Like, the nerve on these guys is unbelievable. Tweet is picking apart the security like a pro, because he's already clocked it. The royal army is packed with jobbers, and none of them stand a chance. He stares at the chaos and can't believe it. If the student council is that capable, why are the intruders still scrambling around? Then, shots ring out. He decides to treat this like a student, so that means no survivors and no evidence, right? He stumbles onto a squad of hooded goons, and they look like they're moments away from getting absolutely cooked. A tweet slides in like a sneaky shadow, then bam, a couple upvotes like, yep, that's your life insurance policy clocking out. He starts handing out fades like they're discounted. Look at those moves. He's not even playing the same game anymore. A brutal kick to the chest blasts one goon straight into the shadow realm. Yeah, he's skilled, or maybe it's just your daddy. One of them lunges to grab the runner. Can you imagine the chaos of trying to outrun the MC's peak comedy? The dude rockets onto the wingboard like he's still in his own Fortnite fantasy. Then Tweet decides to try out his brand new move. He rockets into the empty sky, and the goons just standing there, clueless about the miracle he's about to witness. Ariel Tweet is straight up walking on air, using his compressed barriers like stepping stones, pure gigachat energy. He comes down like a hammer from the gods. Gigua, the goon with his little hoverboard, gets completely smashed to pieces. I'm just a student, but the most disrespectful move you can make is to talk trash after you've sent a guy to the hospital, and yeah, I'm totally on his side. He's trying to figure out who's stuck with the cleanup when boom, an earth-shaking explosion slams into the nearby building. Another one is sprinting off. Wait, no, this hit's different. Something huge is about to blow up. MC barrels to the scene and spots a brand new challenger blazing in the flames. So who's the dark, edgy firebender stepping up? Who the hell are you? The new guy's furious, and damn, he's got that real confidence on his face. So is this actually a boss fight? Guess we'll have to sit tight and wait for the next one to find out. Yo, what's good, my cultured brothers? We're back with another banger. Our MC is living the dream while everyone else is just an NPC in his world, and it starts with him looming over a pile of total losers who really thought they could step to him. Like, these guys are beyond cooked. Right when the tension starts to heat up, this red-haired digachad Valon slinks into the scene like he's about to wreck the whole party. Then he glares at our MC like, who the hell are you, and why aren't you in the trash bin with the rest of these frauds? Our MC tries to play it cool like some regular student who just happened on these intruders, hiding his power level like he's the king of being low-key, while Valen stares at his commoner uniform like, yeah right, only a fool wouldn't smell the fish. Valen's having none of it. There's no way some run-of-the-mill commoner could wipe these guys out that fast. Bro's literally perched on a mountain of bodies, acting like he didn't just slaughter them and is only out here for a midnight snack. Valen decides it's time for a vibe check and slams a brutal blast of dark energy straight into our boy's face. Absolute cinema, boys. The animation is straight up fire. But our MC just casually slips out of that scorching heat like it's nothing, and Valen clocks it instantly. This isn't some random simp. He's got real skills and slick movement. Valen starts skating around him, hinting he's not a regular student at all, and yeah, just look at that smug face. He's already clocked it. He found someone worth playing with. Our MC starts cranking mental math, dissecting how Valen pulled off C-rank magic like it was nothing. No sweat, no casting tell, just pure effortless power. Bro's basically a walking cheat code. While the MC is stuck in nerd mode, spiraling into overthinking, Valen's out here causing chaos. He spots an intruder still gasping for air and snaps like, that's getting fixed right now. He tells the guy to just shut his eyes and sleep, while he cranks up more dark Rigatsu in his hand. This man has zero chill, and I'm absolutely loving it. Valen struts in like he's the star of some other anime, telling our guy that these intruders totally misjudged the academy, then slips into that slick, mysterious act, like he's praying a secret admirer waifu is out there in the bushes watching. Our MC tries to brag about his kills, but Valen shuts him down hard. This is student council territory now, so kick rocks, buddy. He tosses out the name Valen Stealing, like he's the main event. Sure, big shot, but where's our boy getting back to what he was actually doing? After that encounter, our MC decides to back off for now, because starting drama isn't the play. He's clutching that card like he's one step away from unleashing Exodia. He links up with his contact, and yeah, he's doing his best to keep everything low-key, because handing the mess to the student council feels way easier than wading through paperwork hell. And then she snaps her Chris look toward the assets like, mommy's in full control, rocking those glasses and that outfit that's carrying half the room on its back. She's straight up asking whether the student council can actually handle foreign ops, and honestly, I'm just standing there thinking, where do I sign up for her class? She starts spilling lore about Valen, saying he's a war vet from the Great Hero Demon War, so yeah, this guy isn't a poser at all, he's actually lived through real action. Apparently, the Academy's warfighters are on a whole other level. Chris is spilling all the tea and looking absolutely crazy in every single panel. 3 legendary students clashed on the same stage, our current prez, Valen, and a third mystery fighter. Then things got seriously wild. Turns out the third one got killed in action, right? Or was that just the cover story? You know how these things go. Nobody's truly gone unless we watch the funeral, and even then it's a coin flip. MC shrugs off the small stuff for now, because he's got bigger fish to fry, and goes rogue to dig into the real threat. They finally crack it. The enemy's going to blow up the big festival and stall the whole kingdom annexation. Sure, it's politics all over again, but if it means more chaos and fights, we're in. They're going to wreck the festival's opening day and turn everything into full-blown chaos, because these villains don't have hobbies, they just exist to ruin everyone's lives. The MC finally clocks it. This isn't just scouting anymore. They're inside the warehouse, and they're likely toying with the equipment like the ultimate pranksters. He slips in under the radar and starts rummaging through the gear, piece by piece. And would you look at that, he spots a miniature bomb tucked right inside the gear, hidden like a ticking secret, and these guys aren't playing around. They're trying to blow up the whole festival, so yeah, they're down bad for pure destruction. MC suddenly clocks it. Someone on the inside is feeding them the clues. Is it a knight, a royal, or a member of the student council? Either way, the mystery thickens fast, like Chris's thighs. We cut to Sharia, another total waifu with that soft girl vibe. She's calling out fresh suspicious activity, and honestly, I'm just sitting there like, yeah, she's a perfect 10, no notes. She calls Valen out as a total headache. Yeah, we already knew, and then boom. The student council president is shown sitting there, mysteriously calm, white hair glowing like he's hiding something. Mark my words, he's either a Jagachad or an outright villain. We get a quick glimpse of the academy standing proud and majestic, right before the storm crashes in. Our pure-hearted, white-haired angel Mise rushes up to our MC with worry written all over her face. She wants a few minutes of his time, and honestly, who would? And she blurts out that, while practicing, she stumbled on something weird, like she's being harmless as she talks about potential terrorist weapons. She stumbled on a magical tool buried in the field, then immediately figured it was a setup from the other team, but she's way too sharp to fall for it. Her wisdom kicked in and the magic practically whispered, something's wrong. Honestly, this girl is a walking human radar for plot twists. She swears the magic is coming from the north, rooted in ancient knowledge, and somehow she's delivering hardcore lore with the cutest face. MC finally cracks it. This magic is straight from the Lucia Empire, and when he sees her unleash it, his jaw drops. He realizes she's way more useful than he ever expected, and honestly, this power couple energy is off the charts. He's finally clocking it. Her wisdom road isn't some holy power at all. It's a cracked ability that she weaponizes perfectly, reading bombs like puzzles and tearing them apart. And yeah, she's the MVP of this arc. She drops the bombshell. She's the second princess of Arcadia. And right here, our MC is stacking royal girls into his harem like he's collecting Pokémon. MC breaks down the entire bomb situation to her, and she beams like everything just clicked. Just look at that smile. She's totally falling for him. They decide to keep it locked down and confidential so panic doesn't explode. And while everyone else is out here relaxing, the MC quietly steps in as the silent protector. Suddenly, Alicia and Gran crash the party. Alicia's looking flawless like always, and she's been eavesdropping like a pro, feeding her rage ability the whole time. MC frets that this is way too dangerous, but he knows he can't stop them, so he just stares like, man, seriously, I'm the one who's gotta carry these guys, aren't I? Alicia steps right into his space and warns him she can't just shrug this off, because it's all tied to her classmates, and you can feel the tension explode in the air, boys. Gran jumps in to help, and the MC finally realizes he's not just flying solo anymore. Turns out he's got real friends now, and that's a huge power-up. He finally gives in and lets them help, and the sheer joy lighting up their faces is so powerful it makes even a grown man choke up. They're all blushing and glowing with happiness, right before the sweet moment turns into an explosion of violence. They rush in to dismantle the bombs, and the MC realizes, oh no, there's a mountain of work between them and saving the festival. Grant pitches the idea of telling the student council, but MC shuts him down on the spot. No proof, no trust, not yet. He splits the team like a real commander. Mise rides with him, while the other two double-check the Lion team's gear, and yeah, this is straight-up tactical genius. The whole squad is buzzing and ready to charge, and even the MC feels it too, like that power of friendship is hitting him right in the chest. Mise beams so hard it's unreal, bragging that they finally pulled it off, so innocent it practically hurts to watch. Now they're all fighting shoulder to shoulder with him, while the MC finally gets it. A team isn't the worst thing in the world, even if they're walking around like Simp Squad for justice. He looks back at the Great War days and cringes at how he used to dodge everyone like they were trouble, bros finally finding a heart, and honestly, we love to see it. He bursts out, I'm a brand new me, and I'm putting my faith in you guys, and the NPCs instantly lose their minds, yelling, leave it to us, like they're about to throw themselves into danger in the next 5 minutes. We cut back to my sprinting up to him again during practice, breathless, adorable, and somehow way more dangerous than it has any right to be. They huddle at night, planning how to rip the bomb apart so not a single student gets hurt. Safety first, boys. Maze rips out her wisdom road again, and I'm telling you, it's basically a cheat code. Just look at the fire in her eyes. She strides into work and jumps on the machine, because the details on it are straight up insane, and somehow Mise still feels like he's built different. She pulls it off like a total pro. MC praises her, and she instantly freezes up, all flustered like it's too much, and then she speaks, and my heart just melts. She's still got that bracelet we picked out together, like it's glued to her heart, kept as a living memento, and tell me that isn't basically a confession. I honestly don't know what else it could be. MC still feels the sting of everything she's been through, but she shrugs it off, because every single moment she shares with him feels like gold. Something like this, I'll never forget, she beams, and that dazzling smile hits like lightning, because at this moment, MC is officially the luckiest guy on the whole planet. Back at the training grounds, everything's roaring, Valen's back, and of course he's tearing the place up, because that's just how he rolls. They're dragging him into the festival games, and he is not thrilled. He's that super talented kid who absolutely loathes gym class. He tells himself, fine, I'm going to the sledgehammer game, just to get it over with, and he straight up calls the whole thing shit like it's the most relatable mood ever. This black-haired girl is trying to talk him down, but Valen's out here causing trouble. He doesn't care about seniors, and he sure doesn't respect them. The tension keeps snapping higher, and even Mize can't shake the worry about how this is about to blow up. Valen cuts right to it. He tells the girl to stop circling and get to the point, radiating that "I'm too cool for school" vibe that makes every NPC tremble. She tells him to play with the intent to win, and Valen just hands her a tack like she's not even worth his time. He decides to jump into the war game instead, because Gladius is just too much of a grind, so he starts hunting for team slots like he's stacking players in a game lobby. He barks at the current participants to get their asses over there, because he's about to wreck some poor students' whole week. He storms in calling them dipshits and warns that the weakest one is getting replaced by him. Total savage. He's not just throwing hands, he's bullying the whole place and fighting to win, no matter what it takes. Yo, what's up my cultured homies? Today we're back in the world of op main characters and straight-up monsters. It kicks off with a brutal challenge, and this guy fires off a dipshit before anyone can even breathe. Pure get your asses over here, energy, and honestly. I respect the audacity. And yep, right then, he tells the class that the weakest one's getting replaced. No participation trophies on his watch, boys. Meanwhile, our MC tweet is just posted up in the back, acting like a total background NPC, while Valen flexes his superiority like it's nothing. Myra tries to play the responsible mom of the group, but Valen isn't buying a word of it. Then some beta student tries to pitch friendship power and collaboration, and Valen is seconds away from wiping the guy's whole career off the map. Look at that grin if the first thing you think is, can someone help me? You're already doomed. Valen's about to make these simps learn the hard way why he's the top dog in this academy. And just like that, he blasts a guy before anyone even blinks. No magic circles, no long chanting, just raw, uncut cooked energy. The MC clocks it instantly. He's throwing magic with zero setup, and that is straight up broken. The speed is downright unreal. Everyone's just staring with their mouths hanging open like they're some low-tier mobs, while Valen stands there, deadly calm, radiating pure menace. He's basically daring them like, come on, all of you right now, and the energy screams, I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me. The students finally snap and try to jump him, but Valen's on a whole different level. He slips and weaves like his ultra instinct is blazing, while the rest move like they're stuck in slow motion. Myra fires a wind cannon at him, but Valen just flips it off. 2 seconds later, he rams straight through the blast like a madman. That dog in him, energy, no joke. He starts summoning magic into his fist, and even Myra's eyes widen. This is real danger now. He's about to show them exactly how a true man of culture gets down to business. He screams to trigger his rage skill, and the ground explodes as if reality can't handle it. Just look at the fear in their eyes, because they figured out way too late that they're not the main characters of this story at all. He's mowing through them right now. One punch, one blast, and the cows go down in seconds. Myra gets launched into the air, and Valen's just sitting there like, wow, the audacity. Because apparently this guy hits ladies too. Classic equal opportunity hater behavior. He barrels right up in this guy's face, snaps that he's too slow, then blasts him point blank with a flame cannon. Absolute cinema. The students are stunned. He just fired off some high-level spell from his palm like it was nothing. Our MC's over there scrambling to remember every detail, while the rest of them are fighting back tears. Valen's just laughing in their faces right now, barking at the first years to take notes. He's toxic, he's arrogant, and honestly he's the one hauling all the entertainment value in this chapter. Tweet clocks it instantly. Valen's not just casting spells, he's using dawning, basically wearing his magic like a second skin, and it's so high level that most of these NPCs can't even imagine reaching it. The MC bursts into full-on nerd mode, geeking out over how it works, like parallel activation and compression fused into one insane technique, because Valen is basically a walking cheat code. He tells you Valen doesn't just cast, he builds the magic first, cradles the charge without letting it loose, and then fires while still holding it, like that's normal. It's an elite technique for masters, not something a student should ever touch. Just when it feels like it can't get crazier, another challenger storms in. Sigfaltion slams a lightning spear straight onto Valen's head, and for once, it's someone who's not a full-on simp for the floor. Or Valen gets that look in his eye again. Yeah, when that rage prompt flashes across his face, you know things are about to get brutally spicy. He snatches the lightning spear with bare hands and just crushes it like it's nothing. This school's power scaling is chaos, but honestly, I'm here for every second of it. But Valen straight up acknowledges Sieg, because he sees nobility and real promise in him, and it's like the ultimate Chad clocking another future Chad about to rise. Valen struts away like none of them are still shaken, and then he drops the bomb. He's here to replace the first guy who got eliminated. That's savage. Maze is over there fawning over Valen, praising how insanely strong he is, while Tweet just keeps nodding, because he knows Valen wasn't even trying during that whole beatdown. The MC realizes Valen could have pulled off even higher-ranked magic if he felt like it, because this student is really just a full-on boss fight wearing a disguise, and now we're getting some culture. Look at Alicia in that tracksuit. Respectfully, she's built like a whole T with capital letters, and she and Grant report back that they found bombs. Yeah, things just went full serious. They're freaking out because the student numbers are dwindling fast, and they've got to start defusing the bombs before the festival. Meanwhile, the plot gets so wild, it basically mocks these background characters. Late at night, they're sneaking around the school buildings like total troublemakers, classic main characters pulling shady moves at 2 a.m. Gran's got a bad feeling. Yeah, sneaking around in the dark makes you look suspicious, but they've got to haul those bombs out before everything explodes. He's laser-focused on the job at hand, and the look in his eyes screams, "I've seen things," because right now he's ready to tear apart the ones they hauled in today, no waiting. Suddenly, Tweet senses scream trouble. Someone's coming. Feel the tension, boys, because if they get caught right now, their social credit is dropping to 0. It's Myra. She bursts in like, excuse me, what are you losers doing? And since she's the student council vice breeze, getting caught by her is a full-on massive L. She's a total pro. She remembers everyone's name, no sweat, and when Tweet quickly drops an excuse to end practice early, they slip out before she can discover the bombs. Myra stares as they walk off, eyes narrowed like she's not fooled for a second, and yeah, Mommy Myra is totally onto their game. Next day, the entire squad gets yanked into the student council's office, and Grant's sitting there like, why the hell are all 4 of us here? Tweet's acting all chill, but you can tell he's already 10 moves ahead. He's pretty sure this has to be tied to their late-night getaway. Gran and Mai are sweating bullets. Being grilled like this throws them off, and their poker faces are totally falling apart. One more question and they're basically ready to fold. They slam up to the massive double doors, and Tweet warns them, if the council starts getting suspicious, they'll just have to stick to the truth at least, whatever truth they can pull off. They step in and there's the council, already waiting, staring them down like death has a chair reserved. The air feels thick, like they just walked into the principal's office, except this principal could probably end your life with a single thought. There's the council, cultured ladies sitting in the back and serious dudes up front, and make no mistake, this is the absolute elite, the cream of the cream. And look, there's the president straight up dressed like a shoujo manga hero, too handsome to be a villain, but still, yeah, that smile says he might be. Dwight and Myra lock eyes and they smile like, nice to meet you, but everyone can feel the secret drama simmering right under their skin. The president steps up and says he's an ex-Dullite, then the Tweet clock hits. Sure, his features look delicate, but he's not giving off even a hint of danger, which is exactly the kind of red flag monsters love to hide behind. MC can't stop wondering, are you really on Valen's level? Valen's all brute strength, but this guy, he looks like he'd break you apart with a friendly smile. Ix doesn't waste a second. He storms straight in, ready to grill a few suspicious faces spotted around the academy lately. Gran and Mize look straight up relieved, thinking they've dodged the bombs, while the poor NPCs have absolutely no clue what's about to hit them. Look at them acting all tough and small, while Tweet just stands there, stone still like a statue, already locked in on exactly how he's going to play this. Tweet drops a bombshell on the spot. He claims he battled some people just 2 nights ago, and flat out tells Valen to know what's going on, leaving Ix utterly stunned. The president slams his face into his hand because Valen didn't report a single thing, so he barks at his subordinate to call Valen up over the broadcast. And yeah, this disaster is seconds away. Valen kicked the door open, raw and wild. He hates being called like some stray dog, and the fact this guy has 0 respect for authority is exactly why I'm obsessed. He spots Tweet and just drops a quick yo, and the vibe couldn't be clearer. He's all cool with the MC, but he despises the president, so yeah, you instantly know who's a total Chad and who's a simp. Expresses Valen, asking who he fought 2 nights ago, trying to sound calm, but the second you look at him, you can see Valen's patience is wearing thin. Valen shrugs it off and admits he'll report it sooner or later, like, yeah, I was gonna. And honestly, when they all say that, the energy spikes so hard it feels unreal. When they asked Valen what happened to the intruders, he just shrugged and said he drove them off. No capture, no interrogation, just kicked their asses and tossed them out. The president is straight up melting down mentally, and Valen's, yeah, I don't care, pure attitude is the best weapon you can swing at a bureaucratic nerd like X. Myra starts shrieking at Valen to get off the student council, and Valen just fires back, if you want to remove me, do it, I don't care. Total gigachat. It instantly snaps everyone out of the panic, and then the truth lands hard. Those intruders were actually operatives from another country, and suddenly the whole situation jumps from school drama to a full-blown international war. Myra keeps yelling because Valen won't pick up, then he pulls the classic excuse, I didn't hear it, so I'm not to blame, like that logic somehow checks out. Valen then fires back that the MC squad, the Common Course kids, also slammed into the intruders without a clue what was really going on, like he's shifting the blame onto everyone. He rips into the whole plan, calls it stupid, and demands they either tell the school or just shut down the festival, while everyone else is busy playing politics, and he's the only one trying to be real. The president starts ranting that the festival is all about peace and money, but it's pure NPC drivel, and Valen, not buying it. We cut to the students, worried faces, and the tension in that room gets so thick it feels like you could slice through it. They're scrambling to make the event as safe as possible, but Valen's seconds away from dropping a truth bomb that'll sting like hell. Check out this blonde beauty. She's on the council and trying to play it cool, but Valen is throwing a wrench in everything. Valen steps straight into X's face and hurls, you fucker, sick of the president hoarding every crucial detail, playing the saint while everyone else gets left in the dark. And right here Valen hits him with the knockout. He snaps, you're a piece of shit, and dares him for hiding even his own sister's death like it's some dirty secret. Yeah, that's not just anger, that's deep trauma exploding out of him. The room drops into total silence. The blonde girl looks completely rattled and even tweets like, whoa, okay, that's a lot. Ix just tells them they can leave and the whole vibe is officially dead. And as they walk out, Tweet sees Valen is left in misery, hiding a ton of real pain behind that total jerk of a persona. Tweet clocks it instantly. The president isn't ending war with truth, he's forcing peace with lies, and that's the brutal dark twist of the whole hero trope. Alicia is freaking out because they never even asked about the bombs, and it's wild how the council's busy tearing each other apart that they completely ignore the literal explosives sitting in their own backyard. He's stuck on a thought like a nail in his brain, sure. The council isn't acting suspicious yet, but he can feel it. They're officially watching them now. He tells the squad to stay silent because the bomb mastermind might be hiding in this very country, and the call is coming from inside the house. He's convinced one of the student council is feeding the foreign operatives everything, and honestly, it explains how those outsiders could waltz past security like they own the place. So yeah, trust nobody, especially the pretty boys. Alicia switches the topic like it's no big deal, because she's itching to hit the weapon shops, bombs or traders or not, a girl still needs her gear. Tway agrees because he's desperate for an upgrade too. He's been scraping by with basic junk, but now it's time to level up his weapon. And we're ending on an absolute heater. Tweet's hunting for a new partner. Guess what it is? A freaking sniper rifle. Now my man S about to start 360 no-scoping these fools. Absolute cinema. Yo homies, we're back with another banger recap. Our boy Tweet's out here trying to live his best life while everybody else plays 4D chess around him. And he's so deep in his feelings, he's spiraling over this Valon guy, wondering why anyone would fight world peace. And honestly, that mood is painfully real. Bro drifts through the streets with a full-on midlife crisis at 17, freaking out like, am I the only one actually trying to keep life chill? But yeah, he can't even brood in peace, because his squad of NPCs call him out the second he starts lagging in 4K, and he's just stuck there like a simp while the girls stare like he's finally blown the last 2 brain cells. They're rushing to a shop because, apparently, you can't be a real fantasy protagonist unless you blow half your budget on brand new gear. They march into this weapons shop, and the blonde dude acts like he's never laid eyes on a sword in his life. Pure, instant, who even are you? Secondary character vibes. Then we finally get to Alicia, and Lord have mercy, this girl's built different. She's talking about grabbing a C-rank tool for the festival, but I can already tell you all aren't listening. You're too busy staring at that hair and that fit. Tweet suddenly decides he needs a sniper wand, because why risk it up close when you can wipe the enemy clean from across the map? He's got to grab a fresh toy, because the weapon his old org gave him runs way too hot to carry around, while he's pretending to be just a normal student. Alicia, absolute mommy energy, drags him straight to the sniper section, and if she's leading, I'm right behind her. Then bam, they run straight into Sieg, the white-haired kid, and you can tell he just got hit with a ghost-level shock, like someone leaked his search history. Next, this guy's sweating buckets, looking like a total beta next to our MC's stone-cold stare. Sieg tries to look like he's in danger, but Tweet just stands there, totally blank, like there's nothing going on behind those eyes. Our boy straight up forgot this man ever existed, like, how do you not remember the guy you just dueled? Absolute legendary gigachat behavior. Sieg is straight up losing it, because he poured his whole life into training to beat Tweet, and then Tweet just shrugs like, wait, who are you again? Sieg breaks down in tears, whining that Tweet told him to stay away during their last fight, and the girls just stare at him like he's some totally lost puppy. Tweet finally snaps and goes, wait that thing, and honestly the disrespect is pure cinematic gold. Everyone starts feeling sorry for Sieg, getting erased from everyone's mind by his rival hits harder than death. A Tweet tries to play the good friend and tells him he's changed, but honestly it's just fancy high-level glazing, that's all. Sieg takes it to heart and spirals into a brutal internal rant about his own weakness. He actually turns around and apologizes to the whole squad, an insanely rare W for a former bully. But he straight up admits he's been grinding his strength just to score a rematch with Tweet. Yeah, that down bad vibe hits, but fine. He's trying to play it humble now, but you can still tell he's convinced he's the star of his own anime. Alicia tells Sieg he should help choose the weapon since he's a wand expert, and Sieg instantly snaps into action like, alright, watch this, showing off what he knows. Sieg starts acting all smug and untouchable again, claiming he'll pick the perfect one, classic NPC behavior. He asks what Tweet wants, and our boy doesn't flinch. He sticks to his plan and goes straight for that sniper smoke. Sieg slams out the Divine Hawk, and I'm telling you, it looks straight up like it belongs in Call of Duty, not some fantasy manga. It's got that sharp, high-compression vibe, the exact kind Tweet would obsess over. Tweet starts sniffing trouble in the air, swears he needs this gun for self-defense, and we all know exactly what that means. He's about to body some fools. He can feel trouble simmering in the kingdom, and he's determined to be the one clutching the spatula when the heat finally hits. Sieg clocks that Tweet has that noble intuition, aka the kind of plot armor that makes him basically untouchable. They rush to the basement to try the brand new toy, and the excitement is off the charts. Down in the basement, we spot Alicia again, geared up like a beast, looking dangerous as hell, and testing her sword like it's ready to cut through anything. She locks eyes with Tweet and dares him to a 1v1. She's dying to test what that sniper wand can really do, or maybe she's just hunting for an excuse to get close to him. The rules are dead simple. You hit first, you win, no mercy. It's basically tag, but with magical weapons and stakes so high they'll make your heart slam. Yeah, Alicia blares a warning that she might actually slice him, acting like a clueless dummy mommy, and Tweet's response is basically, cool, try me. She's got that razor-sharp competitive blaze burning in her eyes, the kind that makes her a certified top-tier waifu. They kick off the match with a bang, because he's the loudest guy in the whole room. The match kicks off and Tweet rockets straight for the headshot, no pause, no second thoughts. But Alicia is an absolute beast. She slices that magical bullet in half like she's straight out of a samurai movie, pure cinema. Tweet snaps to it. Her sword isn't just a weapon anymore. It's a cracked magical tool named frigid iron ***. She darts forward like she'll never get tired, smashing the gap while Tweet scrambles to reload. He pulls the trigger again. She blocks every single shot like she's speedrunning a tutorial level. She storms up into his space, and Tweet just knows he's done for. Then she snaps the blade to his neck, declares the victory, "Mommy, sorry, mommy." The whole squad is rattled, because that practice match turned into an absolute war. Alicia says her new sword is even stronger than she expected, and she's been drilling parries against bullets just to protect him. Then that serious look snaps back onto her face. She calls for another round, certain Tweet was pulling punches, and she wants the real deal, no cap. Tweet finally realizes he can't keep his power level secret from her anymore. She's too sharp to miss anything. But then he steps right up to the challenge, and you already know this is where things go from tense to real. They reset the distance, and the air turns heavy with pure crackling tension. Round 2 kicks off, and Tweet starts machine gunning shots, like he's got an aimbot locked in. Alicia slices through the incoming projectiles like it's a stage, and the whole chaos somehow makes her look absolutely majestic. She thinks she finally nailed his rhythm, so she barrels in and pushes him to the finish. She shrieks that he can't silence her with numbers alone. Tweet fires one last shot, and he's got that face like the victory's already locked in. Alicia lunges to parry it the same way the others did. But hold up, this bullet is different, heavier, meaner, and it tears straight through her guard like it's not even there. Wham, she gets slammed with the force of a runaway truck, and just like that, the match is over. Tweet just stands there like the ultimate Chad, while Alicia lies flat on her back. She's flushed, gasping, and blurting, "What the hell did you just do?" A Tweet basically brags that he's a total big-brain gamer, then proves it by tweaking the bullet's weight mid-fight. The first few hit like lightweight shots, but the final one, that's a heavy-duty banger that comes in hot. Alicia's still fuming that she got outplayed in that battle of wits, but you can see the respect shining through. She's impressed by just how experienced he is. Tweet finally tests his brand new gun, and bam, he realizes it's top tier, even if it doesn't hit as hard as his old one. The squad rolls out and Tweet's all set to keep the peace, now that he's got a brand new partner. Look at him casually polishing his own gun like he means business, and we'll catch you in the next one. Yo, what's up, my cultured kings? We're back with another banger where the plot's thick and the wit's thicker. It kicks off with Tweet sneaking in some tea time with local mommy Chris, and she's straight up asking if he's really been playing nice with his classmates. Hold up, look at this woman's assets. That artist picked that skirt on purpose, no doubt. She's out here trying to track some cash flow, but I'm focused on tracking those curves. So yeah, the kingdom's on full high alert, because this massive festival and a conference are rolling in, and that's when NPCs usually start getting served. Meanwhile, Tweet's convinced the academy is spotless, since they've got way too much to lose if anything blows up. Chris looks like a total snack as she spills lore like it's nothing, telling us the academy's exploding in growth because of the hero effect, and she's going full logic mode, flat out saying there's zero reason to sabotage their own momentum. Our MC just freezes, staring into the void as he realizes that once the academy and the army are off the list, everything gets way more complicated, and yeah, he's wearing that "I'm surrounded by idiots" look like it's stitched on. They both kinda know who the real snakes are, so I'll spot you $10 if you can guess the traitor, but trust me, it's always the one person you'd never suspect. That Tweet just goes full philosopher, like, the biggest wars can be sparked by something tiny, and honestly, bro is straight up calling the shot for the absolute cinema that's about to blow up. He hooks up with Gran and Mize, tells the squad to take over from here, and then, boom, Mize flashes that adorable smile, but you can tell something wild is locked under that innocent face. Mizzy is out here going full pro, ripping apart bombs like it's nothing while Gran just stands there looking like the world's most useless sidekick. She's begging for head pats, and yeah, I get it. Suddenly, Tweet spots goons hiding in the shadows. Spider-Sense is screaming, because these uninvited jerks are about to get their whole vibe checked. 3 of them are watching, and the girls are ready to brawl on sight. Alicia jumps in, swearing she'll lend her strength, like the main heroine herself. Alyssa doesn't wait for some master plan. She just barrels in like a total Chad, snags 3 hooded NPCs on the spot, and orders them to sit down and get humble. The villain starts ranting, "Don't blame me for this trash," acting like he's some kind of king. Then he has no idea a girl who looks better in a skirt is about to fold him. She says, "That's my line," like she owns the whole battlefield. Queen energy, no questions, and I'm not about to act desperate, but the way she grips that sword has my heart doing backflips. She carves a clean slash, and these losers just get shoved back, because when you try to gank a wifey with plot armor, you don't win, you get knocked down. Tweet slips in behind them like a menace, and tells them they've hit their expiration date. Total, nothing personal, kid energy. He just hurls a bullet spell straight into the guy's face, and it's instant over. No chanting, no cringe, just clean, ruthless efficiency from our boy. He boots the next guy so hard he's basically waking up next week. Boom, that's 2 down, record speed. And Tweet's out here proving to those NPCs that he's the real protagonist. My bursts in with wild alchemy and shoots the last guy, Lawfly, straight into a web. Don't let that cute face fool you, because she'll freeze you into a statue. Gran yanks out a gigantic sledgehammer and starts swinging like it's whack-a-mole, pure chaos, and the audacity of showing up with a hammer to a magic showdown is absolutely legendary. Gran looks completely furious right now, muttering about fixation under his breath like someone just wrecked his favorite manga. He slams that hammer down with the kind of force that would shake 1,000 suns right into the guy's ribs. Then it's game over. No way he's getting up for the sequel. The enemy is still scrambling to move, and Gran's about to flip into full demon mode, until Tweet crashes in, and Gran catches a murder charge on camera. That Tweet yanks them to a halt, right before Gran erupts, screaming their imperial scum, and bro's trauma is so raw he was seconds away from turning that guy into paste. MC smacks him with, "Hold up, were you really gonna kill him?" and the tension is so thick you could slice through it like butter. The tweet yanks him back to reality, and he blurts out an apology for drifting off, only for the girls to stare at him like he's totally unhinged. And yeah, they're not wrong. They decide to toss the intruders straight to the student council, and Tweet can't wait. He wants to watch the president's reaction, to see if he's a real gigachat or just a total fraud. He strides into the office and spots the president, and Myra, the resident librarian waifu, who looks absolutely swamped, buried under a mountain of books, like she's holding back a tidal wave of paper. He tells them the intruders are wiped out and orders them to clean up, while Myra stares in stunned shock, because Tweet actually pulled his weight for once. The president starts grilling how Tweet keeps landing these intruders, and yeah, he's clearly suspicious, but Tweet's too busy guarding his own mystery to care. That I just happened to be nearby excuse gets thrown out like it's supposed to make sense, but it's the biggest lie anime has ever seen. Then the president mumbles an apology for the security fail, even as you can practically feel him cooking up something far worse. MC slips out of there fast, already plotting his next move, but Alicia's right on his heels, smirking like, I know exactly what you're up to, and somehow that look makes her 10 times more irresistible. She's finally reading his moves, and honestly, she's the only one who can keep pace with Riz. Watch that hair flip, she's the best girl, no debate. She spots him tailing the student council president and snaps him out loud, and while Tweet just freezes there like a caught cat, you can tell, he's got a move already. He says if the student council smells sus, they'll try to quietly free the prisoners, and at this point, shadowing them is pure big brain genius. They track the council members as they march straight to the warehouse, and while Alicia locks in with laser focus, Tweet just lounges in the shadows, pure ninja vibes. Turns out they're ditching the academy for good, like, every second it gets stranger, and the plot is thickening faster than my morning coffee can cool. Alicia's freaking out because if the council is guilty, they'll slam the brakes on the knight's handover, and Tweet's already itching to throw hands the second things heat up. They tail them straight to the Royal Guard HQ, and it looks like a clean, legit handoff. Tweet's already thinking worst-case scenario, but we all know that's exactly when the real chaos hits. Alicia fires up some hearing enhancement magic and starts eavesdropping like a total pro. At this point, she's basically a walking wiretap. Out of nowhere, Commander Schlen and Thalia burst in like a storm. Thalia clanks around in full plate armor, and yeah, I'm a sucker for a woman who could absolutely kick my ass. The commander sizes them up with that. I've seen horrors stare, Tweet's acting calm, but you can tell he's one step from bolting the second this turns into a boss fight. No way, the commander straight up knows Alicia, calls her Alicia Dono, and it turns out he's a blast from the past friend of her father, so that reunion hits you right in the wholesome. He's gushing about how much she's grown since she was just a little kid, and honestly, it's always those grizzled veterans who end up having the biggest soft spot for the hero's daughter. Thalia Pendantine steps in, introduces herself like a junior knight, and for real, just look at that blue hair and that armor, that's straight-up high-tier waifu material. They're breaking down how the different knight orders team up to keep the capital safe, and right now it's basically a whole sausage party of guards on duty. The commander grills them about the academy's security, and you can tell something's off, like he's picking up a vibe only hard-earned veterans and real chads ever notice. He blurts that the student council keeps insisting everything's fine, but the guard count is way down from last year, so yeah, somebody's definitely cooking the books, and it's not for a bake sale. Tweet finally drops the whole act and blurts out that he's worried too, trying to dig for answers without making it painfully obvious he's been stalking. The commander nods, praising the student's honesty, then admits there's been way too many sketchy reports lately, and it's basically everyone except the student council who can feel something seriously off. Alicia is realizing she can't sit back. She has to step up and push for more guards, and she's grabbing that responsibility like the true main character she is. Tweet pretends it's nothing, just a casual stroll to shake off the festival stress, like our boy S totally hiding the chaos. Classic, move along, nothing to see here. The commander starts showering Alicia with praise, claiming she's the only one who can inherit her father's legendary sword style, and she's blushing so hard it's honestly adorable. He launches into a furious monologue, saying the Great War froze everything, stopping anyone else from ever learning the style, and that Alicia is quite literally the final hope to carry her family's legacy forward. He's dead sure she'll nail it one day if she keeps grinding, straight up peak shonen energy, and I'm getting fired up just reading this. Alicia vows she'll give it everything to meet every expectation, and just look at that fire in her eyes. Yeah, that's my future queen. The commander orders an escort since it's getting late, but Tweet's like, nah, I'm good. He's not letting anybody mess up his private stroll with his waifu. Then Tweet drops the ultimate riz, telling her he's excited for her future too, and Alicia is completely cooked, blushing so hard it's basically steam coming off her. She's completely flustered like, wait, what did you mean by that? But Tweet is already on edge because he can feel it, something is seriously wrong. The commander roars that they've been hit, and shadow darkness keeps swallowing the kingdom. Yeah, that's the end of this chapter. Absolute cinema. Yo, what's good, my cultured kings? It's your boy back again with a certified banger recap. Today we're diving into top-tier academy drama where the wafers are stacked, and the plot hits harder than a bowl of oatmeal, because we kick off with a student council teaser that screams dark secrets. And if that president isn't secretly a villain, I'll literally eat my hat. We kick it off with our MC refreshing a tweet, and Alicia, yeah, that absolute snack, gets hit with the news. The city's getting cooked by an attack. Then a knight bursts in, sprinting like he's in a race, telling them everything. S gone sideways, and the panic plastered on his face is unreal. The knight orders our duo to march back to the dorms and stay out of trouble, but Alicia isn't living that NPC life. She's itching to throw hands right now, overflowing with main character energy. She tells the old man she's got 100% confidence in her skills, and the moment I see that look in her eyes, I'm done for. She's not just there to look pretty, she's ready to haul the whole squad on her back. Schlendono, the old man, finally leans in and listens, and he realizes she's not some random student at all. He flips the green light, and you can practically see the quiet respect on his face for the grit in her resolve. Another night, Thalia's panicking because dragging kids into a deathmatch is the kind of PR nightmare that ruins a resume. Though man, she looks absolutely stacked in that armor, so I'm not exactly complaining about the extra screen time. Schlendono basically snaps at her to shut up, because Alicia is a straight-up legend who inherited a legendary sword. And don't miss this, our boy Tweet is asterisk absolutely not some average beta male, even if he looks like he hasn't slept in 3 days. Turns out Tweet straight up nailed a commander during training, pure cinema, and that old guy with the sharp eyes is clocking that this kid has hidden riz, like he might actually be the gigachad of the whole crew. That tweet just smacks him with the, I won't be a burden line, and honestly, I'm secretly praying he'll say something like that. Meanwhile, he's snapping into action, packing his gear like he's about to solo a dungeon and disappear. And just like that, the squad rockets out, full anime speed, charging straight for the attack site as lightning bursts crackle all around them. The streets are total chaos, NPCs sprinting for their lives, screaming for help, so he scans the area like a pro, because he knows this fight isn't even close to done, and the troublemaker is still out there wreaking havoc. Suddenly, Tweet freezes like someone yanked the brakes. He feels a gaze burning from the shadows, and he blurts, "Yo, who's there?" while the crowd holds its breath, dying for the next insane reveal. Look at those eyes, man, our MC is locked in and ready to wreck anyone watching. He's got that 1,000-yard stare, the kind you only see in MCs who have been broken all the way down. Alicia catches him falling behind and asks if he's all right, but he brushes it off like it's all in her head. Yeah, he's 100% gaslighting her so she doesn't worry. Total simp move, or maybe he's playing the long game like a tactical Chad. He tells himself that the attack site comes first, yet that mystery person keeps crawling into the back of his mind, and the moment he moves, you can feel the vibe screaming, something's wrong. And yeah, right there on the roof, a mystery figure just looms like the ultimate edgelord, shocked that Tweet actually caught him, which tells us our main character's detection game is absolutely insane. This mystery guy is obsessively glazing on Tweet, straight up saying even the top-tier knights in Alicia couldn't spot him, basically confirming our MC is built different. He blurts that he's worried and begs Tweet not to think badly of him, and honestly, that's the most suspicious thing a roof camper could ever say, because this guy is trouble waiting to blow up later. Mark my words. The crew finally reaches the scene, and every single person just freezes, mouths hanging open, because those bubbles say they've stumbled straight into a real-life graveyard. The knights on patrol got completely destroyed. They're just sprawled out there like total jobbers. And this enemy, no games, no mercy. They're handing out LS like candy, one beatdown at a time. That one knight was still hanging on when they spilled the truth. Someone jumped them while he was patrolling. Now he's coughing up blood, looking completely wrecked. And honestly, that poor guy never even stood a chance. He spills the truth, just one enemy, wrapped in a red cloak, the ultimate classic villain look. And somehow that single guy wipes out 5 knights at once. And yeah, that power gap is downright terrifying. After the enemy crushed the patrol, they headed south, but Schlendono just gave the survivor mad respect for still holding out. That old man, absolute legend. They hit the ground running at once, tearing south to nab that red-cloaked menace, and as Tweet and Alicia sprint side by side, they already look like a full-blown power couple in the making. Suddenly, a colossal explosion slams the nearby buildings, and Thalia snaps her finger to point it out, like Michael Bay just crashed the party, and everything's getting obliterated in front of us. They spot a hooded figure on the roof, staring down at them like they're nothing but bugs, tweeting that his build screams, "Man," even if that hood makes it impossible to tell who. Schlendono swings in like a hero and demands a surrender, but the hooded guy just won't say a word, pure gigachat energy, because once you're ready to drop a fireball on someone's head, talk is cheap. The villain begins funneling dark magic into his clenched fist, and the animation looks razor-sharp. While the knights scramble to draw their swords, he's barely even sweating. Boom, 6 gigantic dark orbs slam into the air around him like he's the final boss, and yeah, boys, this fight scene just went from budget to cinema. The orbs streak in like homing missiles, and the knights don't stand a chance. Just look at Delia's face. She's already bracing for that "you died" screen. The attacks are raining down from every direction, and the group can barely keep their heads above water. They're asking if this guy is really alone, because the firepower is straight up unreal. Thalia lands a hit, gets grazed, and you see blood burst across the dark. Our thick knight mommy's hurt, and that's when it turns personal. Tweet spots the knights getting crushed and yells at Alicia to grab the vanguard position. Now he's finally stepping up and leading the team like the alpha he's always been. Alicia flashes him that rock-solid smirk and just goes, "Roger that." And seriously, her grin is worth a fortune because she's about to go full waifu mode and wreck this cloaked loser. She charges in like a straight-up goddess of war, while that cloaked guy keeps casually flinging fresh magic at her, and she dodges, weaves, and snaps through it all like she's in a Souls-like game. She unleashes her rage skill, turbocharging her speed, then rockets into the air with a vertical leap that's straight up unreal. Look at those boots. She's basically stomping the sky to climb even higher. She crashes down with a thunderous overhead swing, but the villain is lightning fast and barely slips out of the way. Still, Alicia goes relentless, screaming that she's not letting him escape. The hooded guy whips up a massive orb and charges it straight at her face, and Thalia yells a warning. This is that disaster panel moment, right before everything goes wrong. Then it cuts straight to Tweet's face, and he just blurts, "Too slow." Oh man, everyone's hype is at full blast because our boy is about to prove why he's the MC. Tweet flicks the magic orb straight out of the boss's hand with a perfectly timed shot, pure aimbot energy, and just like that, he wipes out the boss's big move in an instant. That shot hits so hard it sends a shockwave roaring down the city streets, and Tweed isn't just swinging a sword, he's a straight-up literal marksman, firing like that tool of his is made to hunt. He looks ice cold in this panel, just staring down the barrel with zero emotion, the "don't mess with me" quiet kid energy turned all the way up. Alicia spots the opening and lunges straight in for the kill, while Schlendono goes wild cheering her on. This tag team chaos is exactly why we showed up. That hooded guy gets shoved into a defensive stance, but he's still blasting magic at point-blank range, too slippery to go down, like he refuses to just take the L. He throws the spell so fast even Tweed's caught off guard, blasting a huge wave of dark energy that slams everyone back. His casting speed is straight-up hack level. The blast erupts into a massive smoke cloud, and Alicia can't stop scanning, wondering where he vanished to. Classic smoke bomb, classic disappear in the chaos escape. Tweet lunges for another shot, but the guy snaps up a multi-layer barrier like a wall. He's rolling out a 5-fold shield just to stop one bullet meant for our boy. We get one final, lingering glimpse of the hooded guy's face as he stares straight back at Tweet, and you can feel the tension snapping in the air, like these two are tied together by some buried past. At last, the villain tears free and vanishes, while the knights stumble and cough through a choking cloud of dust, because the target is gone, and the whole mood turns bitter fast. Tweet's tweet spells it out. This guy just threw up a 5-fold barrier, and that screams elite tier mage. Alyssa's eyes go wide with worry, but Tweet's already locked in, dissecting the enemy's every move like he's been doing this forever. The crew pulls back together and checks that everyone's still standing, then they finally connect the dots. They weren't up against a nobody, but a foreign operative, a heavy hitter, basically a top-tier infiltrator. Schlendono reckons the target is those dignitaries rolling in for the festival, because with all the bigwigs flocking to the city, it's basically a bullseye for political assassinations. He apologizes because the knights have to lock in on the VIPs, and that means Academy security is basically paper-thin. Tweet realizes the enemy just got handed the perfect chance to strike again. The knights ride out to regroup, and Tweet and Alicia are left hanging. Alicia clocks that Tweet's been way too quiet for too long and presses her with a sharp question, because this waifu notices everything. Tweet's gut screams that the knight's theory is wrong, and as he replays the hooded guy in his mind, the attack timing falls apart, because it doesn't match if the only target was the dignitaries. He spirals into deep thought about Lucia's empire masterplan and how the kingdom might get annexed. This kid's playing 4D chess while everyone else is still stuck on checkers. He points out the student council was the one who insisted the academy security was fine, and that's a huge red flag, because now it's looking like the student council might be part of the whole plot. The security is stretched paper thin, and innocent people keep getting swept up in the blast, left and right, while Tweet stares at the shattered city ruins, his patience snapping fast. He decides he can't just sit back and do nothing. Then the MC locks eyes with that serious look, and you just know trouble is about to land and heads are gonna roll. We snap back to the academy bathed in sunlight, but the air still feels heavy, because this is just a slick disguise for the storm that's about to hit. Tweet snaps to his squad that they're shutting the whole operation down for the day, and Alicia plus the other girls stare in confusion, because while they're stuck wondering, Tweet has already cleared the warehouse and swept it for bombs. He figures the enemy is scrambling, because they just got shut down twice, and our boy is outsmarting the villains before they even dare to move. The girls clock him as weird and lazy, like he's blowing off work to hit the library. Yeah, but we know the truth. He's on a solo mission. Look at their faces. They're not worried about the library. They just want more time with their favorite Chad. As he strides down the halls, he spots the student council president, immaculate, suspicious, and already radiating that final boss energy like it's stamped on his face. The president leans in with that creepy little grin and asks if he picked up any useful intel last night, and trust me, this guy's riz is dangerous. He's already trying to mess with our boy's head. Tweet doesn't even blink. She calls him out for lurking in the shadows, and he's done playing nice with the president's games. He goes straight for the jugular. The president just keeps that smug grin and flat out says he wants to talk, right as this showdown between two powerhouses hits a brutal cliffhanger. So what's he after, and is he the red-cloaked guy? Find out next time, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more cultured content. A year ago, boom, we kick off with a flashback of pure peak waifu energy strutting down the hallway, and you already know this series doesn't play around with its culture. Look at this short-haired queen, Queenfra. She's chatting with Valen and Ix about starting a shared course at Builders Academy, and I'm already fully hooked. She's got that I can fix the world smile, and with a face like that, I'd gladly let her steer my whole life wherever she wants. She's hunting for a spot where regular folks can actually learn in peace, no one dragging them into hero duty, like a full-on vacation from the usual shonen grind. Mommy, wait, mommy. Yeah, she's the student council president, and she's basically dragging those two into her squad with that top-tier riz. Valen's acting like a total beta right now, complaining that this is too much work, while a literal goddess stands there, right in front of his face. Rose ragefully roasting the hero for being a pain in the din war, and then a top-tier wife steps in, asks for a favor, and he's basically finished. But Frau isn't messing around. She goes dead serious, looks them in the eye, and demands they lend her their strength because she's doing this for the future. She's staring out at the horizon like she's dropped into a blockbuster, the light blasting off everything in perfect, cinematic glory. Her dream is simple: make this whole country live in peace, and you can practically see Valen getting hit, finally, by the wild audacity of her charm. Look at that stare. He's absolutely down bad for his president, and I genuinely can't blame him. Now jump to the present, bam. Those fancy shoes stride into the room, and we snap right back to the main plot. Tweet marches in to face the president, who's suddenly acting all sweet and friendly, like a programmed NPC. But our boy Tweet is built different. He already knows that dude was the one who had been watching him during last night's attack. He's calculating every move, trying to figure out if the president knows he and Alicia have been tailing the knights straight to their headquarters. The president wants to know if he dug up anything useful, and Tweed plays it ice cold. He doesn't spill a single drop of his secrets. The president slams the small talk away and cuts straight to the point. Then you can feel the tension explode in the air. Suddenly, the room turns suffocating. Then the president unleashes this brutal, murderous killing intent out of nowhere, and the whole moment becomes pure, unforgettable cinema. Are you my enemy? 1 second you're a polite student, the next the president snaps into full gigachat mode like it's one damn panel. That tweet feels like it's about to crush his heart. Seriously, his aura is unreal, and you can feel the fear in your bones. A tweet doesn't miss a beat. His training was way more brutal than this so-called light show. A tweet slaps him back with a sharp, probably not, then immediately warns him, if he's pulling anything sketchy, they're about to blow the lid off and turn it into a major problem. The president snaps back instantly because he realizes Tweet isn't some random simp, he's a certified threat. He actually bows up and apologizes for threatening him, stunned that Tweet doesn't even flinch, no cold sweat, not even after that brutal pressure test. Now they're finally diving into the academy and the huge rift that splits the hero course from the common one. He brings up Twait's duel with that noble sig like he's been replaying Twait's best highlights on loop. Tweet can still feel the battle in his bones, because everyone knows the divide in this school is real, and it's got to be fixed. But the president points out that some students are starting to question the rift, and they're done waiting for change. A tweet just dropped the truth. One student shifting their stance can kick off a ripple effect that sweeps the whole academy. He brings up Maze. She basically tossed her royal status aside just to chase what she loves, and that's straight-up absolute queen behavior. And then there's Gran, out here grinding for peace, because he's seen the horrors of war with his own eyes. Tweet reckons that in just a few years, these Common Core students will stand up as symbols of peace across the entire country. Turns out the president isn't fuming at all. He's genuinely relieved, looking almost soft for a split second after that wild display of raw power. The plot twist hit like thunder. Turns out the president was the one who truly set the Common Course, not those so-called higher-ups. He drops the bombshell that he fought in the great hero-demon war beside two other students, real legends, the kind people whisper about for years. One was Valen and the other was his older sister, Frau, the same girl we saw in the flashback. Turns out the Common Course wasn't some random decision. It was Frau's final request before she passed away. Tweet clocks the truth. This is the guy who buried his sister's death, and in her mind she rips him apart, calling him trash for keeping everything hidden. The president finally feels like he's repaying his sister, turning her dream into reality, even if it's only in small steps. But here's the real mystery. Why is Valen still fighting the exact thing Frau poured her whole heart into? The president tells Tweet to go ask the guy himself, such an all-time classic dodge move. He asks Tweet what game he's playing for the festival, and Tweet grins, a physical race, because he refuses to show off his real powers. Tweet slips out of the room, already plotting how to unleash his strength for peace, instead of just piling up bodies in the war. Now he's got his own assignment, and the sky's darkening like it knows exactly what's about to hit next. Meanwhile, we cut to this glasses-wearing beauty hunched over her desk, eyes sharp, like she's seconds away from unveiling a master plan. She's telling him tonight's the night it ends. Look at those eyes. Man, you can feel the Domami energy simmering like trouble about to explode. She's drowning in updates about what's happening, and she's already ready to move, right on schedule. Look at that pose. She's basically declaring she has the right to choose the future, and honestly, I'm not going to argue with her. Cut to the shadows. Hooded NPCs are murmuring about defusing bombs, the usual boring cover story. Then bam, we're about to get hit with real action. Boom, like a jump scare, the tweet flashes on screen and absolutely wrecks one of the goons before he even has time to blink. The poor guy panics as he finally recognizes Tweet from the reports, then gets body slammed straight into the next dimension. Tweet drags out his fixation skill and slides in like a full-on ghost, because these guys are basically taking on a raid boss in real time. One goon panics and tries to radio for backup like the biggest coward alive, but Tweet is already right on top of him. Tweet whips around and spots the full squad rolling in. Man, it's tragic, because they're nothing but target practice for our boy. He can't stop wondering if they were tracking his every move the whole time, but at this point, who cares? He's so unhinged it barely matters. The lead goon leans in and asks if he's really a student, and Tweet just hits him with that icy, dead-eyed stare like, "You're finished." That Tweet basically screams, "Yeah, right, there are tons of students stronger than you, and I swear, that has to be the biggest cap I've ever heard." Night drops over the city, and the cobblestones already look like they're thirsting for blood. Alicia and Maze are sprinting in circles, hunting for Twite, and Maze is absolutely adorable even as she's panting like crazy. Gran's right there and the whole crew's side-eyeing her hard, because Tweet ditched team practice like a full-on rogue. Maze can't shake her worry. Twite is out there acting like he's alone, and yeah, she's right. He's a lone wolf, no pack, no backup, just him. They launch into the town's chaos, how last night's noisy attack on the Knights erupted like a war zone. Alicia drops the bombshell that she and Tweet weren't just watching, they were right there with the Knights, and Grant's face is priceless. She tells them Tweet clocked a detail about the attacker that everyone else totally ignored. They're piecing together how the attacker links to the bombs, because Tweet's the kind of guy who hides every crucial detail behind a locked door. Alicia's sparking with rage. Tweet won't let them help with the crucial parts of the mission, and it's driving her off the wall. She's going off about his lone hero complex, and Maze just stands there, pale and panicked, silently praying for her man. They decide to storm the academy, track him down, and put a stop to this before it spirals even farther out of control. Gran slams on the brakes for a split second, feeling something not right in the air, while the girls keep sprinting ahead. They spot a lone figure posted by the gate, and their hearts race, sure it's one of the Empire's operatives, stepping up for a fight. But the closer they creep, the truth hits. It's someone they actually know, and there's no way she's just some NPC. It's Myra standing there like a final boss, and Mai's jaw drops when he realizes she's planted herself right in his way. Myra steps in front of the path and snaps that I can't pass. She calls it absolute cinema. But what's she hiding, and is she really on my side? Yo homies were diving straight into the chaos, Tweets dodging a knife like it's nothing, all while that hooded NPC thought he'd corner him, and now he's getting cooked. Look at this MC, he's out here firing off light beam finger blasts, while that other guy scrambles to keep up, like bros playing a completely different game. Boop straight in the face. This dude really thought he was the main character, until Tweet showed up to remind him who's got the real plot armor. Bro stares at him like he's straight up trash he forgot to throw out, and the nerve of this hooded bum to look shocked right after he gets completely wiped. He's got the finger gun out and not a drop of sweat. If I were standing there, my whole life would start to unravel, and I'd be begging for a fast, clean escape. Your strategy won't work. No kidding, Sherlock. You're going up against a dude with maxed out Riz and zero chill, and your little plan was cooked from the jump. Ninja Boy thinks owning the high ground makes him Obi-Wan, but we all know exactly how this manga-style side character story always ends. Hold up, homies, check the short-haired baddie posted at the gate. Myra-san serving pure trouble while she lays down the rules like they're ironclad. Don't test her energy, or you'll regret it. She's spilling the tea about a duel on campus, and I'll bet $10 these NPCs don't even know their boy is getting his internal organs rearranged right now. I can't let you in, mommy. Sorry, mommy. That dummy mommy power hits different, and yeah, I'm totally down bad for it. The blonde girl is absolutely shook, and honestly, I'd be shook too, standing there at the front gate while the absolute cinema show is happening in the backyard. So they're going to war over the right to join the magical games. That's insane, high-stakes gambling for a room full of students, and somehow our guy is built different. The girls finally clock that Myra isn't just nearby, she's tangled up in the whole mess, and bam, plot twist. This academy's full of secrets, and the drama is turning downright fiery. Gran finally clicks and gets what's really going on. Took you long enough, Beta. I swear, I was starting to think you were just standing there for decoration. Back to the main event, the hooded kid is still standing, but that cloak's trembling, and the way he looks says he's seconds away from becoming a memory. The tweet basically tells him, stop capping, show your face already. And yeah, we all know who it is, bro. That whole mystery routine is getting real old fast. The name reveal we were all craving finally hits, and turns out he's been a snake in the grass this whole time, because Tweet just yanked the veil back. Dude, what? Yeah, that's exactly what happens when you try to run from a guy who's basically a human cheat code. Brace yourself, here comes the big reveal, because you're about to witness the moment this guy's whole career gets erased by one finger gun. Alright, Valon can have that. Yeah, I'm the villain, but I'm a gigachat. Shame is, he's about to get folded like a lawn chair in a hurricane. He starts telling how he caught him, and boom, the wingboards were the real snitch all along. You can't roll in with high-tech gear and expect to stay invisible, fam. Valen's pretending he's chill, firing off a so how does tweet connect back to me, and the bro is coping so hard right now it's straight up painful to watch. He digs up the old student council during the Great War, and just like that, the plot starts getting thick, stacked, and loud like the crunchiest wafer assets. Because you're the easiest target, ouch. Imagine being so infamous that everyone instantly calls you the traitor, like it's just the default setting. He's just laughing it off like a full-on psycho, classic villain timing, right before they drop the "this isn't even my final form" move and totally wreck the whole set. So yeah, Valen's done hiding behind that hood. He's fully owning his inner edgelord now, and the villain energy, honestly, it's immaculate. So he went and wiped out his own operatives just to fool everyone, pure filth, and the nerve on this guy is absolutely unreal. He forgot to report the battle, and somehow I totally forgot I'm supposed to play the polite YouTuber. Yeah, Valen, we see right through you. So yeah, Tweet wants to know the endgame, but I'm only here for the violence, because what's this guy even trying to accomplish besides just hating like a menace? I don't have to spell it out for you, he's straight up based. Yeah, he's a full-on snake, but at least he stays sharp and never falls into that cheesy villain monologue nonsense. Bringing up the former president's death, oh now we're diving straight into tragedy. Drop the yapping, let it blow up. This tweet actually throws us for a loop, our boy S making that face like he just watched his bank account hit zero. So yeah, this is definitely some serious deplore stuff. Valen's officially triggered, and he's about to unleash some seriously spicy flames. When that fire starts swirling, you already know something wild is about to happen. Absolute cinema, look at that fire vortex. If he doesn't have serious plot armor or fire resistance, he's getting cooked to a crisp, no question. Tweet just stands there, locked onto the fire like it's lighting up his personal s'mores camp. Honestly, the absolute audacity on this man is legendary. Back at the gate, the NPCs finally catch on Tweet is the one dueling Valon. And honestly, they're showing up way too late to this party. Like, come on. They're freaking out because Valen's fighting style is straight up dangerous. So yeah, you should be worried about what Tweet's about to do and how it's gonna wreck his medical bill. Myra's eyeing those instructions from the president like they're a trap, because this time, something smells way too fishy, and it's not coming from the comments section. They finally snap the puzzle into place, and it hits them. The mastermind might be right there inside the group, and it's always the guy you least expect, or the obvious one standing in plain sight. Could he be joining the student council? You're a few chapters behind, but don't sweat it, you'll catch up soon enough. Everything clicks, and there it is. Valen's the one who tried to kill the festival and mess with the peace. What a total hater of fun. Gran is clocking Valen's messed up idea of forcing peace, and Bro's convinced he's the main character in some dark tragedy. Gran wants to jump in and help. Nah, homie, you're a side character, so you'll just get in the way of the main character's glorious spotlight show. The girls are peppering him with questions about why he won't back off, and honestly, either he's a simp for justice, or he just wants to get up close and watch the sparks fly. Something about his hometown. All right, we're stuck in a talking loop. Where are the explosions, Gran? Speed it up. Grand is ready to hear Valon's tale. This isn't some cozy heart-to-heart. It's a no-holds-barred deathmatch, so let them clash and settle it. Myra straight-up trusts Tweet to come back safe and sound, because she already knows exactly who the real Chad is in this relationship. Calling Valen a rabid dog is absolutely savage, top-tier roasting. Myra went full woman of culture, clocked him as a loser, and didn't even hesitate. She's shocked the others aren't worried, until she remembers they've already seen Myra turn into a straight-up beast. Now, catch up. Look at that smile. Yeah, the other guy should be sweating, because I'm telling you, literal chills just crawled up my spine. That's the kind of hype that screams main character without even trying. Tweet stalks through the burning chaos like a predator in the dark, while Valen has no clue he's already been checked and checkmated. Valen heaves the big one, then barks, "Get out of my sight," like those were his last words right before he gets absolutely clobbered straight into the next dimension. This is the moment we've been craving, my brain, throwing up full-on animation like it's going wild right now. He straight up sliced the fire in half, like, do you get how unhinged you have to be to cut an explosion in two with a sword? That's absolute cinema. Bro is absolutely sprinting, like the panels can't even breathe fast enough to keep up, and honestly this is peak fiction, frame by frame, and I'm loving every second of it. The fire just disappears. Boom, blinding light tears through the air, and Valen stands on the roof staring dumbfounded, like he just got in the worst way possible. My flames got cut off, boom. And yeah, your ego got sliced too, buddy. Welcome to the real world of fights that don't play around. Sorry, oh my god, the disrespect. He's literally apologizing for being so strong this guy can't handle it, cold as ice. Look at Valen's face. That's the look of a man realizing he isn't even the mid-boss of this story, he's just the warm-up. I'm stronger than you, absolute Chad energy. Then boom, with just 4 simple words, I ended this man's entire bloodline in his own blood. Tweet whips out the real blade, and boom, it's officially go time, because next month can't drag by fast enough. Valen's about to have his life completely reset. Yo, what's up my cultured kings? Today we're back with pure cinema, because our MC is out here straight up disrespecting the laws of magic. It starts with Tweet, and you can tell he's got that dog in him as he slices through fire like it's butter. No fear, no flinch. And the wild part, he just stands there, calm as the villain absolutely loses his mind. This red-haired clown Valon is totally done for. He's just staring at his severed flame like his girlfriend told him she's coming over at 2 a.m. to hang out with a friend. Our MC just pins him with that cold, dead-eyed stare like, I've seen better flames on a cheap grill, and yeah, Riz is off the charts. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, the NPCs are getting their mid-off on, because a massive explosion just rocked the academy. We cut to Mize and the whole crew, and damn, when she grips that sword, it's pure I can fix him energy. But let's be real, everyone knows she's down bad for our boy. Gran gets the boot, beat it and run for the hills, probably the smartest move, because right now he's got 0 plot armor and the story doesn't look merciful. Now he's bolting like a scared little beta, sobbing about how he owes them, while the real men are getting ready to throw hands. Back to the main event, Tweet sprints through the chaos, dodging fireballs like he's speedrunning Tuhu on lunatic mode. And Valen's over there cackling like some standard mid-tier villain, convinced he's pulling off something big. But our MC is an absolute gigachad. He's got that sharp fixation, and he moves to catch the fire, making Valen realize he's been playing checkers while Tweet is out here running 4D chess. Tweet suddenly whips out a dagger out of nowhere, almost carving a permanent wound into Valen, and even drops the name of a technique, Dawning. Valen starts yapping that once the sun rises, magic works anywhere, and suddenly you're so hard to read, you might as well be drowning in a girl's mixed signals. That tweet's like a skill issue, bro. If you can't land a hit on me, all the magic you're decked in won't save you. This instantly ignites Valen. He erupts in screaming rage about being patronized, then slams down a whole storm of black fireballs. He lets them all launch at once, bam. A brutal explosion erupts so hot it'd turn any other MC to charcoal in an instant. But here's the shock, Tweet is still standing right there, barely even sweating, because he can read the magic course like a total pro. Valen's eyes start to glaze over as he finally admits it. He's never, not once, seen a human this skilled in his entire life. Alright, buckle up, this is the villain yap moment, and Valen scrambles to justify his terrorist acts like they somehow make sense. He's saying the country's grown too blind to danger, and it's high time someone shook them awake. He starts spilling lore about the Great War, how 3 academy students were basically turned into child soldiers. Valen's right in that group, and yeah, this guy's carrying some seriously deep trauma that the public has no clue about. He lays it out, this academy is just a machine built to crank out heroes for a war meant to turn into a slaughter. Gran is lurking in the back, acting like a complete NPC, while the real heavy hitters trade intel and talk shop. Valen calls the war straight up literal hell. He slaughtered a bunch of people, then barely escaped getting killed himself. Then bam, flashback time. There's a grave and Frau Sand gets pulled into it. And yeah, I'm guessing she was the mom of the whole crew before she got wiped. But Valen can't stand it. How can they throw a festival like nothing happened, while all that blood lies forgotten? The tweet actually backs him up, calling it a fair point, but he's not about to stand by while this guy tries to torch the whole city. Valen keeps yelling that world leaders are just chilling in comfort, while the students are the ones forced to pay the price. He claims the world is still boiling with danger, and that spies are lurking everywhere, and honestly, that sounds less like fate and more like the government can't get its act together. He clenches his fist and swears he'll scorch that feeling of danger straight into everyone's soul. Grant tries to talk things through, but he's arguing with a guy who's already completely snapped. Gran blasts him for trashing the town and dragging innocents into it, straight up beta energy in full shonen style. Valen has zero patience left. He snaps, then blasts Gran so hard he lands in the next day like it's nothing. The tweet slams Gran while he's out cold, calling him a weakling, brutal, yeah, but dead on, then he gets cooked instantly. MC admits he wanted peace first, but now, yeah, the gloves are officially off. Valen is buzzing with excitement. He finally lands the exact fight he's been craving. And then he launches into it. Dawning isn't just for attacks at all, it's how you coat your whole body in magic. He starts channeling some brutal advanced magic, and you can literally see the sparks tearing through the air. He straps on that lightning attribute, and bam, he's suddenly rocking the look of a cheap Rickage ripoff. Tweet clenches tight, because right here is where the real fight finally kicks off. Valen bellowed as lightning crashed down, and that speed boost was straight up unreal. He blasts past so fast that the MC can barely even keep his eyes on him. He teleports right behind Tweet in the blink of an eye, and for 1/10 second, it looks like our boy might actually be about to get crushed. Valen swings in for a strike, praising the MC's reflexes, only to realize this isn't even the start yet. Tweet spots it instantly. Valen's loading up every single strike with lightning to crank his speed and power to max. He hammers in lightning-fast strikes, but Tweet still slips in clean parries, because his attacks are just too easy to read. Valen buzzes through the air like a feral hornet, snapping at every gap, desperate to find an opening. Tweet snaps aside the next blow, then Valen whips his hands around and unleashes fire. He slams down flame right in the MC's face, basically shouting his wild, eccentric personality to the whole world. So you're mixing elements, huh, Valen? Yeah, I'm seeing it now. This is straight-up high-level RIS stuff. Tweet smirks at how slow the flames are, but he's already figured out that one solid hit will turn him into a crispy snack. He spots a crack in the defense and launches a brutal kick straight into Valen's chest. Then Valen gets blasted through the air, coughing up spit like a wrecking ball and losing what little dignity he had left. He's completely unraveling. Who the hell is Tweet, anyway? That tweet just warns him to watch his back, ice cold, like my ex's heart. But Valen isn't finished. He slams dual deployment and stacks fire with lightning at the same time. And yeah, this is absolute cinema, boys. He stands there like a final boss, poised to wipe the MC off the server. He surges forward again, and this time the speed is downright terrifying. Tweet can't keep pace at all. Valen is surging ahead, faster and stronger than ever. Valen launches in for the kill, roaring that if Tweet even pauses for a second, it's over for him. What a cliffhanger. Now we're all holding our breath. Does our guy get shut down, or does he pull one more insane trick out of his sleeve? Yo, what's up my cultured kings? Today we're jumping into a wild story where the MC is so broken he's basically forced to invent ways to not accidentally delete everybody he meets. It starts with Valon, that red-haired edgelord who really thinks he's the main character just because he beats up a bunch of NPCs, acting like a total gigachad, until the student council president steps in and puts him on a leash. Frossen looks absolutely top tier in that uniform, and she's trying to reel this broody loser into the common course, while Valen's playing the classic broken tsundere act, like he's above it, when we both know he's just starved for attention. At $10 you can't guess how fast it takes before he figures out she's the one yanking every string. Suddenly, boom, a massive explosion tears through the area, and the local NPCs instantly lose their minds. This wasn't some little firecracker, it was a full-on blast that probably turned someone's entire afternoon into ash. Mize and her squad come sprinting toward the smoke, and I'm only watching for the plot aka those character designs, because in stories like this, the waifus always charge straight into the danger zone like it's nothing. Then we finally get the real show. Tweet stands right in the middle of a crater, the ground ripped to pieces, while Valen looms there like his whole career is 1 second away from collapsing. Valen's running his mouth, calling our MC a simp just for dodging and not swinging back. Meanwhile, he's out here stroking his own ego like it's gold, and Tweet's locked in. He jabs a finger and tells him to get ready. The finger gun riz is straight up unreal. Valen spots a little flicker of light and assumes it's just some basic bullet spell. He's got that I'm him smirk on his face, totally clueless that the next hit is the most disrespectful move in the whole series. It wasn't a bullet, it was a shockwave blast, and Tweet is using E-ranked magic to absolutely bully this guy, leaving Valen staring like, what the hell just hit him? It's pure cinema watching a top-tier student get humbled by a commoner. MC straight up lectures him mid-battle, barking that he has to dodge better, total disrespect, the kind that makes legends. Meanwhile, Valen gets flung and bounce-played around like a ragdoll, and Tweet looks like he's barely lifting a finger. Valen finally clocks it. This isn't luck or some wild surge of magic. It's a Great War veteran standing in front of him, and the MC's finger is glowing like a tactical nuke, so Valen can feel it now. He might be cooked. The edgelord charges for a close-range strike, convinced he sniffed out a weakness. Then Tweet fires off another blast and sends him flying like it's nothing, not even a sweat. And yeah, he's basically wielding a T-Nick made to T-kill people, which turns the whole scene into the ultimate roast. But Valen is straight up losing his mind. He realizes they're treating him like some helpless kid. He demands the MC stop pulling punches and start treating him like a real threat, but Tweet's out here acting like he's just babysitting. We get a fast flashback to Sylphus blurting, "Mommy, sorry," because she was the one who taught him how to deal with Higgs' wild eccentricity, so he won't just start exploding everyone he crosses. Valen is yelling at the MC, demanding he just shoot him the way he killed the other operatives, because he's sick of being treated like some weak beta, and he wants to finally witness the real power of a war hero. Alright, the MC finally drops the act, like he's done pretending. He straight up says this is the one exception where he won't hold back, and the aura on him is unreal, it's pure him energy. He starts compressing space itself, warping the air until it ripples like a mirage. This is next-level magic that would leave most wizards staring in pure envy. The distortion twists into a blade, an absolute reject sword, and it looks insanely epic. It's not even a real weapon, just raw, compressed, get-out-of-my-way energy shaped like a strike. This sword doesn't just slice, it blasts magic clean out of the way, and Valen's magical armor is about to be as useless as a screen door on a submarine. Tweet shoots forward like a literal ghost, phasing straight through Valon's defenses. Then Valon's magic vanishes into thin air, and his face goes full, "I messed up" meme. MC says he shoved 200 barriers into a single blade. Can you imagine the grind it takes to pull that off? Meanwhile, Valen's just standing there looking like a total background NPC next to this absolute chad. Valen bursts into laughter because the power gap is so absurd it's ridiculous. He's actually thrilled he found someone in this dull academy who can throw hands, and now he's finally giving Riz the respect he's earned. But he's not finished. He's charging for one final heart and soul attack, trying to wipe out the MC before he drops, with that wild look in his eyes that screams, "Bring on the respawn screen." MC shrugs it off, does his own thing, and stays stone calm. Then Valen storms in screaming like it's the next kingdom over, driving every last ounce of power into one final, earth-shaking strike. Tweet doesn't even blink as he lines up to wipe this man's whole career off the map, blade up, timing flawless, ready to strike. One last burst straight into his chest at point-blank range. Valen is officially done, and the chapter slams shut on a brutal cliffhanger. Smash that like and hit subscribe for more cultured recaps, bros. Yo boys, we're back with another banger, right into the aftermath, where this camp looks sketchy as hell and trouble, S in the air. Our boy Tweet is standing there, ice cold, locked on that itch in his head, probably plotting a dozen ways to outplay the next guy who steps up to him. And just look, Valen hauls himself out of the wreckage like he's been in a 12-round war with a truck and got. Tweet's acting calm, but the talk snaps straight to Frau, and the moment it does, the air turns sour fast. Valen's out here thinking it's all sunshine and rainbows, but Tweet's reading his face like, yeah, this guy's drowning in pain he'll never show. He clung to the hope she'd come back, until he realized the plot armor in this series had just run out for the one person he loved most. Suddenly, the whole scene flips, and Valen snaps, screaming at the top of his lungs, demanding to know why nobody told him the truth. This man is completely cooked, and Sharia's in the back just silently watching his mental breakdown unfold in real time. Tears are pouring in because that reality check just smashed in like a freight train. Frau's gone, boys. Because Valen is roaring that she's been killed in action, and the universe, how dare it do him like this, is straight up wild. He's finished the common course, finished chasing peace. What's the point when your waifu's already off the board? Tweed tries to lay out the vision, but Valen's already checked out, and no logic can break through his numb, unshakable feelings. He's drowning in grief for the one who tried to teach him peace, but for this shattered man, it's already too little, too late. Enough talk. Tweet decides it's time to step in physically, because Valen's moving around like a total beta. He powers up with a thunderclap blast, and the raw force blasting off him is straight-up cinematic gold. He spots the opening and ends the fight, game over, before Valen can even blink those crusty eyes. That Tweet is right in your face, and you already know exactly what's coming, time to hit the dirt nap. He drives Valen into the ground so violently that I swear the tectonic plates feel it. Talk about getting humbled fast. Valen lies under the night sky, staring at the stars, and finally gets the gut-punch realization. He's not the main character after all. Tweet towers over him like an absolute gigachad, demanding to know if he's finally awake after that reality-shattering slap. Valen can't deny it. Tweet's a beast, maybe even stronger than the trauma clawing at his chest. They start bonding over the way they keep losing what actually matters, and honestly, it screams pure bro energy. Valen admits he only wanted to show up on time, and honestly that's kinda heartbreaking, but of course he's still out here simping for the old days. He was trying to keep everybody on edge so they'd feel the same pain he did. Yeah, but bro, that's not noble, that's just pure hater energy. Tweet lays it out for him. He doesn't get a thing, and that disrespect feels downright delicious. Grant finally barges into the roasting circle and tells Valen he just said the exact words he was about to spit out. Grant just dropped the ultimate truth. Valen is so powerful he can't even grasp how the weak truly feel. He tells you about his war days and makes it clear this wasn't nonstop glory or cool power-ups, it was the real, ugly truth. He admits he ran because he was too weak, and honestly, that raw honesty hits like fresh air in a world packed with tryhards. He snaps at Valen, telling him to stop acting like everyone can just fight forever, like it's some cheap NPC script. Pushing that constant danger on everyone is just going to bulldoze the people who are desperate for a break. You don't get to shove your worldview down everyone's throat just because you can bench press a mountain, Valen. A Tweet chimes in and basically screams, even the most boring, ordinary life is still worth fighting for with everything you've got. Valen digs in his heels again, but you can literally see the wheels in his head grinding as he thinks. He stares at a memory of someone smiling, and you can practically see the ice around his heart start to crack and melt. He tells you he'll think it over, but everyone knows what it really means. He got caught, you rocked his world, and now he's trying to save face. The rest of the squad finally rolls in, and they're staring like, wait, why is there a giant crater right in the middle of the schoolyard? Valen's right back to his grumpy self, barking that the newcomers are irritating bastards. Honestly, it's pure classic Valen. The chaos is finally cooling off, and for now, the academy looks like it's out of reach of the Lucia operatives. But the real question is, how much did the president know about all this chaos behind the scenes? We cut straight to the president and Sharia, and she's eyeing him like a storm while tearing into his methods. The president just keeps smirking like he's a 500 IQ genius, saying he barely broke anything down for Tweet. Sharia just can't believe they let Valen loose, the rabid dog type, into the freshman's circle. But the president knows Valen wouldn't have budged for anyone else. He needed a talk that would knock him down a peg. He needed someone outside the system to meet his gaze and tell him, straight up, that he's bugging. The president leans back, eyes wide. Tweet totally blows him away, and he can't believe this kid keeps pulling surprises out of nowhere. He's already figured it out. Tweet wipes out his enemies before they even realize he's in the room. He can't wrap his head around it. Why would someone who's cracked in the first place even waste time trying to join the common course? Sharia has to sprint to handle security, but the president is already playing chess, 10 moves ahead. He realizes the academy's not clean. Stray operatives are still lurking around like little rats. He fixes his gaze on their exact locations with those all-seeing eyes, and trust me, something creepy is about to happen. He lifts one finger with a smug smirk, like he's seconds away from dropping the beat of the century. He slams multiple magic circles to life, and the hooded NPCs lurking in the bushes get absolutely obliterated. Sunbeams and light rain hammer down from the sky, wiping out the trash clean, while the president never even steps off his balcony. He just flashes a grin and goes, "Yeah, that's all of them." Then, right on the spot, he hits you with some seriously high-level riz. He tells Sharia to help him gather up the leftovers, and she's all okidoki, like she didn't just watch a massacre happen. 2 weeks fly by and the whole mood flips instantly, because festival time is here, baby. The Magical Games Festival is seconds from exploding into life at the Builders Academy. Everyone's buzzing, the streets are packed with massive crowds, and the security reports coming back spotless. Tweet runs into Chris and wow, those glasses make him look like a total mommy, let's be real. She tells him he's been relieved of duty, and you can see it hurts, because she's already missing him the moment he's gone. The tweet basically says he's still going to lean on her later, and she's blindsided so hard she can't even process it. He bolts the second it clicks, ditching her mid-stun like she's just got played. Then this tiny ball of chaos rockets in, begging to jump on missions with our boy. Chris bursts into tears like a total baby, begging to keep her older sister, so yeah, get it together, girl. Alicia and Mai pull up looking absolutely elite, and the second they lay eyes on Tweet, it's over. They're instantly starving for her attention. They call out that Gran is saving seats, so they have to sprint, because the ceremony is about to start. Turns out the real hero is about to show up, and the whole crowd is buzzing like crazy. The Tweet suddenly gets moody for a second, thinking the hero's beatable, because it knows it could take him. But the girls won't let him wallow for a second. They snatch his arms and launch straight into a tug-of-war. Alicia tells him he doesn't have to be shy, while Mize hangs back, radiating, declare war any second now energy. Mize screams of I won't lose, and yeah, she's talking about Tweet's heart, not those festival games. They yank him into the crowd, because standing at the center of a waifu war is brutal, but somebody has to take the heat. The Tweet looks back on his time with the organization, and admits he never even got to experience what a real, normal life feels like. Like he spots the crowd roaring for the hero and the princess, and it finally clicks. This is why people risk everything to fight. He finally gets it. Peace doesn't look the same for everyone, and honestly, that's okay. He's just gonna keep living his normal days, surrounded by his harem, his friends. The festival is roaring right now, sun blazing, crowds cheering, and our guy is finally raking in real wins and taking control of his life.